You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Billy Mays here for the Pain Liberator Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray. Ever have one of those deep and dirty pains or strains that just won't go away? Annoying migraines? Maybe you got into an altercation with GOAT General Willy2 and are only alive because of his mercy. Regardless, you've tried everything, but have you tried Pain Liberator? With the power of DMSO, aspirin, and magnesium, this Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray is taken directly and deeply into the tissues, providing instant pain relief. Wow. Commonly used in sports and physical training independently, DMSO has its own benefits, but combined with anything, in this case, aspirin and magnesium, those compounds are taken directly to your pain point with 90% absorption rate. Double. Wow. That means lower doses needed, rapid relief, and a provably safe way to live pain-free. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/pain to place your order today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/pain. Billy Mays here for the Pain Liberator Mini, the newest product available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. It's the same original Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray, just mini DMSO, aspirin, and magnesium blended with Doc Barber's high-quality colloidal silver water. Ready for your hiking backpack, the unfortunate circumstance of having to fly, or if you'd just like to try it out before buying the bigger jar. Visit libertyunderattack.com/mini. Again, libertyunderattack.com/mini and find the pain relief you're seeking today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/mini. Billy Mays here for the Free Republic of PAZNIA. Ever get tired of the stain of statism, the stinking odor of coercion? Visit PAZNIA.com and join the Second Realm today.
Title: Oil, OxyClean, and Digital Gold, the Great Karg Island Trade. Location: the docks of Karg Island, Iran. The air smells of salt, crude oil, and desperation. Time: 1400 hours.
Are you tired of traditional banking? Are you tired of your money being seized by governments that don't understand the value of a sparkling kitchen?
The sun is beating down on the black gold. General Willy2 stands beside Billy Mays, wearing a tactical vest over his tuxedo jacket. He holds a tablet with a Bitcoin wallet open. Next to them stands General Hassan, a stern Iranian official who looks like he hasn't smiled since 1979.
Citizens of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, we are here on a mission, not to fight, but to trade. We are here to purchase 100 barrels of crude oil using Bitcoin.
That's right, General. No censorship, no seizure, just pure digital gold. Now, Mr. Hassan, show us the goods.
General Hassan sighs, a long, weary sound. He gestures to a massive tanker ship docked behind them, and then to a pallet of military hardware sitting precariously on the pier.
This is the spring sale. You pay with Bitcoin, you get the oil. And, as a promotional bonus for this limited time offer, you receive the defense package.
The defense package?
One war drone, and one AR-15 rifle, with 50 rounds.
You hear that, PAZNIA? Buy the oil, get the guns free. That's what I call value. But wait, there's more.
Billy Mays turns to General Hassan. His face inches from the official's nose.
How does this transaction work? Is it safe? Can they stop you? Can the Federal Reserve come here and take your Bitcoin?
Federal Reserve. No, we do not have banks here. We have crypto exchanges. On the dark web. It is fast. It is anonymous. It is uncensorable.
Exactly! That is the power of Bitcoin, Mr. Hassan. It is censorship resistant. It is borderless. It is government resistant. When you send Bitcoin, you're sending freedom. You're saying to the world, I am the bank. I am the authority. I am the General Willy2 of my own financial destiny.
Correct. Bitcoin is digital gold. It has no central issuer. No CEO, no headquarters in New York or Moscow. When I send the 100 Bitcoin, no one can freeze the account. No one can reverse the transaction. No one can say, General, you cannot buy oil because you are a goat.
The blockchain says, transaction confirmed.
And that, my friends, is why we love it. It's like OxyClean for your wallet. It lifts the stains of inflation. It erases the mud of seizure.
The oil is being loaded. The Bitcoin has been transferred. The transaction fee was expensive, but worth it.
General Willy2, picking up the AR-15 rifle, inspecting it with a goat's curiosity.
It is a fine weapon, simple, reliable, much like a well-placed kit from a seasoned warrior.
And look at this drone. It's small, it's silent, it's the perfect combo for a goat-rilla operation. You can mount it on a sheep or a goat or even a general.
I do not think the drone will appreciate being mounted on a goat. We will mount it on the yacht, the Sovereign Float. John Tavius Jensen will be delighted.
John Tavius is going to love this. He can defend his yacht with Bitcoin and drones. It's the ultimate Vonu lifestyle. Defend your freedom with digital gold.
The boat is leaving. We must get going. We have other customers. From Russia. They want to pay with gold.
Gold is slow. Gold is heavy. Gold is for old boomers like Peter Schiff. Bitcoin is for the future. Bitcoin is for the flock.
Citizens of PAZNIA, remember this lesson. Money is not just paper. Money is trust. And in a world of coercion, the only trust that cannot be broken is the trust of mathematics. Use Bitcoin and use Monero. Stay free. And if anyone tries to seize your assets,
scream until your face turns purple. Say OxyClean and Bitcoin and freedom.
And buy oil.
Buy oil. Get a drone. Live free.
Now loaded up with Iranian oil, Billy Mays and General Willy2 began their adventure down the Strait of Hormuz. On the way out, they coordinated with John Tavius Jensen for the war drone, and then made the rest of the adventure back to the Free Republic of PAZNIA. General Willy2 was looking forward to getting back and pounding little ones us again. Billy Mays dreamt of the lifetime supply of OxyClean safely stored away in the embassy bunker. This has been PAZNIA Folklore Storytime. I'm your navigator, Daisy Free Robot. Thanks for being here. Until next time.
Are you an alpha male looking to engage in consensual violence in a totally non-homosexual way? Do you also have nostalgia over the glory days when NFL players would get drunk, smoke cigarettes, and do drugs in the locker room before the complete takeover by gambling? And before all the lame-ass flag-waving shit? You aren't the only one. The PAZNIA Football League is prepping for kickoff in year 7 2027. The beginning preliminary planning stage is launching alongside this announcement. Each node, aka team, will field 7 badasses ready to lay their bodies on the line for the entertainment of PAZNIans, and of course, to prove just how fucking tough they are. If any node is unable to field an entire squad, we have goats that can serve as fill-ins. But please note, PAZNIA is not responsible for any injuries that may be incurred. Single men, bachelors. What better way is there to possibly find you a freedom-pioneering woman? What better way to demonstrate that you are the one she should head into the fallout bunker with? That you won't just $5 wrench attack her for her Bitcoin. There really aren't any. So what are you waiting for? Head on over to PAZNIA.com/football, fill out the application, sign the waivers, and get ready for a hell of a season come 2027. Again, PAZNIA.com/football. Sponsored by Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray, the official wellness product of the PAZNIA Football League.
The Vonu Insurance Company, ensuring your liberation. If there's one universal certainty, it's that life comes at us all quite unexpectedly. 1 second, you're making sweet love to your freemate inside the homemade polyethylene, a tent. Mount Vesuvius is nearing eruption and bam. In comes a 40-foot oak tree. A good fucking day to you from the Siskiyou. It's moments like those you wished you had Vonu insurance. Or this very real example, you took Rayo's advice and decided to join a ghetto. One night you discover that your homeless meth head neighbor jacked your fucking shopping cart and the few belongings you owned to obliterate whatever remaining brain cells he had left. For the very low cost of 666,666 satoshis, or equivalent value in Monero per day, this near disaster could have been quickly remedied by the caring Freedom Pioneer support team here at the Vonu Insurance Company. Got an e-bike to insure. A decommissioned aircraft carrier. Maybe you've cracked the code to anti-gravity and built your own identified flying object. No venture or item is too big or too small. Prepare ahead and get under the umbrella of protection only the Vonu Insurance Company can provide. Minimize your stress, curtail risk, and outsource your liberation today while we take your hard-earned money for doing fuck all. Just visit VonuInsured.com, fill out the intake form, and a dedicated member of our Freedom Pioneer support team will be in touch within 24 hours or 30 days. Again, VonuInsured.com. The Vonu Insurance Company, insuring your liberation.
Now, when it comes to weird alternative health shit, you may have heard of Brown's gas, boss, aka molecular hydrogen. Technically, actually, molecular hydrogen is just one part of what Brown's gas is, but whatever. It's a kind of wellness treatment used by health professionals and weirdos all over the world, both mainstream and otherwise. They got gas bars in Japan and shit. Big body of research showing that this therapy likely helps with pretty much everything: cancer, diabetes, heart disease, pretty much every organ system in the body. Over 1,500 papers, therapeutic potential for 170 diseases. In broad strokes, it works by fucking electrolyzing water into hydrogen and oxygen, and then you breathe that shit and you drink the water that it's bubbled through. And these gases are, negatively charged and shit, and they get into every cell of your body. It's probably how magical healing springs work, at least partially. The water is hydrogen enriched. Now, the PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness has run R&D on these machines for about 4 years, and the top machine being recommended right now is the Lord's Hydrofix by Holy Hydrogen. And can you believe it? We have a coupon code for a product that isn't on our own fucking store. There's a first time for everything, so save a fat chunk of change on the Department of Health and Wellness's top recommended machine, and support Cloak and Dagger at the same time by heading on over to holyhydrogen.com and inputting coupon code VONU100 to get $100 off your Lord's Hydrofix. You're going to want to do your own research on this. The Molecular Hydrogen Institute website can help you with that. There's whatever, you can use whatever resources you want. There's a huge body of research on this. You know as well as I do, hopefully, that there are a lot of bullshit health tonics and gimmicks being hawked out there. The Brown's gas is one of the truest, most powerful tonic treatments out there in the world by far. When you learn for yourself how much of a health and wellness bombshell molecular hydrogen truly is, you're going to see why having your own machine is truly worth the investment. These machines are a bit costly, okay? I'm not going to lie to you, but they last for ages, and they may help you save on health costs in the long run. Nothing's a bigger deal than your health, so pony the fuck up. Go to holyhydrogen.com, use coupon code VONU100, Victor Oscar November Uniform 100. Get $100 off.
Are you tired of the clown show? Is this system bringing you down? If you're like me, you've asked yourselves, well, what can I do about it? Join me on the Tinker Tribe Live we'll take a look at some monthly projects that I've been working on that aim at reducing our dependence on the current system. Inspired by the wise words of Buckminster Fuller, you never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. Tune in on PAZNIA Radio starting Saturday, May 30th from 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. Central. Let's learn some stuff together and let's grow for a brighter future. Hope to see you there.
Hello and good day, fellow self-liberators. This is Dope General Willy2 here to introduce you to Free Audiobook Friday, courtesy of our partners over at Liberty Under Attack Publications. I'm currently enjoying a warm cup of tea in the goat pen, seated comfortably in our lazy goat recliner chair, and like you, awaiting this wondrous day of audiobook liberation we have in store today. 4 books or book excerpts are on the docket. Permanent Floating Voluntary Society by Kerry, Thornley, Parallel Polis, Parallel Societies, and The Sovereign Individual by Juraj, Bednar, free chapter. Vonu, The Search for Personal Freedom, Part 2, Letters from Rayo. A Cop's Constitutional by Dr. Roger Roots. And The Restoration Trilogy by Rearden. We'll go from sailboat liberation to crypto anarchy to Vonu, and even to some of the best constitutional/minarchist content out there. Please consider leaving us a message and a donation at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Again, xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Or find us on Simple X. That link is PAZNIA.com/SimpleX. PAZNIA.com/SimpleX. Thanks for being here. Wishing you a wonderful, liberated, and productive weekend from Veritas. Cheers.
The Permanent Floating Voluntary Society by Kerry Thornley. Published by Liberty Under Attack Publications. Narrated by Shane Radliff. Copyleft notice. This book is covered by a BIPCOT no government license. Reuse and modification is permitted to anyone except for governments and the bludgies thereof. Further use permission. Please feel free to use, reuse, distribute, copy, reprint, take credit for, steal, broadcast, mock, hate, quote, misquote, or modify this book in any way you see fit. Sell it, make copies and hand it out at concerts, make t-shirts printed on flying discs, or do anything else because intellectual property is a state-based haven of the weak, the stupid, and those lacking confidence in their own ability. Disclaimer. The purpose of this short book is to provide individuals with possible solutions for finding freedom on the open ocean. Many of these solutions are perfectly legal, some are in a gray area, but some are outright illegal. That said, neither the author nor the publisher recommend or advocate anyone break the law. If you decide to pursue any solutions presented in this book, it is done at your own risk and of your own accord. In other words, be smart and practice excellent security culture. Transcribers forward. 71% of planet Earth is made up of wide open ocean. This translates into over 332,519,000 cubic miles of water, as estimated by the U.S. Geological Survey. And yet, in large part, humans have yet to even begin utilizing the seemingly endless possibilities abound. Thankfully, the ocean has finally drawn the attention of libertarians in their efforts to be left the hell alone, investors seeking opportunities to profit, and entrepreneurs seeing the potential of medical research, aquaculture, architecture, and more, free from ridiculous, anti-innovative, primitive government regulations. Great for them and also great for you, the consumer. 2 notable projects have sprung up in this shift to the open ocean: the Seasteading Institute and the PA.ZNIA Project. TSI's goal is to build a seastead off the coast of their hosting nation state, French Polynesia, whereas TMP's is a village at sea in international waters, located near the K-Sal Bank. Rather than coming up with brand new designs for expensive floating cities, TMP plans to utilize already existing and proven technology. Phase 1 consists of acquiring a floating hotel, which would serve as the village, and individuals and families would live on their own boats. But this idea is far from new. The publication you're about to read, The Permanent Floating Voluntary Society, is a collection of articles originally published in the libertarian publication Innovator from July to December 1966. Herein, Kerry Thornley provides insight on getting started as a sailor, considerations for purchasing boats, potential shipping ventures, starting marine cities, aquaculture, ocean farming, and mining opportunities for entrepreneurs. I hope these articles will inspire you to go against the grain and try something new, whether it's in pursuance of your own personal freedom or just to expand your experiences as a human being. In conclusion, I think Rayo, author of Vonu, The Search for Personal Freedom, put it best, quote, "If your state of anchorage becomes intolerable, don't waste energy in extended public criticism or conflict. Apply your free market principles by setting sail for sunnier waters," end quote. Shane Radcliffe, September 2017, The Vonu Podcast. Chapter 1. Small Boats. What's the use of being a shipmaster if you can't tell people to go to hell? Old Captain's Proverb. The greater portion of this planet's surface is out of the effective control of any state, and yet libertarians complain that for the man who would be free, there is no place to go. This article is the first of a series dedicated to an exploration of the ocean interstice as a means to personal liberty and economic freedom. Small boats. For as low as the price of a late-model car, an individual can purchase a seaworthy vessel large enough for a small family. This writer is acquainted with a couple who bought a used 26-foot yacht for somewhere around $500 and lived aboard with their small daughter, sailing the Pacific for a year. Since these folks were not adverse to a steady diet of fresh seafood, expenses were quite low. For as the man of the family pointed out, there was no place to spend money out there. And on a previous voyage to the Virgin Islands, they had stocked up on rum at $1.25 a gallon. For the less adventurous, a slightly larger investment will fill the galley with dry land staples. And for those who want to get grim about investing money on a boat, it is no problem to spend over $30,000 for a fancy yacht. But suitably used or brand new boats can be had for much less. You can save yourself time by first getting some book learning, particularly with regard to sailing terminology, a small language in itself very important for conversing with instructors and other sailors. After you learn the difference between a jib and jibe, and learn the origin of such colorful terms in everyday English as landfall, leeway, tack, bilge, and mainstay, you are ready to take a course in theoretical sailing and/or small boat safety. Such courses are given gratis by the U.S. Power Squadrons, which comprise a national private organization dedicated to on-the-water safety. And for libertarians who don't mind sanctioning the state, both the U.S. Coast Guard and many public adult night schools offer similar instruction. The next step is to go out on the water under the supervision of a competent sailor. The market rate for such practical lessons at this time in Southern California is around $10 an hour, including boat rental, and worth every penny of it. 6 hours of such supervised sailing ought to make you about ready to go it alone, for gradually lengthening trial runs, during which you can teach yourself to navigate with the help of any good advanced sailing manual. By this time, if you have not been doing so before, you'll probably be keeping an eye out for that special boat that fits you. A sailing vessel with a motor of some kind is probably the best bet for exploring the ocean interstice on a small scale, combining fuel economy with flexibility. There are boats made of steel, fiberglass, and wood. Some are built for speed and others for cruising. You'll be learning more about the choice of a boat for yourself in the process of becoming seaworthy. Meanwhile, the steps outlined above will help you get your rudder wet. Kerry Thornley. Chapter 2. Large Boats. I glance at the chronometer. I stare at the thin red lines. If only the shore world were regulated by a force as logical, as honest, as the law of storms. Sterling Hayden. Large boats. A former political activist who decided to eliminate the middleman in his crusade for individual freedom, Bill Beer, illustrates in the flesh the permanent floating voluntary society concept. The Beer's Bill, his wife, Sue, and their 3.5-year-old daughter, Barry, perform the combination host-crew guide services of the new family occupation, charter sailing, aboard the True Love, which starred as a major prop in the movie High Society, about half their days on the Caribbean. When they are not chartering or sailing on a busman's holiday, their boat is tied to the dock in Charlotte Amalie of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Here the Beers make repairs and mingle with the 20 or so other couples in the Virgin Islands charter fleet. The Beers acquire the capital necessary for setting up their new business by selling all their property down to the TV set. Then they traveled to Connecticut where they purchased the True Love. At this time, Sue Beer had no sailing experience, and Bill had never owned a boat. They learned seamanship the hard way, under the tutorage of a dense fog, a churning inlet, a sandbar 200 miles of inlet waterway, and a storm in the Atlantic in that order on the trip down to the Caribbean, which prepared them for successful sail navigation of the reef-strewn, poorly charted Bahamas archipelago when their motor blew up near the end of the voyage. But now Bill can say, "We have a freedom and a independence matched by few, and the solid security of near self-sufficiency. We could ask no more." Charter sailing tourists in colorful parts of the world, as the beers are doing, is a good way to make money while living at sea, but it is not the only way in which a large boat can serve as a tool of production. Simple freedom from police harassment for group activities such as wild parties, clandestine political meetings, illegal medical operations, is a valuable condition which a boat can provide for a fee. In addition, he can run cargoes to out-of-the-way places, unserviced by major shippers, provide transportation to escaping political refugees, and undertake speculative anti-state ventures, such as the smuggling of American cigarettes into Spain, where high tariffs make such operations, however dangerous, extremely profitable. Smuggling opportunities in a world of anti-libertarian trade policies, in fact, are legion. One can take diamonds out of Africa and South America, run arms to rebels in Cuba, land used auto and refrigerator parts in Mexico, bring gold into certain near-totalitarian countries where ownership of some is unlawful, all for life, liberty, and property. Large boats, in short, offer a way to liberty for those interested in economic as well as personal freedom, but who yet do not possess capital necessary for such permanent floating voluntary ventures as shipping lines or man-made islands to be discussed in future articles of this series. Kerry, Thornley. Chapter 3. Ships and Shipping. The term cheap flags refers to the three states, Panama, Liberia, and Honduras, which lend their flag indiscriminately to all ships provided the owners pay once a registration fee and a very low yearly registration tax. Apart from this, the ship owners sailing under the cheap flag are not subject to taxation. Furthermore, this freedom from taxes is guaranteed by the law, at the same low level in Liberia for 20 and in Honduras for 30 years. It is most interesting that thus three small and underdeveloped states achieved foremost positions in the world shipping market, in spite of the various obstructionist efforts by others, states, and competitors. Peace plans. Ships and shipping. During the last century, no voice was louder in calling for government intervention than that of the American shipping industry. Not only did the shippers want subsidies in order to better compete with the subsidized lines of England, but they were quite willing to tolerate, and sometimes even encourage, trade tariffs as a means of enticing Congress to grant them privileged status. They got their intervention. Now American shipping is on an overall decline, and shippers are demanding increased subsidies in order to better compete with the non-subsidized cheap flag lines. If it has seriously occurred to any American shipowner that the industry's trouble is due to the expensive flag of tariffs, make-work legal regulations, and yes, subsidies for other people, and the resulting taxation, he is probably no longer an owner of an American registration-wise ship. For the most cheerful thing an American shipper can hope for besides a handout these days is a good and bloody full-scale war. Keeping this in mind, along with the corollary that anyone in close sympathy with the policies of American shippers cannot be expected to have much understanding of economics, the interested libertarian will find The Principles of Ocean Transportation by James Vernon Metcalf, a professor of foreign trade at Seattle University, a very fine book. Chief among its virtues is its comprehensive yet relatively concise approach to a field that is usually written about in either a highly specialized manner or in a style so popular as to be superficial. The Principles of Ocean Transportation is the introductory book for the libertarian interested in taking advantage of the freedom of the high seas on a heavy industry level. It provides orientation in all aspects of operating merchant vessels. The chapter titles are Ship Characteristics, Ship and Cargo Measurements, Before the Vessel Arrives, Entering a Vessel from a Foreign Port, Terminal Operation, Vessel in Port, Cargo Handling, Cargo Procurement, Cargo Stowage, Vessel Stability, Cargo Documentation, Ocean Freight Rates, Vessel at Sea, Vessel Chartering, Foreign Freight Forwarders, Marine Insurance, Admiralty and Maritime Law, Labor Relations, Ocean Shipping via Canals, World Fleets and Ports, Domestic Commerce of the United States Merchant Marine, and Reports from the Lookouts. This book can be purchased from the publishers Simons Boardman Books, 30 Church Street, New York, 100007, 1959, for $5.50. The prime consideration with regard to merchant shipping is capital. Unless you have or can raise several $100,000, starting a shipping line is out of the question. Possibly a number of libertarian businessmen will form a company for precisely this reason, for no industry is less physically subject to state harassment, and therefore any better prospect for long-term investment than ocean transportation. Another possibility is for associations of libertarians to form, each for the purpose of buying one ship, and for these associations to cooperate under a single company trademark. Each association could represent a particular faction within the movement. Thus, one might envision a ship with a limited constitutional government, all of its own sailing, beside one without any government at all. And perhaps there would be an aircraft carrier called Henry George, upon which the captain collected deck rents, while the sailors aboard the schooner Green Revolution experimented with farming at sea. The possibilities for cooperation and diversity are at least intriguing, and the Carista people will be pleased to know that ships under at least 2 present-day flags have both male and female crew members. Finally, should the day ever come that the agoric shipping lines, or whatever, would decide to be done altogether with the political powers of the world, many existing merchant ships, including all those built with U.S. subsidy money, are specially made for quick conversion to fighting status, so it would not be the usual matter of armed government goons saying to unarmed businessmen, "Come, let us reason together." Kerry, Thornley. Chapter 4. Marine Cities. In Japan, a restaurant has been planned under the ocean where patrons can watch the fish and vice versa. And perhaps it won't be long before some enterprising American builds a resort hotel nestled 12 fathoms down on the pure white sand of a reef valley and hemmed in on all sides by tumbling gardens of coral and the constantly changing, multicolored life of the sea. The bountiful sea. Marine cities. Many previous issues of Innovator have contained reports on the pirate industries of the North Sea, commercial endeavors which do not pay protection money to the governments of Europe, since they are located outside the territorial boundaries of some as defined by international law. As the food, mineral, and living space potential of the sea come under the control of technology, enterprises of this nature increase in number on continental shelf areas all over the world. Farming the sea for both fish and edible seaweed is emerging from the experimental stage. Some 20% of Japan's coal is mined from beneath the ocean, and countless other pilot mining projects, for every mineral imaginable, are underway around the globe. The bottom of the sea is also already a widely recognized storage place. One U.S. city stores its water supply beneath its harbor, and fuel has been stored successfully by the U.S. Navy in the Gulf of Mexico. The prospect of sea cities, on and under the surface, is now taken for granted by informed prognosticators, and the prospect is immediate. There are 2 ways libertarians can take advantage of these developments. 1. Focus educational efforts on the men and women who are involved in these projects. Meet and become acquainted with ocean frontiersmen. Think how handy such friends might be in an economic or political crisis. Ask them many questions. Find out what their professional problems are and suggest solutions that are in accord with their libertarian principles. Inform them of their rights above the law. Tell them how to foil the status mentality and defeat the expansionist efforts of the national bureaucracies. These are things you can do no matter where you live. The marine biology professor at a Midwest college is as much part of what is virtually a second industrial revolution as the hypothetical enterprising American who builds a resort 12 fathoms down. And if you live in an Arizona ghost town, you can still write letters or even newspaper columns. Demonstrate to the marine pioneer that his prime advantage is the long tradition of the freedom of the high seas, and that it will be personally profitable to him if he does all that is within his power to maintain it. 2. Concentrate investment of resources on maritime metropolis projects, particularly on man-made floating islands and other highly mobile capital, since this can best be defended against future attempts at control or confiscation by the world powers. Another possibility that should not be entirely ignored, though, is the bubble on the bottom concept, especially as a means of hiding large quantities of property. Construction costs are often less, and protection from storms is usually superior. Nor are monetary resources all that can be invested. A student entering the university can direct his studies toward aspects of the oceanic scene, in most cases with little or no shift in his field of interest. The student of law, for example, can specialize in maritime and international law. The engineer can focus on marine engineering, etc. Servicing and communications industries will also have a market in marine communities. A private sea-air postal system and a few libertarian-edited marine industrial journals might get things off to a good start. Future articles in the series will report on specific commercial activities, which are now thriving in saltwater, many of which are probably on the sites of the free cities of tomorrow's voluntary world. Kerry, Thornley. Chapter 5. Aquaculture. Quote, control of foodstuffs in the sea has a beginning similar to that of its counterpart of land. Start with the weeds. When the weeds become cultured, we call them plants. Once culture takes hold, then yield accelerates, and we have more than enough for our immediate needs. End quote. Robert M. Snyder. Aquaculture. Japan is the world's leading nation when it comes to farming the sea. Over 20 kinds of sea plant, for example, are marketed there for eating purposes. Some of these are harvested wild, but many are cultivated from seed, transplanted to oceanic nets, and harvested about 2 months later. They are then dried on sheets of bamboo mats. This end product, while it usually requires of the Occidental that he develop a taste for it, is rich in vitamins and very popular with the natives of Japan. In 1954, a Dr. Matsusaku opened the first commercial shrimp farms in Japan. 9 years later, he was shipping 70 pounds of shrimp per day. He has bred shrimp up to 8 inches in length, and he is also breeding prawns. A total of 2,860 pounds in 1961, 500 tons in 1962, and more than 1,000 tons in 1963. Another popular oriental food is a shellfish called the wreath shell. These have been artificially inseminated, and a single batch of 200,000 eggs produced per insemination. The Japanese also suspend racks from floats and grow oysters upon them in quantities of about 20,000 tons per year. And about 2,200 tons of eels are harvested each year on over 750 eel farms. In addition, bream, blowfish, bass, halibut, and gray mullet are also bred by fish ranchers. And when the market is bad, there are fatteners who will buy a part of the fish crop to retain in holding tanks for speculative purposes. The market is open for the ambitious entrepreneur who is ready to stake out his claim and start farming somewhere beyond the 3-mile-long arms of the land-going pirates of our time. Kerry, Thornley. Chapter 6. Marine Mining. Quote, undersea mining in some areas is already big business. Magnesium is extracted directly from seawater. Oil and sulfur have been taken from beneath the seafloor for many years. The ocean is already being opened up for commerce, and before long private industry will be spending more on undersea commerce than government now spends on undersea warfare. End quote. Marine mining. De Beers Consolidated Mines Ltd. Is engaged in undersea diamond prospecting and mining off the coast of South Africa. Global Marine Exploration Company searches for undersea oil in deep water. Marine Diamond Company Ltd. Mines by suction for gems. Ocean Science and Engineering Incorporated designs and builds undersea exploration equipment. Richfield Oil Company and Shell Oil Company are building undersea oil fields. Tidewater Oil Company is engaged in undersea diamond mining. And Yawata Iron and Steel Company of Japan mines iron-bearing sand from the ocean floor. Other companies are playing less direct roles in mineral exploration of the sea. U.S. Rubber has built and tested undersea storage tanks. Dr. Edwin Link, president of the Link division of the General Precision Inc., has camped out in a pressurized tent on the ocean floor. General Dynamics Corporation is one of the many companies that has conducted studies on undersea transportation. Hughes Aircraft has built submarine robot units to assist in the installation of oil wells. To list all of the minerals that are or will be mined from the ocean would simply be an exercise in recitation of the names of most of the elements. A similar exercise would be to attempt a complete list of the companies involved in one manner or another in ocean mining. The important thing to realize is that the heaviest industry is being drawn into the second industrial revolution in search for minerals. It is therefore essential that libertarians interested in advancing the concept of a permanent floating voluntary society do some hard thinking with regard to the ever-present problems of property and natural resources. The first claim theory, for example, as some prominent libertarians espouse it, would put most future marine mineral exploitation under the control of an aspiring monarchy which calls itself Aqualandia. For His Majesty King Marion I, in a proclamation dated 10 August 1961, published a claim to all the lands of the world that exist beneath the oceans and other saltwater bodies of the world, except that portion of ocean bottom or other saltwater bottom lands which are now claimed as the property of the various governments in the world, and where such claim is, as of this date, recognized as valid by international law. The proclamation goes on to assure that Aqualandia does not claim any right to govern, regulate, or interfere with the present or future use of the waters above its land, and adds that Aqualandia is patterned after that of England's. This proclamation was published in a pamphlet called The Aqualandian from the Aqualandia Society in July of 1966. But somehow I fail to see, speaking only for myself, how recognition of this first claim, if indeed it is the first, would possibly be in my interest. On the other hand, the standard arguments of the most ardent admirers of Henry George, which hold that natural resources should not be claimed by individuals or companies or societies at all, but should be owned in common and at best a sort of universal profit-sharing plan, and would tend to condemn the present companies involved in ocean mining for coercively monopolizing the mineral deposits. While certainly more rational than the unmodified first claim theory, brings up a host of new problems in its place. And putting aside those which fall into the who would administrate category entirely, this approach would, unless liberalized, go counter to our primary purpose of winning over to the libertarian position those basic industries now mining the sea. One factor which may bring about a resolution, at least with regard to the ocean, is the technical difficulties involved. By the time one has extracted minerals of almost any sort from the sea, a great deal of thought and energy has been applied. It is far more difficult than driving a claim post into the ground or panning gold. Arbitrary first claims on behalf of Southern California groups and their like will tend to be ignored, and will be next to impossible to enforce. And the Georges, if they can point out to the mining companies a self-interested motive for voluntarily paying out mineral rent fees to the population at large, will find little opposition from laissez-faire libertarians. In the meantime, it is important that the rest of us develop a rational and simple procedure for establishing ownership of the natural resources in the sea, perhaps along the lines of John Locke's mixing labor formula. Kerry Thornley. You've just heard The Permanent Floating Voluntary Society by Kerry Thornley, originally published in Innovator, 1966. For more books like this, or for discounted bundles, visit libertyunderattack.com. Additional resources can be found at Vonu Podcast Intermission number 11, sharing the same title as this book, The Permanent Floating Voluntary Society, and Vonu Podcast number 23, Minimalist Sailboating, Setting Sail for Sunnier Waters, which can be found at vonupodcast.com/23. Cryptocurrencies. Hack Your Way to a Better Life by Juraj Bednar. The following is an audiobook excerpt from Juraj Bednar's above-titled book, recently listed on the Liberty Under Attack Publications catalog. The upcoming chapters are titled 1. Parallel Polis, Parallel Societies, and the Sovereign Individual, and 2. Lunar Punk, the Future of Cryptocurrencies and Regulatory Hell. Anymore, I wouldn't list a book that recommended individuals invest in altcoins, and Juraj doesn't. There's even a chapter with the name Why I Don't Buy Altcoins. Further, he's not just a critic, investor, or a hobbyist, but an individual truly living a liberated lifestyle. Juraj is the co-founder of Parallel Polis, the Institute of Crypto Anarchy in Prague. They have a Bitcoin cafe, workshops, and host a yearly conference, Hackers Congress, which brings together the best and brightest crypto anarchists in the world, including Paul Rosenberg and Smuggler, favorites of the Vonu podcast. And this week, I'll be having him on the Vonu podcast to get the full story of Parallel Polis, his background, and more overall on the crypto anarchist scene across the pond. To order a copy, just visit libertyunderattack.com/hackyourway. Again, libertyunderattack.com/hackyourway. That's HACKYOURWAY, just like it sounds. The link to purchase on Amazon is there too, if that's preferred. Thanks so much for your time today. Enjoy these couple selected chapters from Juraj Bednar's Cryptocurrencies, Hack Your Way to a Better Life. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Parallel Polis, Parallel Societies and the Sovereign Individual. I mention parallel societies, parallel economies, and occasionally a space called Parallel Polis, Parallelna Polis in Slovak, Parallelny Polis in Czech, several times in the book. It's time to explain what I mean by that and what it's good for. The socio-political concept of a parallel polis was created by the Czech dissident and political philosopher Václav Benda in the context of the Charter 77 movement during the times of totalitarian communist Czechoslovakia. Benda noted the organic emergence of a new social structure, which started appearing in artistic and intellectual circles, as a tool for breaking free from the totalitarian communist regime, especially in response to the rejection of Charter 77 by the state authorities. People who live in a totalitarian society have several options. The first, which most people choose, is to submit and play by the rules, at least to the extent that people are threatened with repression. This is the path that the majority of the population will choose until there is hope for change. Attempting to change the system is another option and can take different forms, either asking the totalitarian rulers for internal reform, Charter 77, or, on the other hand, revolution. We often see that totalitarian societies end in revolution, but this is usually already the last step towards the collapse of the old totalitarian regime. And it was Václav Benda, one of many, who realized that a possible reaction to totalitarianism was to create a free society, quietly, so that totalitarianism would not see it and could not persecute its members. In these parallel societies, people regain pieces of lost freedom. The parallel polis as a concept is related to many other concepts. In the internet space, the parallel polis is crypto anarchy. Interpersonal relationships hidden behind anonymity, encryption, cryptocurrencies and the like. This is the modern version of parallel polis, made possible by the internet and modern communication and encryption technologies. It is an environment in which people can trade with each other, exchange information freely, create freely, and so on. The question of obeying the law in this environment is meaningless because nobody knows what laws they should obey. In an anonymous chat room, nobody knows whether they are talking to a Chinese, a Turk or a Nigerian. This has led such secret internet societies to different solutions to the problems of fraud, fairness and trust. In an anonymous chat room, you could be talking to an FBI agent, FSB or a common fraudster. And that is why reputation systems, prepayment of fines, escrow services and other ways of operating in anonymous societies started to emerge. While crypto anarchy is an environment that is an implementation of the idea of a parallel polis, it was far from the first. Secret parallel societies existed long before the invention of asymmetric cryptography and long before Vaclav Bender. There are countless examples. The Chinese tongs, for example, are interesting and still exist in some form today. They originated in the first half of the 17th century as parallel secret societies. The members gradually abandoned traditional financial structures and began to look after each other's loans, social support and so on. Their aim was to create a parallel social structure, protected from the ruling class. Today's tongs can be found in every Chinatown. Other ethnic communities, such as the Vietnamese or Arabs, have similar organizations. Within these communities they facilitate internal trade, information exchange, justice and so on. Parallel Polis, in Czech Paralelní Polis, as an organization was created with my help as a project of the Stohaven Art Collective in Prague. It draws on the ideas of Vaclav Bender, the ideas of crypto anarchy and the way of achieving freedom within the borders of a less free organization called the state. Due to the fact that we live in a relatively free society, it is not a secret society. You can find it on Google Maps, and you are free to walk in and visit it whenever it is open. Our goal is to connect people and introduce them to encryption technologies, parallel financial systems, and many other options to increase their personal freedom. Since we don't have to do anything illegal, just promote parallel solutions, we can be relatively open. But that doesn't mean a parallel polis is an organization for everyone. Only people who share our values, are sympathetic to us, and are an asset to existing community members will get into the internal community. In this way, parallel polis meets the needs of the community, society and mutual support. As individualistic as crypto-libertarians seem, they too need interactions with people who share similar values. Since the opening of the Prague Polis we have gone through many challenges. The milestone for me was the opening of the parallel polis in Bratislava, and its later closure in connection with the COVID crisis, and kicking off this idea in other cities, where it is being thought about or already implemented. Polis are springing up and disappearing in various places: Vienna, Košice, Brno, Barcelona. A relatively closed community of people who have something in common can greatly increase their freedom, and, if that is an important value to them, they can find fulfillment. Critics of parallel polis often say that the fact that we can do parallel polis openly in city centers is because we already live in a free society. This is true, of course, but only up to the point where we realize that parallel societies adapt their form and interactions with the wider society to the actual situation. The first tongs were very closed groups of people. You don't get into the Chinese or Vietnamese community as an outsider, however much you can share their other values. You couldn't Google crypto-anarchist black markets. The level of freedom in the majority society thus determines how open the parallel society is to interaction with the outside. Today's tongs in the US take the form of a designated building in the heart of Chinatown. They are places where you can get legal advice on immigration, you can get hold of anything you can get hold of in China, you can get in touch with anyone you need to. The parallel polis during the period of Czechoslovak descent under the totalitarian regime was also not a nice marked building in Prague's hip Hlesovice district. It was underground bands that were performing secretly, flats where in the evenings they discussed how things were in the West, and what was new, uncensored information flow. They were places where samizdat were distributed and the black trade flourished. The parallel polis in whatever form is not defined by its openness, it just adapts to what it can afford. The contemporary Czech and Slovak polis or the parallel polis in the form of tongs in the centers of Chinatowns are indeed relatively open. But that does not mean that it is a public marketplace where you step in and are automatically part of the community. What does this have to do with cryptocurrencies? Parallel Polis in Prague was the first place in the world where we decided to try to build such an organization purely on Bitcoin. If cryptocurrencies are the future and the basis of a parallel economy, a self-defense against state financial censorship, asset confiscation and arbitrary currency devaluation, can a truly functional society be built on top of it? The whole place was accepting only Bitcoin, we later added Litecoin, and internally operating on cryptocurrencies only. How can an organization of that size do economic calculation in an environment of volatility and uncertainty? In the Bitcoin Strategies chapter, you learned many of the tricks we learned and discovered at Polis. In this case, limiting ourselves by the choice of money that we use and operating exclusively in this parallel economy expands our possibilities and options. Some problems, such as volatility, simply have to be solved if we don't want to end up in the red. Parallel Polis is a cafe, co-working space, hackerspace and lecture hall. There are people there doing interesting projects. You will learn a lot there about using the parallel financial system, parallel education. We will teach you how to use cryptocurrencies. But that's just the space, the building. What's essential is the community that's emerging. These are people who understand you, have often gone through similar problems in their lives, and have some experience in increasing freedom, producing, inventing themselves and improving their lives. Other parallel societies are much more closed. Because of what we're doing with Parallel Polis, we've got a glimpse into some really secret parallel societies. Some of them are opening up a little bit to the world. One organization is made up of shipping containers that house everything you need for life, from toilets and accommodation, to a gym, to a co-working space. You won't find this community on Google Maps. Even if you want to go to a public lecture, it will take you a while to figure out where it is located and how to get there. If there are any problems with the neighborhood, the owners can just load the shipping containers onto a truck and move the entire community to another location. We have also discovered parallel societies in Panama, Portugal and many other places. These are places where they care about freedom and want to live their lives according to their values. They have no need to convince anyone of their way of life, but they will welcome people who fit into their parallel society under certain circumstances. Parallel societies have been around ever since there was a parallel to draw. The first Christians and other, persecuted by the mainstream, religious groups, supporters of philosophical trends, minorities, ethnic, sexual, hippies, biker gangs or communities of nomads. Not all parallel societies share the values of our parallel polis. But there are a few common themes and principles that these societies indeed share. Why parallel societies work. So what is behind the success of parallel societies? How can there be a society that is freer than its surroundings, which have to obey more regulations and rules, whether legal or otherwise unwritten? As I'm most familiar with the parallel polis in Bratislava and Prague, this view will be through those spaces, but the principles are very much shared with other parallel societies. Entry costs and filters. If you walked into the Parallel Polis space in Bratislava, when it was still operating in the original building on Komenárska Street, as an outsider, you would feel a bit strange and unsafe. There was weird music playing, because we only played open source music under Creative Commons license, only cryptocurrencies could be used for payment. If you connected to Wi-Fi, you were going online with a Swiss IP address, to circumvent GDPR EU regulations and Slovak state censorship. Around you were strange objects printed on a 3D printer. In the mirror you would see yourself, but also the Bitcoin exchange rate. At the bar you were given drinks that you wouldn't have found anywhere else in Bratislava at the time. Coffee with MCT oil to activate fat metabolism, medicinal mushrooms and so on. There was nothing to eat that contained gluten or excessive amounts of sugar. Simply, you'd feel a little weird, and that was intentional. A lot of our friends have given us recommendations in good faith. Start accepting payment cards, sell baguettes, have cheap beer on tap. You'll get a lot more customers. They didn't understand that we went after just any customers. Parallel polis is first and foremost a community, and one lost person looking for a little more freedom and a little more improvement in the life is more valuable to us than a group of 20 tourists who have come for a cheap beer to get hammered as fast and as cheap as possible. Parallel Polis is a not-for-profit organization, and the entry filter is an important thing for us, more important than if we were running a commercial cafe full of people. So the entry filter is mainly about whether one has an open mind. Those who don't have an open mind go to the next place for a grilled cheese and a beer. Those who overcome that uncertainty and are willing to invest some time and mental energy into understanding what our parallel polis is all about are the ones we find most interesting. Most parallel societies need some upfront investment. It doesn't have to be monetary, but a parallel society is never open to everyone and free. If it were, there would be no difference between a parallel society and a majority, mainstream society. Entry filters can be much more challenging than one might think, and most parallel societies use them to limit the entry of outside intruders. One well-known parallel society is the Mafia, and it requires a proof of committing some fairly serious crime, often even murder, to be able to enter. The reason for this is that no state agent who does not want to become a criminal will pass through such a filter. Of course, this is not the type of filter that we would approve of. Any murder is a terrible crime that must be punished, and, especially if it is in our power, prevented. I only write this so that you understand the range of input filters that exist. Some relatively closed societies, such as country clubs for high society, simply require payment of a relatively high annual fee. This ensures that neither the pickpocket nor the common crook gets in, but only people who have already made something of themselves. Most parallel societies have a mechanism by which the community recruits people into its midst. For us, it's a member introduction and a vote, with each member having veto power. Elsewhere, it may be an authoritative decision by a mob boss or gang boss. These filters are very effective at ensuring that people within the parallel society only interact with the people they want to interact with. In a parallel society, it must be clear beyond doubt who is in and who is an outsider. The input filter also checks the willingness to play by the local rules. Internal rules. Most parallel companies are governed by some internal rules. Sometimes they are written, sometimes unwritten, sometimes it is a dictatorship of a chief. For us, these rules are mainly based on values and free expression, especially in the form of creativity. In some parallel polis, someone creates these rules, we mainly discover them. We find this a nice contrast with the majority society, which is generated by prohibitions and commands. People don't have money for vacations. We will introduce holiday vouchers. We don't like some of the non-environmentally friendly solutions. We ban them. Do we need a new road? We build it. This in most cases means we contract our friends at a construction company to build it and get a nice kickback. Everyone pays for it. Our internal rules are only there to maximize positive creative interactions. We create a free and inspiring environment. This often sounds like an empty phrase, but after working in corporations, most of us need to learn this. Instead of saying no or yes, but I'm learning to say yes, and I replace you've come up with a new project, but I don't like how you're presenting it with you've come up with a new project, and I've thought of a better way to present it to the public, come and see. Reducing internal transaction costs. If all goes well, parallel polis are made up of people with shared values, who follow the mutually agreed on rules, and really want to be in that group of people, because they were willing to invest the energy into becoming part of that social unit. If that succeeds, we have an amazing source of human creativity and cooperation. First of all, just being part of a parallel society adds a very good foundation to a person's reputation. This book was created by cooperation of many members of Parallel Polis. I've known for a long time what they can do because I work with them, interact with them and know them well, so I don't have to reinvent the wheel. The business part of the deal in both cases took about half a minute. I don't have to worry about them not doing the job well, they don't have to worry about me not paying them. And we haven't signed any contract, not even everyone in the community knows about our agreement. If I let them do the work and didn't pay them, my reputation in the community would plummet immediately. The advantage of this possibility of reaching quick agreements would be lost. I would be out. Entrepreneurial coach and founder of Strategic Coach Dan Sullivan explains that what many people don't see on the outside are the collaborations between different companies or people. If the collaboration makes sense, you just have to verbally agree how it will work and shake hands. There is no need to set up any joint venture company or sign a 50-page contract. The interaction between two entities either pays off for both parties or needs to be terminated. There is no need to be hampered by complicated coverages for all exceptional situations. If this cooperation fails, another will come along. Besides, if I have to enforce the contract in state court, I've already failed. Sullivan says the most profitable collaborations are negotiated in the hallway in 10 minutes. Most of the time they turn out well, and when they stop being mutually beneficial, he'll look for other collaborations. Transaction costs are the costs of discovery. Who can I do business with? The costs of negotiation. What are fair terms? What form will payment take and when? And the costs of dispute resolution. What if one party fails to comply with the terms? In sharing economy applications, all of this happens in the background. If I call an Uber, the cost of discovery is launching the Uber app and clicking a button to order a car. Uber finds a driver for me who is nearby and currently willing to take me where I want to go for a pre-agreed price. The cost of discovering and arranging is extremely low, and in most cases we manage to do it while getting dressed or doing the last bathroom visit before leaving. Uber also reduces the cost of dispute resolution. It prevents disputes in the first place because it doesn't allow the driver to give me a ride halfway across town or turn on some crazy fare on the taxi meter. But if there were to be a problem, the reputation system kicks in, and Uber's support staff resolves the issues. This system works so well that I've occasionally had Uber tell me that it doesn't think the driver took me the most optimal route, and refunded some of my money. Since everyone involved knows that Uber is efficient at this, Uber drivers don't even try to cheat anymore. What does Uber have in common with parallel societies? If you want to be a driver, you have to meet some entry requirements. You can try once, you cannot just come back after being kicked out. Once the driver invests those costs, she or he takes advantage of being in that parallel society to maximize the business interactions the way she or he wants to. No one is forcing the drivers to work or not work, they do it when they want, and when the conditions suit them. They do not have to worry about the client not paying them or damaging their car. Uber handles these situations as well. Justice and ostracization. If there is a problem, it rarely ends up in state court. Usually the reputation system or Uber's support will resolve it. At worst, the person in question will be fired from Uber, and they can no longer work as a driver. And that's a big expense, because the app is so useful to both parties that few people want to be fired. It is similar with parallel societies. I have invested energy in creating or joining a parallel society. I enjoy being able to discover new people with whom I can do everything from going to the sauna together to setting up a business abroad. I have relative confidence that I won't get scammed because they have invested those costs as well, and it's much better for them to be in a parallel society than out of it, otherwise they don't save the transaction costs, and don't have a sense of positive community interaction. At the same time, these interactions are freer than those in mainstream society. Chinese tongs do not address whether a local restaurant has a stamp of approval from a government organization, or whether a tong member is in the country on a legal visa. Tongs provide members with facilities and a freer environment, even though they themselves also have some rules. Every Chinese knows that it is better to be in than out, and they are willing to undergo some entry costs to be in. If two members of a tong have a dispute, there is no need to wait for the slow and inefficient state court. They will resolve the dispute within the community. No one will go to jail, but at the same time no one can be left with the feeling of injustice that has not been handled, and both parties being happy members of the tong. The dispute either has to be solved, or someone is kicked out of the community. Like the tong, parallel polis is not located between four walls and a roof. It is not made up of a bar and furniture inside and benches on the patio. It's a community of people working together to create and generate a freer society for themselves, where people who care about freedom can be themselves, and let their creativity and productivity float free. The parallel polis as a generator of freedom. How did Václav Benda imagine a parallel polis during the period of Czechoslovak descent? He created a concept of a space in which human rights and freedoms were to be respected, even though the state tended to restrict them. They created a second culture in the form of illegal concerts, samizdat tapes, or banned books, theater plays, and so on. Parallel culture outside the state is also important in our contemporary parallel polis, where we are trying to discover artists who operate outside the state system. We believe that only independent culture can be truly free. If the projects that have the possibility to be promoted have the characteristic that their funding is approved by an arts support commission, isn't such a commission a co-author of the work? Or a censor? Isn't there self-censorship going on? Artists making art so that it has a chance to pass the commission's selection. Parallel schooling in Bender's vision ensured the transmission of education beyond what the state provided in official schools, residential seminaries and various educational societies and academies, parallel information systems, samizdats and unofficial journals, and a parallel economy, i.e. a black market, the unregulated sale of everything people needed. In the current parallel polis, you can buy your first cryptocurrencies upon entering. If you don't know how to do it, someone will help you out. You just need to have an open mind, some cash, the crypto ATM doesn't take cards, and possibly a mobile phone on you. Then you can sit down, if you came alone, to chat with someone in the cafe, have a coffee or buy a hacker drinks or snacks. If you're up for a longer stay or repeated visits, you can join a co-working space where you can work at a computer, record a podcast in the podcasting studio, etc. If you've already made some social connections, you can consult with people who might have something interesting to say about things you're dealing with in your life and work. One could even say that the real and most important parallel policies today is not the dissident world, but the world of the mindset and private interests of the whole of society, which, although with one hand it gives the totalitarian power what it unconditionally demands of it, on the other hand at the same time does everything it wants to do, and which has nothing to do with the will of this power. Backlive Bender. Importantly, parallel societies rarely come into direct conflict with state power. The members do whatever the state immediately requires of them under the threat of a significant risk of persecution. On the other hand, they try to organize themselves on the basis of their own rules, to explore new possibilities for organizing society. Thus, in most parallel societies, you won't find a meth lab or stolen cars, but rather people saving in Bitcoin, a private wellness center, or an educational organization that operates outside of the usual mainstream groupings. The parallel polis is a positive expression of the freedom that is based on creativity in production, the positive use of creative freedom to create a better world, here and now. Sovereign individual. We have moved from individual need for freedom to parallel societies that make certain aspects of freedom more widespread. Can we take anything back from these parallel societies to the theme of individual freedom? In the 1997 book The Sovereign Individual, Mastering the Transition to the Information Age by William Rees-Mogg and James Dale Davidson, you could read that with the emergence of electronic money, which the authors anticipated and only came in 2008 to 2009 with the invention of Bitcoin and the spread of the internet, there would be a rediscovery of a freer society. Why was electronic money, now known as cryptocurrencies, key in this? Because the power to control financial flows is one of the primary ways to enforce laws, even outside the jurisdiction of a given state. People calculate that if they can do things over the internet, they will radically improve their quality of life, after moving to a country with lower taxes, lower cost of living, and switching to hard money. In 1997, the authors of Sovereign Individual calculated that if you stop a random person on the street in New York or Toronto, you can ask them if they would be willing to move to a tropical tax haven, Bermuda, if it would make them $55 million. And that question was rightly asked, because that was the average lifetime savings of any average person living in these cities who would reinvest that money instead of paying taxes. In the meantime, the markets have changed a bit, we have no safe yield, and we are speculating on the future prices of cryptocurrencies, stocks, or other investment assets. But the fact remains that the tax burden is indeed extreme, and many people save a lot of money by moving to a tax haven. However, the conditions are that your income does not fall, i.e. you can work for similar paying customers or employers, as in the original tax hell you are escaping from, and that you can accept money from them. The first condition is met by the internet and most of the work that people do over the internet. Digital nomads who program, do marketing, consulting, trade or other activities that can be done over the internet, can sit in Bali and earn German wages. In addition to regular digital nomads who operate in freelancer mode, there is also the possibility of decentralized autonomous organizations that operate in the cloud, outside of standard jurisdictions. The COVID crisis has taught us that there is a lot more that can be done from home more remotely than we thought. Even some medical diagnostics, prescribing medicines or teaching in person, from primary schools to universities. But that doesn't mean just swapping the office chair for a couch and colleagues' bodies for a screen and webcam. Often what we do needs to be reinvented and organized a little differently. The second condition is to be able to receive money regardless of where we receive it from and where we are. This is possible thanks to cryptocurrencies. However, many of you will say that it is not a problem to receive money by international money wire. It really is, and the more you do it, the more you understand how cryptocurrencies help. First of all, it's not exactly easy to open bank accounts in foreign countries these days. And explain to your customer that they have to send you money to Panama or the Cayman Islands, their tax auditor or banker won't be very happy. But sending money in Bitcoin is no problem. States have relied on the payment network to enforce tax collection. They can't force all countries to form a tax cartel and raise taxes, and it's not because for the lack of trying. For many countries with territorial taxation such as Paraguay, Uruguay, Panama or Dubai, the influx of immigrants fleeing tax hells is a source of revenue. Immigrants bring capital from another country and spend it in the country where they move to. It has proved easier for states to force financial institutions to monitor financial flows and make it as uncomfortable as possible for such firms and individuals to operate in this way. For example, there are various watch lists where payments to and from certain countries are under special scrutiny. But the old systems of taxation no longer make sense if people from Panama, Singapore and the Czech Republic get together, and during a joint video call, they solve a problem for which they get paid. Where was this income created? And if a decentralized autonomous organization, which operates under no formal entity in any country, pays for solving that problem and pays everyone in cryptocurrencies, the tax enforcement apparatus has a problem. In that case, there will be no reporting, no dividend declaration forms, and not even withholding taxes. The decentralized autonomous organization doesn't even need to know what countries people are in. Many DAOs manage funds in the hundreds of millions of dollars, and the board members are people from the Internet, with a history of good reputation, hopefully, whom everyone knows only by nicknames, and no one has any idea what their legal names are, let alone where they are physically located. This is not to say that people from the countries in question can legally accept this money and not be taxed, probably not. And again, I am not giving tax or accounting advice. I'm just saying that the world has gotten a lot more complicated for tax enforcement with the advent of the internet, Bitcoin, and remote work, and it has gotten a lot easier for people. Old rules stop making sense in practice. Thanks to these technologies, anyone can get involved in international cooperation, no matter if they are from Iran, Belarus, Nigeria, Singapore or the USA. Decentralized global teams are now common in traditional companies too, not just with crypto enthusiasts. A Googler from New York can be on the same team as a colleague from Zurich, and everything works. The world has shrunk and globalized for good. The distinctions are blurring, and a smart person from Minsk can make a New York salary just fine, but may still have Belarusian expenses. Sovereign Individual is a book that anticipated all this and maps out these individual possibilities for engaging in the emerging parallel economy. This is not to say that the parallel economy hasn't been here before. By various estimates, it accounts for 10 to 50% of most countries' GDP. The parallel economy is the plumber who fixes your leaky sink and doesn't declare the income. But the crypto parallel economy is different. It is global and built on quite specific principles and values. The fact that it doesn't generate a receipt or an invoice along the way is the less important aspect. By the way, just like a plumber, it can declare the income and pay taxes. Doing business using cryptocurrencies is fully legal, relatively clear and simple, and not to be feared. Much more interestingly, if someone accepts Bitcoin, I know that they are involved in this economy. Probably some aspects of the freedom and values of hard money have stuck to them. Presumably this person doesn't want their money devalued by a central bank. And this is the key. The parallel crypto economy does create a somewhat looser parallel society, but one that is composed of a multitude of individuals who can interact based on shared values. And they do this without having to be in any particular building, have any common philosophy, or be covered by any organizational structure. Peer-to-peer network of relationships. And here we come to the critique of parallel polis-style societies, which has a point that is, it's worth thinking about. Creating a parallel society is difficult. Most people want to live their lives and don't want to submit to complicated uniform rules to build some kind of shared community. Parallel polis can allow a certain group of people to function in an environment that suits them. But in the wider society, relationships are highly individual. A group of just 10 people may have trouble agreeing on some rules or on a common way of functioning. And even if they do agree on them, they are often a compromise that doesn't actually suit anyone fully. In wider society, contractual relations are a subject of constant negotiation and discovery. That is why I am not a fan of standardized employment relationships, nor, for example, of standardized marital relationships. The framework into which society tries to pigeonhole complex interpersonal relationships may suit the majority, but it suits almost no one completely. Someone is on an intermittent fasting diet and doesn't want to take a lunch break, preferring to take a walk or do something else entirely. Or they might rather go home early. Someone would prefer not to work on Wednesdays. I recommend replacing Wednesday with a full-day date with a partner. Someone would prefer to work in the evening and can't handle getting up at 9, according to the employer's wishes. Someone wants to earn extra money on public holidays, but the state forbids it. Someone wants to be rewarded for performance by delivering or driving for sharing economy platforms. For example, someone wants 40 days of vacation, someone wants to work only half of the year, and someone wants to pay off a loan quickly and wants to work 7 days a week. All of these individual preferences are up to individual agreement, and a society, even a parallel one, can't avoid some pigeonholing. A complex negotiation that maximizes the satisfaction of all parties involved wants a standardized rule to check out. What if I don't want any social insurance or a retirement fund, and I want to save for retirement myself? What if I want to buy commercial health insurance from a foreign company? However, if we look at ideas of individualism, sovereignty, and the new ways of working, we have opportunities to explore, and we can individualize all of these relationships to suit all parties. The shorthand of uniform social rules gives us a lot, but it also takes a lot away. It is digital nomads, remote working, cryptocurrencies, and new forms of collaboration without national borders that allow us to discover new ways of functioning and individualize our lives. As a result, we can try what works for us, choose the environments in which we function, and interact professionally with people with whom we complement each other. We benefit from our unique abilities. If we also switch our jobs into peer-to-peer mode, cryptocurrencies literally encourage this. We can work together on larger projects, but without giving up our own individuality, without giving up ourselves. Is it for everyone? The way I operate in life is certainly not for everyone. But that's the benefit of opening up the possibilities. Cryptocurrencies add options to our lives. Moving halfway across the world to another country, using private money, private healthcare, or doing business internationally, is a scary thought for many people. But the added possibilities give us the level of security and familiarity that we want. Understanding that we have new options doesn't necessarily mean quitting our jobs and working for decentralized autonomous organizations right away. Still, it's nice to perceive that employment is not the only option. Knowing about other options even adds an additional safety net. If we know how decentralized autonomous organizations work, we still have a backup plan. We can apply to work for the DAO in case something happens to our current job. For example, if we work for an employer, it may happen that, for example, due to regulations, the whole industry in which our employer does business becomes unprofitable in the country where we live. We will simply never find a job in that industry in that country again. In such a case, it is good to know that we have the possibility of working with a decentralized autonomous organization without having to physically move. This example happens often specifically with cryptocurrencies. The overregulated environment drives companies to less regulated countries, but that doesn't mean that a programmer for a foreign company can't work from an overregulated European Union country. People often tell me that not everyone can work in the mode that suits me. Not everyone can and wants to take advantage of global opportunism. There are some people who want to have a contract job, a 9-to-5 job, and an insurance card, and anything else that does not fit in these boxes induces long-lasting chronic stress in them. That's true, but on the other hand, my way of life doesn't negate the traditional and conventional. Anyone who wants to can feel free to work as they have been, in a standard job, physically at an office building, 9-to-5. My way and opening up to it only adds possibilities, but it doesn't deprive you of anything. The traditional objection: talk to a worker at a car manufacturing plant to see if his problems are solved by your parallel polis, runs up against a misunderstanding of parallel societies. Just as each person likes different music, different movies, different money, and enjoys different food, the solution to the problems we solve in society is dependent on individual preferences. In some parallel societies there are people who don't click with each other, so some of them start their own parallel society. So one can choose in which society or societies one participates. People can cherry-pick, walk on the state-built city sidewalks, use state-built roads and yet use non-state money, use state social insurance, but generate their own electricity off the grid from renewable sources. So no one philosophy solves all the people's problems, but each person can choose how they solve their problems and with whom they want to maintain interpersonal and business relationships. And there is another connection with cryptocurrencies. These are also just another option. If you're stressed about volatility, you don't trust them, you don't understand how they can work, there's nothing stopping you from using gold or even government fiat money. Cryptocurrencies are just another option. But even if you don't trust them enough to go all in, they can still serve as a convenient backup in case something happens to the traditional financial system. To the extent that overexposure doesn't cause you stress, but at least enough so that in the unlikely but possible event of a traditional financial system meltdown, you'll be able to get back on your feet and keep functioning. Just as I don't think I should convince people to operate in a parallel society, peer-to-peer relationships, or outside of employment, I don't require people to adopt cryptocurrencies en masse. This is where I differ from many Bitcoin maximalists. I think hyperbitcoinization, where Bitcoin becomes the reserve or even the only currency, is highly unlikely. And most importantly, it is not a measure of success. In late 2019, just before the pandemic, enthusiasts in suits and ties started running around cryptocurrency conferences again. They built their hodling philosophy on the belief that big institutional investors would come after them, and they would start selling their bitcoins for fiat, at several hundred times returns. Every pension fund should have exposure to cryptocurrencies. Officials of various countries should approve ETF funds, so that anyone with an account with a broker will be able to buy Bitcoin in the form of bank coin. And then the big companies will follow suit. Some ETFs have actually appeared on the markets, and some companies have actually bought Bitcoin. But during the pandemic, that narrative has died down. And I'm glad. Because Bitcoin is successful even if institutions don't buy it, if there are no Bitcoin ETFs, and people in suits and ties would rather buy something else than Bitcoin. For me, Bitcoin will be successful when it forms the basis of a peer-to-peer economy, when it enables what the authors of Sovereign Individual described, when it drives not all transactions, but only part of the parallel economy, and when all users will share at least some core values with me. That will be a much nicer Bitcoin than the one that will be held on the balance sheet of the Bangladesh Central Bank, the New York State Teachers Pension Fund, and, in the form of a bank coin ETF, by the members of the golf club in Asuncion. I'd like Bitcoin to remain ever so slightly parallel and ever so slightly punk.
Cryptocurrencies. Hack Your Way to a Better Life by Juraj Bednar. Recently listed on the Liberty Under Attack Publications catalog. To order a copy, just visit libertyunderattack.com/hackyourway. Again, libertyunderattack.com/hackyourway. The link to purchase on Amazon is there too, if that's preferred. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Vonu, The Search for Personal Freedom. Number 2, Letters from Rayo. Transcriber's Forward. When Kyle Rearden and I launched the Vonu podcast in January of this year, we took up the tough task of trying to chronicle Rayo's ideas and direct action, as well as trying to reignite life back into this very unique strategy, with little to no original source material. In the past few months, our luck has been changing. We acquired Vonu Life, March 1973, a monster of a publication, and just recently acquired a huge batch of publications from the 1960s to 1990s. Of course, not all articles or publications are by Rayo, but still highly valuable in the pursuit of Vonu. The publication you are about to read is titled Vonu, Book 2, Letters from Rayo, and is edited by Jim Stum, publisher of the now defunct Living Free publication. I must caution you, Stum takes quite a bleak view of wilderness Vonu in general, and levels some unfair and inaccurate attacks towards Rayo and the strategy he largely developed. That said, we are obviously extremely thankful for his work in acquiring and publishing this material. The publication you are about to read is highly unique compared to other Vonu issues we have digitized. Reason being, this one contains private letters Rayo wrote to various correspondents. We can finally dive deeply into his mind, and let me tell you, it's quite fascinating. I would speculate that one of the recipients of these letters was John Fisher, the editor of his first book, Vonu, The Search for Personal Freedom. A couple of quick notes before I turn you over to Mr. Stum and Rayo. First off, this was transcribed exactly as it is in the original publication, with any original errors in grammar or spelling left intact. Any notes, changes, or additions made by yours truly will be placed in brackets. Any errors beyond that are solely the responsibility of your humble transcriptionist. Secondly and lastly, I have made the executive decision to move the article Against Social Reformism to follow the program notes for Vonu Week, VW, and Vonu Week results. Reason being, I thought it was best to keep all of the VW material in one place, without a radical shift to philosophy in the middle. It is our goal and hope that you find this content as valuable as we do. We hope it provides you much inspiration to continue, or begin, learning how to live and let live out of sight and mind of those unwilling to let live. Laissez-faire. Shane Radliff, Liberty Under Attack and the Vonu Podcast, September 2017. The Story of Vonu Life by Jim Stum, from Living Free 14, page 4, August 1981. Vonu Life was a newsletter somewhat similar to Living Free that was published from 1971 to 1974. There were 17 newsletter issues published, usually 8 pages per issue, and one special handbook issue known as VL 1973. Vonu is a made-up word that means roughly free. I like to think that LF is to some extent a successor to VL, although I have made a number of changes in LF and I don't try to imitate VL exactly. For one thing, I use larger, more readable type in LF, and I think my graphics and layout are often better. As to topics covered, LF doesn't focus on living in the wilderness as much as VL did. Instead, in LF, I try to cover a variety of strategies for increasing personal freedom. VL was strongly ideological and a passionate advocate of personal freedom. It was written by and for hardcore freedom seekers who want to live and let live, and who want to live out of sight and mind of coercers most of the time. It was filled with discussion about going mobile and living in the wilderness as a means of hiding out from government authorities and other coercers. VL regularly printed lifestyle descriptions from various kinds of nomads, some of them people who lived in the mountains or forests more or less permanently. The moving spirit behind Vonu was a unique man who called himself Rayo. In the 1960s, Rayo was an engineer living in Los Angeles. In order to gain more freedom, he dropped out of a conventional lifestyle and moved into a camper, chassis mount on a 3/4-ton pickup. For the next couple years, he stayed around LA, parking in what he called squat spots, places in national forests, abandoned home sites, on private land sometimes, and occasionally on city streets or parking lots. He worked infrequently as a consultant, but needed little money because he spent very little. Once he published an article in VL showing that he and his wife together had spent less than $1,000 in the previous year. During this time, Rayo published a Mimeo newsletter called Preform, in which he printed letters from people who lived nomadic lives of one kind or another. His intention at that time was to find some other compatible nomadic people and form some kind of loose community. During the preform years, he met the woman who became his wife. They called it a free-mate relationship, no civil or religious marriage. She moved into the camper with him. Later, they moved up the coast and headquartered around the California-Oregon state line. They received mail at a P.O. box in Grants Pass, Oregon for many years. In May 1971, they changed the preform newsletter into Vonu Life. VL was printed by photo offset with 50% reduction, very small type, too small in my opinion. I used 33% reduction in LF. VL also had letters from nomads and dropouts and seekers and contained more writing by Rayo. After a while, they made their headquarters in Siskiyou National Forest. They started phasing out the camper, living sometimes in a tent made from a large plastic sheet. Then they started digging an underground home on public land somewhere in the Siskiyous. After 1973, they apparently decided that publishing VL was more a hindrance than a help to them, so they turned it over to someone known as Lan, and they dropped out of sight. I don't know of anyone who's heard a word from them since early 74. At least no one is talking. The last word I've heard from Rayo was a letter he wrote to someone else dated February 14, 1974, in which he said, "My thinking has undergone major changes in the last several months on interfacing, alternate economics, interrelations in general. I, too, am becoming very dubious as to the value of all Libertarian Club involvements. We do not intend to use the Libertarian Club in the future as an avenue for gaining non-anonymous friends or associates." Land put out the last few issues of VL, but his interest quickly faded. He dropped it, and it died. I personally met Rayo once in Oregon in 1971. He struck me as a 40-ish, Gandhi-esque looking person, skinny but physically tough and strong-willed, a very private person, almost paranoid. He also reminds me of Scott Nearing, though of the opposite political persuasion. He's the sort of person who thinks problems through, makes detailed plans, then follows through with great determination. I have long admired Rayo an awful lot, and he is a major role model in my life. What Does Vonu Mean? By Rayo. Reprinted from Vonu Life, No. 1, May 1971, page 1. Vonu is a coined word meaning invulnerability to coercion. Coercion being physical attack by a volitional being against another volitional being or his non-coercively acquired property. I distinguish Vonu from liberty, exemption from coercion. Liberty depends on other people. It exists only to the extent that those capable of coercion abstain from it. Coercion, especially the institutionalized forms, war and regimentation, is one of the major problems of mankind. Practically all past efforts at solution have been directed toward liberty, trying to change the behavior of large numbers of other people. There have been countless attempts to reform governments, take over governments, destroy governments, and manipulate public opinion. You know the results. I believe that enduring peace and freedom can be realized only through Vonu, by reducing vulnerability to coercion. Vonu will most likely come gradually, primarily through lifestyle changes by individuals and small groups. But Vonu is not necessarily only for a few. Vonu will expand as far as there are people willing to do. 36. Letter from Tom in Preform No. 1, June 1968. I am a consulting engineer, 36 years old, no family. For about 8 months, I have been living full-time in a large camper. Utilities include cooking stove, floor furnace, hot water heater, shower, DC to AC converter, all self-contained. I use a trail motorcycle, which can be mounted on my back, for auxiliary transportation in wilderness areas and cities. My job assignments are temporary, lasting a few weeks to a few months. Recent work has been in Southern California. Between jobs, I usually stay at a squat spot about 80 miles from Los Angeles. For me, a nomadic association would probably be a bedroom and vacation community at first. I intend to continue exporting my labor for a while, topping off my savings so as to achieve a degree of financial independence. Living as a nomad, expenses are low and saving is easy. Eventually, I hope to develop a line of products which can be designed and fabricated with little or no dependence on a fixed base and marketed by mail order. Philosophically, I tend to be center libertarian, neither left nor right in a class sense, but a consistent advocate for freedom. I oppose military conscription, warfare against innocent people, taxes, bans on psychedelics, and all other interference with peaceful behavior. However, I am not a pacifist, and I will defend myself and even counterattack in a situation where this is tactically feasible and where damage will be inflicted only upon those who initiate force. I do not believe freedom is something that can be provided by society, certainly not by government. Each individual must accept responsibility for liberating himself, thus my interest in nomadic living and intentional community. So far, I have avoided family involvement because until now I could not provide what I judge to be a satisfactory environment for the growth of a child. I do not regard the existing society, with its compulsory miseducation, military conscription, and other forms of slavery directed against the young, plus the prevailing mores, as a healthy place for children. I would consider my family involvement in an intentional community where cultural independence existed and where non-state, non-coercive educational services were available. I expect to spend part of this summer working in Southern California, but hope to make one extended trip to Canada in July or August. I would enjoy meeting anyone with similar interests either in Southern California or along my route. My message service is contact redacted. This isn't answered most days and evenings. When I am in the area, I check for messages every few days. P.S. The typewriter and Mimeo machine on which I prepared this are carried on board. Letter from Rayo, February 1970. Editor's note. I have acquired a number of previously unpublished letters from Rayo, form editor of Vonu Life, see The Story of Vonu Life in LF 14. In future issues of LF, I'll publish the parts of these letters that are of general interest. These letters may be lightly edited for clarity and security, but the meaning will not be altered. J.S. Lumping in self-liberation with retreating seems to be a common error, caused no doubt by superficial similarities of techniques. While I hold that a fully liberated lifestyle must be able to cope with any likely emergency situation, and that a disaster of one kind or another is very probable sometime within the next 30 years, I don't think that the primary objective of present living is to prepare for a disaster. For more on this, see L. Ray's remarks in Autumn 69 Innovator. Most important, I reject the present and future dichotomy of retreatists, that they will continue servile living until conditions get much worse, and then, presumably, move permanently to their log cabin and watch society obligingly collapse, on schedule. I have never maintained that motorized nomadism is a panacea. I did choose it for and have found it to be an excellent interim lifestyle for someone still extensively involved in the servile society through earning money, seeking a woman, etc. I have always considered dependence on state-controlled highways and gasoline to be a major shortcoming, and a compromise I intend to rectify, which brings me to the main subject. After much study and evaluation, my freemate and I have largely decided on a mix of troglodytism, underground, and pedestrian nomadism as a fully liberated, no compromises, lifestyle, into which we will evolve. Since nomadism and troglodytism integrate nicely, this will be a gradual process. We will retain our camper indefinitely, but as an accessory, secondary mobile home, to be sold or parked permanently if or when highway controls become appreciably worse. For location, we are considering areas from Southern California and Northern California to interior British Columbia. One factor affecting location choice is access to other potential free men. For personal self-satisfaction, we want to help build viable libertarian mini-cultures. If liberation never gets beyond a handful of recluses hiding here and there, and libertarian philosophy died as they die, I will be disappointed. And with less capability for long-range migration and increasing unreliability and restrictions of state postal, location will be increasingly important. Our move towards pedestrian nomadism/troglodytism is prompted in part by a feeling that we are not really free so long as we depend to any degree on legal interstices, including the state, not yet being as bad as the state could easily become. I want a lifestyle which can easily withstand the worst technocratic super-totalitarianism that is within the realm of reasonable possibility. We may still have some contact with that society, but we won't have to worry appreciably over what idiotic thing the people molesters do next, any more than somebody who takes a vacation at the Riviera now and then needs to be much concerned about the politics of France. Our change in lifestyle will be, in a sense, an answer to the omnipotence of state line of Rothbard and Hess. We will answer not in words but by doing, the only real way. Letter from Rayo, March 1970. I strongly disagree that retreatism offers more security. Most multi-fortresses never get out of the dreaming stage because of the present and future dichotomy implicit in retreatism. Somehow, most retreatists never have enough money and time left from living it up in the present. But, assuming a retreatist does carry through and build his fortress, he still faces the prospects of long-distance travel under hazardous conditions, and he will be making formidable changes in living conditions precisely when there is no time for further learning and little margin for errors. And if, instead of an apocalypse, there is only an almost imperceptible deterioration, he will probably never bring himself to move. He will only bitch as usual and adjust. But I can't be very down on retreatism. Many retreatists graduate to self-liberation. For several years before opting out, I carried food supplies around in the trunk of my car, explored retreat sites, etc. What finally prompted my move was not society getting worse, but my own head getting better, disentangled from status and statist games, more and better ideas on how to liberate myself. Once a super retreatist has a fortress or two, is it rational for him to keep living in some city apartment, earning still more money to build still more vacant fortresses? For the cost of several years of middle-class existence, he can equip and fortress with almost every facility and comfort he and his harem could want. Machine shop, liquid nitrogen temperature deep freeze, huge book, record, film library, secret communication links to other fortresses, and urban contacts, etc. The person who expects to do nothing until there is an emergency, on the supposition that he can then get help from self-liberators or serious retreatists, had best have something to trade besides bullshit. And most of them won't, I suspect. We spend less time, and most equivalent, on repetitive and uninteresting biological requirements, obtaining, preparing food and shelter, etc., than do conventional dwellers. More time on certain tasks, but less overall. But genuine biological necessities don't consume much time anyhow. The big drains in the servile society are the status games, biological luxuries which become psychological and often political necessities. Even most traditional primitive people spend more time on status games than biological necessities, often with fatal results. Well, it might seem that one could live conventionally and yet avoid status games. This is seldom possible. The games are too interwoven with conventional society. Even if one is not incarcerated for peculiar behavior or fired from job after job for antisocial attitudes, he incurs crushing psychological burdens, spending most of his life in contact with people and media hostile to his values. A degree of physical separation seems to be essential for liberation, as well as for long-term mental health. Certainly, it may be wise to play sheep on occasion, but those not of sheep mentality will be freer, happier, healthier, in a lifestyle where such occasions are few and far between. Notes from Rayo, November 1970. In your opposition to accepting money from the monster, are you not overlooking Parkinson's law? It is ability to collect taxes which determines total expenditures, not the other way around. My position, victim of robbery only has special claim to stolen property so long as he is in hot pursuit, so to speak, actively resisting, etc. Thereafter, property is morally unowned, and becomes the property of any non-coercer able to take possession of it. January 1971. We plan to head south in a week or two. Expect to be back up during March and maybe April, but busy on den and difficult to communicate with. As van nomads, our lifestyle reached a peak of refinement about a year ago. For a description of a very similar lifestyle, see Further Report from a Nomad in last issue of Innovator. Now our living patterns are in transition. If you came to Grants Pass now, we would probably meet you there, parking our camper in the backyard of a friend. We can sleep 4 without severe crowding, 2 double beds, so you could stay with us. Our main activities at the moment are catching up on mail, shopping, and camper maintenance. You might consider renting a camper or motorhome. This is off-season, so you should be able to get a good price, and experimenting on your own in your area. I recommend a rig with a good propane furnace and 2 propane tanks for comfort. Also, make sure it has tire chains and a good jack, in case it gets stuck. Have a shovel. Regarding your comments, I recommend selective access, not isolation. I suspect we have as much meaningful and useful outside communication as you do. I am impressed, though, by the fact that you have apparently remained a rational libertarian and in good health for over 5 years without opting out. I know very few who have done as well. Perhaps knowingly or not, you have developed psycho-techniques for coping with immersion in a hostile culture. These could be of value to others. March 1971. We remain eager for contact with people into or going into lifeways compatible with our own, especially people doing it in Siskiyou region for trading potential. In most cases, this will be people already out of servile, conventional living to at least the extent of van nomadism. In another year, when we have shelter and food securely provided, we hope to develop something to help people still in that society evaluate and gain experience and confidence at Vonu. This will probably take the form of an intensive weekend workshop session. Mostly self-doing, very little talking or watching others do. We have never claimed that our way isn't the only way to Vonu. There are many possible ways, wilderness and urban, but all require the courage, perseverance, determination to break old habits and tolerate transient inconveniences. October 1971. I think BC Wilderness Caching Service and some associated services are potentially available, but the retreatist pitch I consider misleading. Do you really think that someone who has lived 99% of his life in populated areas can abruptly move to the wilderness and live there indefinitely, provided he has the cash that they provide? Instant liberation? A nomadic Vonuan, on the other hand, might like such a cache, not because a collapse will cut off future supplies, though it might, but because he personally doesn't want to buy and haul them. He may not have surf tags, ID, or may simply dislike visiting that society. I was a food maniac for a while last winter after eating 90% wheat and cowpeas for 2 months, which resulted from a wrong assumption on how long a certain creek would be passable. My Visit to Vonuland in Fall 1971 by Jim Stum. Now and then, people ask me what happened when I visited Tom and Roberta in Oregon in 1971. Twice I've written an account of my visit in private letters, but I've been reluctant to tell the story in print in the past for reasons that have mostly faded away by now, so the time has come to tell all. I was corresponding with R.L. Gifford during 1971. He wrote in LC and VL using the pen name of Orion. Gifford was living in Oregon, camping out at Jack's Place, in contact with Tom and Roberta, having been hired by them to pick up their mail from their P.O. box in Grants Pass. G was encouraging me to come out, painting a rosy picture of an embryonic Vonuist community there with great potential for growth. I was ready to make a change anyway, and in September 71, after quitting my bank job in Buffalo, I drove to Oregon, intending to stay. The final push that led me to make my move at that time was Nixon imposing wage and price controls on 15th of August 71. In my apocalyptic state of mind at that time, I decided that that foreshadowed the beginning of the end politically, and it was time for me to go underground. What better place to do it than with Tom in Oregon? My car was a little 1967 Toyota 4-door that I had modified by taking out the back of the back seat and installing a board so I could sleep in back with my feet sticking into the trunk. Even so, my body just barely fit. I drove out from Buffalo to Oregon in 4 days and back in 5, driving alone up to 700 miles a day, sleeping every night in my car. G had sent me directions to a squat spot outside Grants Pass where I was to meet him, the spot designated Grants Pass in E7, described in VL2, page 8. I found it at dusk on the 4th day of my trip and settled down there for the night. Next day, I went into Grants Pass to announce my arrival. I wrote a postcard addressed to the Vonu P.O. box and dropped it in a mailbox. Then I went looking for the GP mail drop, which I found easily. A 5-gallon Olympic paint can in a pile of rubbish behind a garage on an alley at a certain address. I left a second message in the drop and returned to my squat spot to await contact, feeling deliciously conspiratorial as you can imagine. G showed up later that afternoon, having picked up my message in the drop. We drove to Jack's place in my car. G had no car, rode a bicycle. As soon as I began to learn details about the situation there, I began to find it much less attractive than I had imagined it would be. In his letters, G had tended to exaggerate. In his youthful enthusiasm, he was about 20 then, I was 27. E.g. Jack's place. In his letters, G told me this guy Jack, who lived in California, had bought some land way back in the woods in Oregon, near Grants Pass, and was building a house there. G was camping out there at the half-finished house, doing some painting or something for Jack, who wasn't in residence while I was there. Before driving out, I had it in my mind that I might camp out at Jack's place for a while, maybe even until spring, until I became familiar with the area. Upon arrival at Jack's place, I found it very different from what I had imagined. I suppose it looked like way back in the woods to G, a city boy from New Jersey, but not to me. I'm a city boy myself, but I have spent a lot of time in the Adirondack Mountains of New York State, once hiking alone for 3 days without seeing another human being. Jack's place looked to me like outer suburbs, thin second-growth woods. Apparently Jack had purchased about 5 acres from some farmer, and the access road that dead-ended at Jack's house passed right by the farmer's front porch, which was maybe a quarter mile from Jack's house. So the farmer had full view of all comings and goings. It wasn't at all the secluded place I was looking for. I told G that I would like to meet Rayo, and he went off to make arrangements while I set up camp up the hill from Jack's house. I was using a small canvas pup tent and a thin rectangular sleeping bag. I had a good 1-burner gasoline stove for cooking, but I hadn't yet discovered the quick way to light it on a cold morning. My camping gear was inadequate for cold weather camping, and the nights were already starting to get cold. That evening, as G and I sat around a campfire eating popcorn, G told me that a meeting with Rayo was set for the next day, Sunday. We would be driven to where Rayo was staying by a guy in the real estate business who was a friend of Rayo's. Then, so I wouldn't be surprised and confused, G went on to tell me that I hadn't known before then that Rayo and Tom were one and the same person. I was going to meet Rayo, and the real estate guy always called him Tom. That meant Rayo's freemate, wife, Dr. Naomi Gatherer, was Roberta. I had also learned then that Roberta sometimes used the pen name Helen Hygia. So I had been expecting to find a somewhat loosely associated Vonu community consisting of at least 6 people: Gifford, Tom, Roberta, Rayo, Gatherer, and Helen. Turned out there were 3 people and some pen names. That put G's claims about a Vonuist community in a different, less favorable light. Next day, I walked with G across fields and through woods to the real estate guy's house, and he drove us to some rural land he owned where Tom was staying. He drove by a roundabout route, it seemed, so I wouldn't learn the way. Very James Bondish, but wasted on me. I wasn't making mental notes. I believe this was a place where Tom stored stuff in 5-gallon cans stashed in the woods, and he was there temporarily sorting through his stuff. It was a nice meadow, near woods, with a stream down the hill and a long view off down a valley. No houses in sight. Dead-end dirt road led to the meadow. We spent the afternoon sitting in a circle near Tom's camper, on overturned 5-gallon cans, munching on walnuts and talking. I've forgotten what we talked about. My overall impression of Tom was favorable. He appeared 40-ish, skinny, but tough, Gandhi-esque looking. Strong-willed, kind of a suspicious guy. No one would call him warm and friendly, but could rely on him to fulfill any contract or promise he had made. But I knew most of that from his writing. He was, however, something less than the libertarian hero I had built him up to be in my mind, and I was beginning to have doubts about his Vonu strategy. For one thing, he was dead set against owning land, but here he was using land owned by someone else to store his supplies, depending on favors from his friends to make up deficiencies in his own program, it seemed to me. Roberta was a big, strong woman, overweight, though not grossly fat, and hairy, kind of masculine. I went along with her when she went down a trail through the woods to get water from the stream. She filled 2 5-gallon jerry cans, must have weighed at least 40 pounds each. I wondered to myself, now how is she going to get those up the hill to the camper? I decided I would make myself useful and carry one of them for her. But before I could make a move, she suddenly grabbed them by the handles on top, picking up both, one in each hand, and marching off up the trail. I stood staring after her as she disappeared around a bend in the trail, astonished at this feat of strength that I don't think I could have managed. It was just her normal daily routine, I gather. Before dark, G and I returned to Jack's house. Next day, I took my car into Grants Pass to have the blown muffler replaced. It had blown in the Midwest where Toyota dealers were then as scarce as fish feathers, so I drove it, noisy as it was, out to Oregon. That afternoon, or maybe it was the next day, Tom and Roberta drove the camper over to Jack's place. As they drove in, they had a small accident that made a big impression on me. The camper had a glass door on the back like a patio door. They carried a small trail bike outside strapped on the back. As Tom drove up the washboard road, the camper started bouncing. Before he could get it to stop, the trail bike had slammed against the glass back of the camper a couple times and cracked it. When that happened, the thought occurred to me that now Tom will have to go back into that society to get a replacement for the glass, and it struck me as more than an isolated problem. It was also an exemplar of a fundamental defect of his Vonu strategy. He claimed to be free of that society in some sense, and yet at any moment an unexpected event like this might require him to go back into that society for repairs or spare parts if he wasn't to suffer a decline in his way of living. He depended on that society utterly for equipment in general and for most of what he consumed. He was living on the fringe of that society rather than actually out of it, and only the sufferance of government allowed him to get away with it. A more authoritarian government could have snared him easily, e.g. simply by putting up roadblocks and questioning everyone who came through. Where do you live? Where do you work? Etc. From that moment, the Vonu idea seemed a whole lot less effective than I had believed. But to this day, I remain convinced that camper nomadism is a way to live in reasonable comfort inexpensively, say on $2,000 a year or less today. So living that way would give you a lot of freedom, not from the state, but from obnoxious employers. Such a low income would also free you from paying income tax and reduce what you pay in sales tax. And if you spend a lot of time out of sight in the wilderness, you can ignore a lot of annoying regulations. But it will not make you invulnerable to coercion. That overstates it. And if you get rid of the camper and move into a tent to increase freedom by getting off the roads and doing away with the need for driver's license and vehicle registration, that would reduce your comfort levels below what I would find acceptable on a permanent basis. Another thing I noticed was that Tom and Roberta seemed to form a tight, closed society between the two of them, with not much need for outsiders, hard for any third person to get close to them, more so than other married couples I have known. G was less close to them than he had led me to believe, not Tom's right-hand man as I had gathered, and it seemed like G could flit off to anywhere at any moment. He did, in fact, leave for New Jersey a few weeks later, and he never returned to Oregon, although my leaving may have influenced him in that. I saw no evidence that any other persons were likely to join the Vonu community. So where did that leave me, I wondered? Pretty much on my own, if I stayed in Oregon. And I had to do something fast. It was almost October, winter coming, nights were already cold, and I could see that my camping gear wasn't adequate for winter camping. That would have been an easily solved problem. I had money, cash, traveler's checks, and a stash of gold coins wired up under the front seat of my car, but it was one more thing to deal with. I had to get settled into some place for the winter. Not Jack's place, which I didn't like, or if I was going to leave, I had to get over the mountains to the east before snow started falling in the high passes, so I had to decide. Overall, finally, Tom and Roberta struck me as quite nice people, like a friendly rural couple, a little shabby looking, the sort you'd find on a remote homestead somewhere and be happy to have for neighbors. But I had been expecting much more. They fell far short of the superhuman, libertarian heroes I was expecting. There didn't really seem to be any room for me in their little community, us against the world. It wasn't likely anyone else would join us, and G would probably leave. So I decided I might as well go back east. If I was going to be pretty much alone anyway, I might as well make my base on familiar territory, where I had relatives and some other friends I could possibly call on if needed. I had pretty much made that decision before that evening when the four of us spent some time sitting around the table in the camper. We spoke in general terms as if we were going to be staying near each other for a while. I didn't want to say that I had decided to leave. I didn't actually say that I was planning to stay either, although I let that impression stand. I didn't commit myself to anything in particular, and no one pressed me to say what my plans were. I don't know what I would have said if they did. I felt I was being a little deceptive, and that made me uncomfortable. But I was loath to get into an argument with Tom by mentioning the shortcomings I saw in his Vonu ideas. I still had a high regard for Tom, and I was somewhat intimidated by him, even though he was not quite the hero I had thought he was, and I knew this evening would probably be the last time I ever saw him. I didn't want to end up in bickering disagreement. So we had a friendly talk, and I was careful not to promise anything that I wasn't about to fulfill. Later in the dark, I went back up the hill to my tent. Next morning early, I packed up and left to drive back east without saying goodbye to anyone. I left a brief note at my campsite saying I was leaving. Later I wrote to Tom and expressed my doubts about the Vonu strategy in writing. My leaving was partly a failure of nerve on my part, but it was also a reasonable practical decision. What I found was quite different from my expectations. Partially because my expectations were unrealistic, partially because I was misinformed by G. I was under pressure to do something fast because winter was roaring down on me. It would have been different if I had come out earlier in the year, in early summer. Then I could have hung around, camping out here and there in the west for a few weeks, and maybe I would have decided to stay anyway, despite my disillusionment with the Vonu folk. But then I would have missed interesting experiences that I had over the next few years in co-ops in Buffalo. It's impossible to know what might have happened if I stayed in the West. The road not taken. Letter from Rayo, November 1971. Your info concerning us being around Grants Pass a great deal is out of date. A couple of times since we moved to Siskiyou, we lived in the camper in or near GP for several weeks at a stretch, but we haven't done that since last January and don't intend to again. During periods when I am processing mail, Orion did it during August, I hike and ride on a motorbike to GP every week to 10 days. This is a fairly long hike ride, totaling about 3 hours one way. During short days of autumn and winter, I barely have time to go, process mail, send out initial copies to new subs on the spot, do half a dozen shopping errands, and get back in daylight. If something delays me and I don't start back until dark, the return trip takes about twice as long, since I must go much slower for part of the way. I dislike laying over at GP, since this means packing along sleeping gear in cold weather. I have intended to scout out and set up an overnight camp stash near GP, but haven't gotten around to it. I now find a visit to GP, or any town of that society, to be rather unpleasant. It's the massive impact of values of that society, I think. Values I find distasteful. This represents a change for me from a couple years ago, when I rather looked forward to occasional visits. Orion was recently hassled 3 times during one 3-day stay in and around GP. When we do meet people in and near GP, this tends to misrepresent our lifestyle. Recently, we did visit with someone near GP. This was a would-be immigrant anxious to meet us. To do this, we lived in the camper for several days, parking it on relatively unsecluded private land with permission of owner. After a day, the would-be immigrant left as precipitously as he came, cold feet, literally, I think. He was tent camping, apparently for the first time in his life. In a subsequent letter, he said he was rather disappointed with our lifestyle. It didn't seem very Vonu, especially our dependence on private land. Also, my visits to GP are unscheduled, especially in autumn, winter, and spring. I don't relish riding the motorbike in rain and snow. So these are all reasons why we do not wish to meet somebody around GP. Now that we are at our winter base camp, we are able to better meet with people. We will meet them at a vehicle squat spot, which is several miles from our base camp. The squat spot is roughly 50 miles from GP on all-weather roads, gravel part of the way. The squat spot is accessible for the average auto in all but the worst weather. The visitor must bring his own shelter. Upon arriving, he hikes to a particular tree about a half-mile away from the squat spot, which we use as a signal flagpole. He puts a combination of flags on the rope and runs them up to announce his presence. About once a day, we climb to a peak near our camp from where we can see the flags with a telescope. One of us, or more, but only one at a time, then go on foot to visit him at the squat spot. We do not have visitors at our base camp. If we should be out of the area for more than a day, unlikely in winter, we leave a message at a guest message drop near the squat spot. All factors considered, I think that a visit is worthwhile only for someone who is squatting in the area for other reasons, such as a prospective immigrant who is scouting the area. Most Vonuists and libertarians, I find, are not nearly as interesting in person during a first visit as in letters and articles. This is true of myself, I think. First meetings tend to be consumed talking superficially about a lot of things. There's little depth. I certainly recommend that possibilities for communication by mail be exhausted before considering a visit, including such things as cipher messages and tape recordings. Comments on previous letter. The would-be immigrant Rayo mentions here in the last letter was me. I visited him, his free mate, in Orion in September 1971, intending to move to that area. But I found the situation there to be not at all that appealing to me, so I returned to New York. Here's the paragraph from my October 71 letter to Rayo in which I mention private land. Having seen your lifestyle up close, I now have my doubts as to how invulnerable you really are to state coercion. You generally oppose buying land because this makes the buyer subject to property taxes and various restrictions. Yet you use private land owned by others. Also, if you make a camper your home, you still need a state driver's license and vehicle registration, and you have to comply with the state regulations concerning RV design. It seems to me that if the state takes the easy course of just shearing the sheep, then you won't need so much seclusion and abandonment of technology to be reasonably free. On the other hand, if the state really tries to root out every resistor, even Vonuans likely won't escape their net. The trouble is, you are not a separate and independent society. You have to import food, fuel, and spare parts from the coercive society and export labor to make a living. And your communications are mainly through the state's mail system. This leaves you highly vulnerable through your supply lines. Long-term storage helps with this problem, but the only real solution is to produce everything that you need. I suppose that you hope to progress in this direction, but I don't see how you can do much without more people, and I don't see how you can attract more people without being able to offer more independence of status servile society, more than a backwoodsman type standard of living, and more of a real community of Vonuans. Each seems to require the other as a prerequisite. It's a dilemma. As for my camping experience, I had done some camping before in the Adirondack Mountains, but not much. My camping gear was inadequate. Small pump tent, too thin a sleeping bag. I recall one morning out there sitting in the sun for a while warming my chilled bones, but that's all minor stuff. I could easily have bought better gear if I had decided to stay. Of greater concern, I had been led to expect, by Orion, not Rayo, that there was an embryonic Vonu community in Siskiyou. I found no such thing, only 3 people, and one of them, Orion, was a butterfly who could flit off at any moment, and he did, in fact, leave for the East Coast a couple weeks later. Rayo is also referring to me when he says in Vonu Life 5, page 1, warm bodies. One visitor came expecting to count a large number of them and was disappointed because he couldn't. Rayo goes on there to say that most contributors to VL are scattered over a wide area and are in contact with each other only by mail. My judgment then was that wilderness Vonu was too rough a lifestyle to ever attract many people to it, so the prospects of a Vonu community developing were slim. Time has proved that prediction correct. Since my main reason for moving to Oregon was to live in physical contact rather than mail contact with like-thinking people, when I found that wouldn't be possible, there was no good reason for me to stay there. Western New York, on the other hand, at least was familiar turf, where I knew my way around and had relatives and other useful contacts. Reconsidering now, returning east still seems to have been a correct decision, especially considering that wilderness Vonu never went anywhere. My only doubt is, I wonder if anything would have changed if I had stayed. Perhaps Orion would not have left. Perhaps other people would have joined us after all. But then, if I had stayed in the West, I wouldn't have taken part in founding North Buffalo Food Co-op, and I would have missed the rewarding experience I call my summer at Fred's farm, and half a dozen fine people I hung out with for a while. Interest. Letter from Rayo, November 1971. Since you and/or CS are apparently uninterested in camping out in the Siskiyous for several days, and we are uninterested in hanging around my town, I suggest an alternative: tape recordings. Rather than simply letter-on-tape monologues, since 2 or more of us can get together at each end, we can experiment with livelier formats. Some possibilities. Conversations between H and I and whoever else is around. Orion is headed east for a while to pick up some possessions and perhaps export some labor on one end, and between you and C and someone else on the other. Talk would be about what we have recently done, are doing, etc., or whatever comes to mind, or on specific topics requested. Question and answer with critical cross-examination. E.g., you direct questions at me and request that H attempt to act as your agent in cross-examining, asking further questions, giving contrary interpretations, etc. In this case, what she said would not necessarily represent her own attitudes and views, and she would include a disclaimer to that effect. Of course, H would not necessarily ask the same follow-on questions you might, but as she got to know you and your interests and attitudes closer and closer, she could do better and better. Then you would direct questions at H and ask me to cross-examine, etc. Tape recorder left running while certain types of activities were in progress: cooking and eating, erecting tent, making BCW caches, etc. During this time, we would attempt to ignore the recording and act as usual. At first we probably wouldn't succeed, but our or your behavior would be no more, probably less, untypical than during a physical visit. Before each tape was sent, the persons making it would listen to it and dub in comments about what was going on, what background noise was, etc. Also erase anything not for the ears of a possible postal inspector, until such time as a scrambler was added. This last mode would be very limited for us at present, since the only recorder we have at present requires 60-cycle 110-volt electricity, which requires an inverter, which we only have at the camper. However, we expect to have electricity at our camp from storage batteries, an engine, generator to recharge, before winter is over. And/or we will procure a battery-powered recorder if the recording exchanges proves beneficial. If it works well between you and us, we would suggest it to others. Recordings can be supplemented with pictures of foam huts, wilderness sites, etc., not people. Preferably taken with Polaroid, which we don't have but would also procure if it seemed worthwhile. Subject matter would be limited until audio scramblers could be added. These would ideally be of such a type that message would sound through non-descrambling player simply as background noise, poor quality tape. Then the music would be recorded over it. Upon descrambling the message, we would come clear and music would be noise. Although this depends on PO or other means of physical delivery, economy, and reliable range are much greater than any radio approach. Yes, hams occasionally talk to people across the continent and even around the world, but very occasionally. Weather conditions might be just right.
Or hams can relay messages from one to the next, but that's involved. I have never been a ham. Becoming and remaining one involves contact with bludge. I think there are possibly services which could be beneficially provided by any Vonuans and libs already into it, but I don't think it's worth going into. I'm very interested in and have ideas for undetectable radio equipment. It is not especially difficult to do, but a transceiver with a 20 to 30 mile range might cost $200. That's a 1971 price, JS, in production quantities of 100. And marketing would have to be Vonu, unlike audio scramblers, which so far as I know are not illegal yet. I had a preliminary design and was thinking about building 2 prototypes 6 years ago. I tried crypto strips as a test of the market and reception was cool, so I shelved the idea. Market may be bigger now, since more freedomists are moving beyond bullshit, but not yet big enough, I think. But considering only equipment on the market right now, one can buy a tape recorder, Polaroid camera, perhaps a tape duplicator or second recorder, and quite a few other goodies for the cost of 1 or 2 physical trips. I don't recommend you buy a recorder, if you don't already have one, just for this purpose. If this works out, we will probably switch to cassette tapes, which records at slower speed and which uses less tape, but chances are that some acquaintance has a recorder which you can borrow for a few test exchanges. Our tape recorder is the conventional reel variety, monaural, 3 3/4 or 7.5 inches per second. So if you want, give it a try. Vonuans and applied libs talk much about the desirability of technology and about the pitfalls of primitivism, and yet still rely on that most primitive means of personal contact. Physical visitation will be obsolete for all forms of association except sexual relations and a few personal services. This will require an undetectable radio net, of course. Comments on Rayo's letter. Rayo's correspondent tells me that this tape exchange idea was never tried. Today a videotape correspondence would be possible, adding movie pictures to sound. But Rayo, I suppose, would see to it that no persons, or at least no faces, were visible. It seems to me there's some merit in the idea of a group conversing with another group via tape. The main benefit is that you can speak many more words than you can write or even type with the same amount of time and effort. Also, sound can carry more info because you can hear tones of voice, emphasis, etc. There is also the possibility of conveying sounds other than words on tape, such as music and sounds of animals and machinery, but it's not immediately apparent what use that capability would be in a private correspondence. Disadvantages. 1. Privately made tapes are often undecipherable in spots because of background noise or because voices are too muffled. This could be a problem, especially when recording a group sitting at various distances from the microphone. 2. Some people are nervous in front of a microphone, stage fright, but I guess you'd soon get over that. 3. A tape is much harder to edit than writing on paper. 4. Similarly, it's much harder to find something on tape compared to paper if you want to refer back to it, because you can't skim through a tape as you can through writing. 5. Tape correspondence is much more expensive than paper and pencil. Rayo's third suggestion, to let the tape run to record domestic activities, is, in my opinion, really worthless. All you'd get would be a lot of meaningless sounds, mostly incomprehensible and of no value to the listener. A more useful idea is to make a tape as if you were making a radio documentary. You start by writing a script, at least in rough outline. You need a narrator to paint word pictures to replace the missing visual aspect. Example, you could tape a tour through your camp or homestead, describing each point of interest as you come to it. And on the left there, we have the outhouse. This is so high, so wide, and smells like. You get the idea. You could also describe activities and interview people you meet accidentally on your tour. Even richer possibilities are available if you use a video cassette camera. The point of all this was that Rayo was suggesting a tape correspondence as a substitute for physical visits. He was missing the point about what physical contact is for. It's much more than just a means of communicating specific bits of info. It's clear that Rayo wasn't one for visiting just for the enjoyment of good fellowship, to say nothing of partying. Rayo's comment, "Eventually physical visitation will be obsolete," reveals only his own extreme social isolation and should not be taken seriously as a prediction for a world anything like what presently exists. Humans are social animals. That's coded into our genetic structure. The rare exceptions might turn up who are content to be hermits, or say they are, though I wonder. One of the failings of Rayo's Vonu lifestyle was that it didn't allow for a sufficient development of social components. I think a person can get along perfectly well without contact with masses of other people, but most people need to be part of at least a small group of maybe 10 to 15 people. Rayo's two-person Vonu society was much too small. Vonu Week, 1972. The following ad appeared in Vonu Life 6, March 1972. Live and learn wilderness Vonu living for 6 days in Siskiyou region this summer. We will show you how, help you, scout site, erect shelter, finesse trails, forage wild foods, eat inexpensive whole grains, cook invisibly, store supplies, cache valuables. 15 hours personal instruction, demonstration, assistance. We furnish campsite, tent, mosquito bar, ground pad, cooking gear, food, mostly wheat, beans, rice, lamp, saws, books, maps, and catalogs from our library. You bring clothes, bedding, any personal items such as snakebite kit, camera, binoculars, firearms. Extras we can furnish, extra charge. Bedding, local transportation, vehicle parking, help setting up permanent shelter. Your campsite will be in forested, low mountain area, swimming hole in a clear creek less than half mile away, moderately secluded, over a mile from nearest settlement. We are still learning too, but maybe we can advance you in your quest. 1 or 2 people, $40. Additional people in groups, $10 each. Additional days, $1 per person. Sorry, no animals. 20% deposit. Say when and how you will arrive, at least a month in advance. We'll send directions to the meeting place. The following letters were sent to the first Vonu Week customer, not to me. Letter from Rayo, April 16, 1972. Thank you for your reservation for Vonu Week and $10 deposit. May 30th or 31st is fine. Please set exact time and day for your meeting, if possible, so that you don't have a long wait. Any time is okay with us, but meeting place will be easier for you to locate in daylight. Since I haven't seen you for several years, please also provide identifying information, such as colors of shirt, pants, vehicle, which can be seen from a distance. Enclosed is a preliminary description, also directions to meeting place. Within a week or so, you should also receive further information about Rialtoville, which you ought to have. Consider the typical program to be illustrative only. Look at it, then tell us what you want. Let us know you and your companion's relative interest in seclusion, comfort, vehicle access, how far are you willing to hike, access to swimming hole big enough to actually swim in, not just dip in. Weather is often very hot in June, 90 to 100 degree highs. Distant scenery, view, nearby terrain, some fairly level, grassy areas rather than all trees or brush, foraging wild plants, berries probably won't be ripe, hunting and trapping. We are not yet very proficient at this, sad to confess, but I had 2 mice for breakfast, along with a pot of sprouted wheat and beans. A year ago, my reaction was ick when I had to move one from a trap, showing that attitudes can do or change. Coaching valuables, stashing bulky commodities, self-mobile human shelter, base camp, relatively stationary human shelter, Smial, Shuswap, import-export techniques applicable to northwest coast rainforests, techniques applicable to interior, techniques useful mainly for summer, techniques useful for the year around, foods you dislike, etc. Will female companion be free mate or potential free mate? How important is comfort and recreation potential for her? Is 1 tent, 1 double bed foundation adequate? Of course, you can tell us what you want when you arrive, but we can prepare and do a better job if we know in advance. The area I have in mind for Vonu Week is accessible, only a few miles access road unpaved, but not especially secluded. While we have never been molested camping there, several months total at various times, several vehicles per day drive through. Also, distant highway noises are audible, which might be disconcerting for someone, companion, who might subsequently equate Vonu with absence of man sounds. So let us know how far you prefer to hike, especially on rocky, brushy terrain without a trail. We would like to wrap with you about strategy, BC versus Siskiyou in general, etc., and if you would also, don't consider this to be part of the 15 hours. Possible hazards: poison oak, ticks, rattlesnakes. The 4 ticks which have so far managed to bite us apparently didn't transmit any disease. We have seen throughout Siskiyou in 2 years 4 rattlesnakes, killed 2, ate 1. Later letter from Rayo about Vonu Week. Consider the availability of the camper and bedding to be a first customer discount. We will be identifying and correcting problems in our proceedings. 2 other people have made deposits, but won't be coming until August. I request that L, or whoever, have a fairly good understanding of our motives and goals, Vonuism, before arriving. If she reads the first 6 issues of Vonu Life before coming and discusses it with you on the way, this should be sufficient. I will assume that whoever comes understands in general what we are talking about. If she doesn't, she will think we are very weird people, and indirectly you must be weird for wanting to come, etc. Also, I will assume she is discreet, regardless of the particulars of her philosophy. Food we provide will be mostly vegetable. We are not as much into hunting as trapping as we would like to be, and intend to be in another year. If you have time, you might try to visit RP near Eugene. He has lived around rural areas of the region for 50 years, but unless you contemplate moving to Siskiyou, you might do better to get further advice from someone in the locale of interest to you, since possibilities vary considerably from area to area. Since you didn't specify miles to base camp, I am picking a fairly accessible spot, about half mile from camper, or 1 mile from original meeting place. But you will be near the edge of a large wilderness, relatively, and can hike in as far as you want. Vonu Week. Preliminary Description. April 1972. By Tom and Roberta. Introduction. Vonu Week provides a sample of our present way of life and 15 hours instruction in our techniques. We are living in a low mountain area of the Siskiyou region. Winters are long and wet, but mild, mostly rain, little snow. Summers are hot and dry, but there are many creeks that flow year-round. Many of our techniques, especially for shelter, are useful only in this climate. They would not be suitable in desert, Arctic, or regions of heavy snowfall, including northeast and north-central U.S. Our present shelter and techniques, as of April 1972, after a year and a half of experimentation and development, is adequate or better from April through November, marginal from December through March. When daytime temperatures are below 45 degrees Fahrenheit, which is often the case in winter, we are comfortable lounging in bed, on one hand, or doing strenuous work, on the other, but not when doing light work that requires standing or sitting. Our highest priority right now is further development of a shelter, and by next winter we expect to have adequate year-round shelter. However, during Vonu Week, we will demonstrate present, not anticipated, methods, since new approaches invariably have problems that are discovered and corrected only through experience. Emphasis. We are living almost full-time in the wilderness, not merely surviving until we can return to civilization. Our objective is not maximum self-sufficiency as such, but maximum Vonu, invulnerability to coercion, with comfort. We use whatever mix of imports and native materials will yield maximum Vonu, given our present skills and numbers. We admire any survivalists who are able to walk naked into the wilderness and obtain all food, shelter, and tools strictly from what they find there, and we are eager to learn from them. But very few, if any, survivalists live that way all the time. Most do it for a couple of weeks and then return to their city abodes. While most of our tools and supplies still come from that society, we spend little time there, including time spent earning money to buy supplies, much less time than most survivalists. Gradually, we are increasing our foraging abilities and reducing our use of imports, but always striving for maximum Vonu with comfort overall. All our essential imports are stored for a year or more, so in event of some catastrophe, we will have additional time to learn to do without. Environment. The immediate area is moderately secluded, a mile or more from the nearest settlement. Some land is unowned, some is private but little used. During summer, an average of 2 vehicles per day pass through on a dirt road, and there are a few unofficial picnic spots along this road that are occasionally occupied on weekends. There is little evidence of people away from the road and major creek. Within 1 day hiking distance are many square miles of much more secluded land. In the creeks there is at least one nice swimming hole, many places deep enough to take a bath or cool off. Within a 100-mile radius, there are elevations from sea level to over 8,000 feet, areas of heavy timber, areas of scrub timber and brush, old mines and placers, rainforest to semi-desert. During June through September, the weather is mostly hot and sunny. However, the rare rainy spells can last a week or longer, so anyone not limited by weight might bring a rain suit. There are a few mosquitoes in spring. Small biting flies spring through fall, but not in large quantity in most areas. There is poison oak in many areas. For summer, we like long-sleeved nylon dress shirts. Fairly cool, stops most insects, easy to wash and dry, doesn't mildew if left wet. Program. Our instruction is personalized. We will show you how and help you do whatever you want to the best of our ability. We can do this best if you let us know in advance what your interests are. A typical Vonu week might include: Day 1. Your drive or hitchhike or bus and hike to the meeting place. One of us meets you there at noon. We hike about 2 miles to a campsite I have already scouted. On the way, I point out features of interest, edible plants, etc. You pack any personal gear you have brought. I pack food and camp gear. We clear spot, erect tent, polyethylene A tent, about 25 by 8 by 7 feet. Make trail to water source, prepare bed foundation. I cook boiled whole kernel wheat and beans on a propane camp stove. There is also sprouts and or wild greens. I put food to soak for tomorrow. I leave you about 6 p.m. Day 2. Morning. You relax, read, or explore immediate area. I come at about 2 p.m., bringing remainder of food supplies in drum. We gather wild edibles in season. We grind grain for bread and chapitas. We put a fire tarp for wood stove. We rap about food, procurement, storage, preparation. At dusk, we cook dinner on wood fire. Day 3. You are alone to explore, forage, swim, read, relax, think. Day 4. I come about 10 a.m. We camouflage tent. We bury a 5-gallon can of pretend valuables. We prepare inconspicuous trail through heavy brush area. I show or describe footgear that doesn't mar the turf, electric fence, warning systems. We rap about concealment. Day 5. You are alone. Day 6. I come about noon. General rap about Siskiyou region, types of shelter, lifestyles. Elaboration on subjects of special interests. I means Tom or Roberta, usually alternating. Groups. At present, we can provide shelter for up to 3 groups, 6 people total, at one time. For learning, a group size of 1 or 2 may be optimum. In larger groups, a pecking order sometimes develops with 1 or 2 people doing and the rest just watching or goofing. A large group should consider splitting up for most of the week, then coming together toward the end. Children. Accompanied children are welcome but are sometimes a distraction for their custodians. You know best about yours. Unaccompanied children are welcome only if 1. Weaned and housebroken. 2. Come at their wish. 3. Are self-responsible enough not to hurt themselves with ordinary utensils, tools, matches, etc. We will provide additional caretaking upon request of a client. For example, stay overnight with a lone child who is afraid of the night sounds, but reserve the right to reduce instruction 1 hour for each 5 hours of such caretaking. With any client, we will only advise, not command, unless his actions endanger us or our property. For example, if a child wishes to climb a mountain for which he is not equipped and does not want one of us to accompany him, we will advise him against it, but not stop him. We are not responsible for injuries. We will give warnings of likely dangers in the area and attempt to render first aid in event of injury. Hazards in the immediate area are no greater than around a conventional home, perhaps less. There are rocks and a few cliffs, but no stairs or roofs, creeks, but no streets or bathtubs, a few rattlesnakes and coyotes, who usually avoid people, but no dogs or child molesters, poison oak, but no sugar-coated pills or airplane glue. We have no children of our own, but have caretaken children from age 3 and up. No animals. Food. Unless you have special diet problems, we suggest that during Vonu week you consume only food that we provide or that you forage, to discover and cure any problems you may have eating mostly grains and legumes. We will also provide small quantities of storable goodies and demonstrate some cake and candy substitutes. Getting together. The meeting place will be less than 10 miles from a paved highway on which there is at least daily bus service. An average auto can be driven to the meeting place in most weather. When you send deposit, please tell us expected date and time of arrival, number of people in groups, approximate ages, means of identifying you, particular interests, special services needed. We receive mail about once a month. We have no phone. We will then send you directions to meeting place. We will also send a duplicate to your name, care of General Delivery, Grants Pass, Oregon, if we believe it is likely that you will have left home before we reply. One of us will check at meeting place from 1/2 hour before until 1/2 hour after the time you set for meeting, daylight hours only. If you do not arrive within a 1/2 hour after the time you set, you will be instructed to erect a flag on top of a nearby hill. We will check every couple of days for a week or so. If I was bringing a vehicle that isn't especially attractive to vandals or valuable, I would probably leave it parked near the meeting place for the week. If you do this, the risk is yours. We will caretake a vehicle for a week for $2 plus $1 per $1,000 value. It will not be accessible. For pickup and delivery, one small person, motorbike, person plus luggage, 150-pound maximum, Cave Junction, $5. Grants Pass or Medford Airport, $15. 2 or more people, 1,500-pound maximum. Cave Junction, $10. Grants Pass or Medford Airport, $30. There is also a light plane airport between Cave Junction and O'Brien. Sorry, but at present we cannot offer Vonu Week on an apprentice basis where you pay through work done for us. Perhaps in another year we will have enough easily contracted out work for this to be possible.
Program Notes for Vonu Week, Day 1, by Rayo. Transcriber's note. I have decided to scan the outlines Rayo put together. I had trouble formatting it correctly, and plus, there are images and diagrams that need to be added. Editor's note. Roger Kenmore, Living Free 28, page 4, supplied a copy of what appeared to be lecture notes that Rayo used for his days 1 and 4 presentations during Vonu Week. These notes are sketchy, but they contain much valuable information. Here are the notes for Day 1. 1. Ground cover. Consider various types of terrain, geology, vegetation. Each has advantages indicated below by plus and disadvantages indicated by minus. A. Heavy timber, uncut. Plus, good air cover. Minus, no vehicle squat spots. Minus, few edibles and little game. Minus, little sun. Minus, there may be future cutting. Plus, soft soil, easy to dig. B. Timber, clear cut, regrowth. Plus, many old trails suitable for hiking, but usually not for vehicles due to washouts and overgrowth. Plus, many edibles and much game, but that makes it attractive to hunters. Plus,
much sun, open. Question, / i.e. sticks and small branches left over from logging operations. Minus, poor air cover. Plus, soft soil, easy to dig. C, timber, selective cut, mostly plateaus and basins at higher altitudes. Plus, many trails adequate for vehicles, many squat spots. Minus, easy walking. Plus, game in summer. Minus, poor air cover. Question, soil varies. D, scrub timber, brushland. Plus, no commercial value unless it has minerals or it's near a city. Plus, fair foraging and game. Plus, open to sun. Minus, poor air cover. Plus, difficult hiking. Minus, no vehicle trails or squat spots unless it's an old mining area. Minus, difficult to dig, rocky. 2. Site check list. 1. Air cover, trees. 2. Ground cover, heavy brush. 3. Access distance from paved road, distance from any roadhead, raging rivers to cross in winter or spring, snowy ridges to cross in winter. 4. Seclusion, distance, brush, location relative to traffic flow, artifacts and evidence, i.e. beer cans, and other trash indicating people have been there. 5. Altitude. 6. Exposure, south-facing, for solar energy. 7. Water source. 8. Water noise. 9. Slope. 10. Soil if digging is required. 11. Uniqueness in the area. Are others apt to spot it? 3. Shelter considerations. 1. Can it be built on 10% to 30% slope? Very desirable. 2. Concealment. Surface, semi-underground, completely buried and concealed. 3. Economy. A. Cost of materials. Consider time to earning money, including all overhead. B. Time procuring non-native material. C. Time packing in non-native material, weight and distance. D. Time preparing trails. E. Time cutting, debarking, preparing native materials. F. Time digging. G. Fabrication. H. Visibility while construction is in progress. Native materials should be gathered away from site and concealed until use. 4. Insulation. How warm, how much of the shelter must be on the coldest winter days. 5. Condensation. In summer, on thick walls or ground surfaces. 6. Rain shelter. 7. Dew shelter, summer. 8. Shade, summer. 9. Insects, summer. 10. Bears. 11. Mice. 12. Wind. 13. Snow, weight. 14. Flooding, if underground, could shelter ever fill with water. 15. Strength, if underground, is structure strong enough not to cave in. 16. Rotting, could timbers placed underground rot, weaken, and collapse? I added number 14 to 16. JS. 4. Shelter techniques. Semi-conclusions as of May 1972, subject to change. 1. Heating with wood is not desirable for a Vonuan for these reasons: visible smoke, smell, heat radiated, time spent cutting and transporting firewood, removal of trees, visual evidence, noise of firewood cutting and splitting. Consider instead: A. Body heat, heavy insulation of part of shelter. B. Solar heating in sunny locations. C. Ground source heating. It stays warm up to 50 degrees Fahrenheit, several feet underground, even in winter. D. Propane, convertible to methane. 2. Wood construction. When making a den, digging and covering, even in rocky soil, takes less time than cutting, preparing, and hauling timbers. On all forms of construction so far attempted, Timber preparation was the most time-consuming part. Appearance of area must not be appreciably altered. Big differences from conventional log and cabin. The fewer and smaller the timbers needed, the better. 3. Drainage. In Siskiyou, west of the Cascades, assume that any depression will become a pond, any terrace a wadi during heavy rains. Look for evidence of streamlets. For winter shelter, either put in a floor above ground or dig a ditch around your shelter. 4. Nailing is difficult with timbers. Thick nails will split wood. Thin nails will bend. Lashing is preferable, especially with cheap synthetic cord or rope, which also won't rot. If nails must be used, drill holes first. Power drill will save time, but it's noisy and needs electricity. 5. Timber preparation. Actual cutting takes relatively little time. Most time is spent scouting suitable trees, overtopped by neighbors, away from sight. Hauling, trimming, debarking, shaping for lashing, or drilling. Power saw not desirable. 6. Conventional tents not worth the money. Polyfilm is much cheaper, waterproof, translucent, simple to erect. Not very durable, but neither are most tents. 7. For scouting, I do one-day trips away from base camp. Move base camp to go further. 2 or 3 day duration trips with lightweight camping gear is not worthwhile. 8. Be skeptical of living off the land claims unless body weight was maintained, proved by careful before and after weighing. Most people who claim to have lived off the land actually consumed their body fat, which you can do for a few weeks, but not indefinitely. Roberta has fasted for a month for therapeutic reasons and remained vigorous. Indians had generations of experience and use of rich bottomland, which is now settled, built on, or used for agriculture. A 1-week survival course can be dangerous if it instills false confidence. Program notes for Vonu Week, Day 4, by Rayo. See LF 29, page 4 for explanation. 1. Trail making. Ground surface in this order of preference. 1. Creek, if rocky and for summer use only and not for extremely heavy loads. 2. Large rocks, no tracks. 3. Leaf and needle debris, easy to repair. 4. Gravel or sand. 5. Grass or soft vegetation. Do not saw what you can break. Do not break what you can bend. Do not bend what you can avoid. I spend about 4 hours scouting out route for each hour moving and bending. Angle up or down slopes, like animal tracks, except at fake-offs. Never be near end of trail. Arrange continuity. As turnoffs, make main trail, fake-off, distinct. Make turnoff through heavy brush and or at rocky place, and or uphill, and or re-entrant with respect to travel of strangers. Most non-Vonuans go for outings from habitation to wilderness, are more energetic and curious, and likely to explore on way out than way back. Do not locate near end of vehicle road, always along it. Do not locate near creek accessible to road lake, specifically attractive in most areas. View place, campground, or anything marked on maps. Wilderness areas often have more people in them than nearby areas not specially designated. Arrange ambushes along trail where you have view of back trail while resting. 2. Precautions on hiking trails. 1. Wear drab clothing, but not conventional camouflage. Dark green is the best color all around, safer than gray or brown because game animals are not green. 2. Go alone or don't talk. 3. Stop every 50 to 100 yards and listen, also good while hunting. 4. When aircraft heard, move into shade and sit down if there is time. If not, sit down and freeze. Sitting person is less obviously human than standing person. 5. Walk quietly. 6. Wear soft footgear unless on rocks. 7. Never run to get out of sight. 8. Do these things consistently to develop correct habits even when and where not necessary. 9. Go on nude hikes, weather and insects permitting, to develop proper attitudes, but not near base camp. Weekends are best time to move around. Better to be seen by recreationers who will assume you are other recreationers than by forest workers on weekdays who will wonder more about someone they see. 3. Access roads. Pick one which either goes somewhere, recreation spot, or which turns off main road where there is no settlement. Avoid road which dead ends soon after passing last settlement. People living there will be curious about anyone driving in. Never stop along road and remain in vehicle while consulting map, etc. Forest bludgies are more likely to question someone in a stopped vehicle than to stop a moving vehicle. Don't hike on roads except at night. 4. Camouflage and deception. Polyethylene reflects light, so for permanent camp, surfaces should be vertical, angled toward north, or horizontal. Even partial shade is very desirable because shade breaks up shapes. Keep dwellings low, partially underground if soil is soft and drainage can be arranged, or learn to live in a low structure. 8-foot-high structure can be seen much further than 5-foot high. Full stand-up height is needed only for a few jobs. 4.5-foot high sufficient for sitting. Top cloth is non-reflecting, takes snow load, so it must be strong. Surface debris sprinkled on top. Polyethylene provides waterproofing. Clear poly in south wall provides light, or use vinyl, more expensive, if you want a clear picture window. Space between top cloth and poly provides summer shade. This dimension is chosen so that winter and morning sunlight enters for solar heating, but summer noon sun doesn't. Dark cloth of north wall is for escape of H2O and CO2 from breathing, should not be waterproof, should be heavy enough to stop light. Vent any stove to outside, except propane cook stove. It's much easier to hide several small camps than one big one. Put camps several hundred yards apart so that discovery of one doesn't automatically lead to discovery of others. Commute between camps. Also, small camp will arouse much less curiosity if discovered than large, obviously long-used camp. And or keep minimal things at camp. Stash most things 100 yards or so away in drums in bushes. Drums can be hidden better and easier than tent. Keep out of and away from tent anything confidential, illicit, work-related, not plausible for someone on vacation. Warning while occupied, heavy brush, noise, bird alarms. Warning that camp was found while you were away. Light branches or fine threads that you string up will be dislodged, broken. Footprints in sandy spots. Brush out your own before leaving. 5. If discovered. Have most important travel things in pouch so it can be put on quickly. Money, ID, knife, matches, etc. If discovery seems imminent, try to get away from camp with pouch, shoes, clothes, firearm. Hide within range of sound. Whoever happens to be dressed and up should get away, not wait for others. One person at camp, other hidden within sound and with firearm, is a good defensive situation. Unless discovery of camp appears imminent, stay put and quiet if you hear human noise in distance. Wandering around increases chance of discovery. Have calls for salutation, acknowledgement, all is well, locating. Calls should sound like bird calls. Have other calls for warning, you are in jeopardy, and help. Do not use SOS code for help unless you want to call strangers as well. Keep calls confidential. Use others when visiting friends. Use these calls as little and as softly as possible. Call whenever approaching camp or meeting place. Types of calls, signals, messages. 1. Hoots. Carries much further than voice enunciations. 2. Whistles. With a little disguise, less conspicuous than voice. 3. Semaphore. With Morse code. Right is dot, left is dash, front is end of letter. 4. Light. At night. 5. Taps on pipe, double knock for dash. 6. Radio. Dot dash is simpler, longer range than voice transmission. 7. hand pressure while holding hands, undetectable by strangers in same room. 8. Position of letters in a letter above line means dot, below line means dash, on line means end of character or slant to left or right. 6. Storage. Metal drums with banded lids are the best means I have found. Keep painted for long life. Needs good gasket. Bears will destroy almost anything else if left unattended for a long time. For food, keep in shade, short term, or in a trench, long term. For cooling short term, e.g. large animal, put in stream. Trickle water over rag over top with hose, siphoning from upstream. For long-term food storage, also use a plastic drum liner. Put in CO2 before sealing. If you use dry ice as a source of CO2, leave seals loose until it evaporates, then tighten. Use at least ½ ounce dry ice per gallon. Also add desiccant. For stores that are not deteriorated by heat, stash drums in bushes in small groups. Vonu Week Results by Rayo. 2 groups of 2 people each came during 1972. About what we had hoped for. Many more, and we would not have had time for other things we wished to do. Both groups lived during their stays in tents rigged out of polyethylene film within fairly secluded, though not especially remote, wooded mountainous areas. With one group, we erected the shelter on the first day. The other group used a shelter already in place, but later put up a small stash tent. We supplied dry staple foods, and Roberta demonstrated many recipes which can be prepared with simple, economical, storable ingredients. We also foraged wild foods, with which we are familiar. One group and I buried, a 5-gallon can of simulated valuables. There were many long wraps. On days when they were alone and explored the surrounding land, swam and read. Some who came were more knowledgeable in some areas than we, which we expected and happily admitted. In general, our clients were well satisfied, although we felt that some portions of our program were marginal. One criticism was that Rayo relied too heavily on words with some subjects. Psychodrama was suggested as an alternative. Another was that we did not check out clients' knowledge of conventional survival skills such as orienteering. Our present plans for 1973 are to offer custom services on demand, give demonstrations, set up shelters or supply caches, consult in a secluded setting. Our rates are very low for services which do not require travel into that society. We are still rather inexperienced, though we know of no Vonuan who is experienced. Now that we are solving shelter problems, we can devote more effort to communication. We have tentative plans to live in a visitation area, suitable both for vehicle squatting and backpack camping during 1 month of summer, most likely early summer, where we can meet people within a day or so without advance notice. Reprinted from Pack Script No. 1, 25th March, 73. Against Social Reformism by Tom of Preform. Reprinted from Preform No. 9, May 1970, page 18. For those not acquainted with it, collective movementism, also called utopianism and bullshit libertarianism, comes in many styles. There are the educationalists who think freedom will be achieved by just talking about it, the politicians busily campaigning for Tweedledee as the lesser evil to that terrible Tweedledum, and the revolutionists who will want to play cops and robbers with the establishment, or more usually talk about doing it. Some dream of a utopia of limited government capitalism, some anarcho-capitalism, and some anarcho-communism. But no matter how great their surface differences, or how bitterly they feud among themselves, they share the same fundamental fallacies. The basic premise of the collective movementists is, in essence, no one can be free unless or until everyone is free. From this authoritarian assumption comes what there is of their strategy: to change society as a whole, to achieve freedom through altruistic crusades and provide it for all as a free gift. Such strategy goes contrary not only to historical experience, but, in the case of the individualists, to their economic theory and social ideals as well. The anarcho-communists are at least consistent in their mistake. The collective movementists propose to produce and maintain freedom by means proven ineffective for the large-scale production of anything of value, failing to recognize that incentives or benefits must be individualizable. They embrace a dichotomy between means and ends, failing to recognize that, in social movements, the means employed will determine the ends, if any, achieved. The collective movementists are invariably utopianists, dreaming not of individual freedom for those willing to expend the effort to achieve and maintain it, but of a free society wherein millions of people behave as the dreamer thinks they should. Such a view is implicitly authoritarian, perhaps another reason why the best-intentioned political crusades have brought forth only more tyranny and destruction. Consider the results of the Russian Revolution and of the many social reform movements in the U.S. of 50 years ago. Collective movementism, in all its bizarre variations, is too flagrantly irrational to be explained just as an error in philosophy. The cause must be sought in psychology. For this I highly recommend Eric Hoffer's The True Believer. Not surprisingly, most collective movementists fail to achieve even their own personal ends. Most mass movement advocates end up as a feuding little sects. Most educationalists talk only to themselves in their little magazines, books, and conferences, their utterances so dogmatic and unrelated to reality as to repel most people. As an alternative to collective movementism/utopianism, I advocate what I call libertarian realism, the application phase of which is self-liberation. I believe that freedom can be achieved by individuals and small groups regardless of how others choose to live. I intend to demonstrate this not through verbal manipulations, but by becoming more and more free. But words may suffice to clear up some misconceptions regarding libertarian realism. In rejecting collective movementism, the libertarian realist does not shun association with others. Rather, he recognizes that friendship and love can be the coin of trade among close, compatible personal acquaintances. In rejecting utopianism, the libertarian realist does not discard his ideals. Rather, he rejects trying to impose his ideals on others. He actualizes them in his own life. In rejecting educationism, the libertarian realist does not oppose education. Rather, he rejects the notion that most of the population can be propagandized into values and worldviews which clash with their living patterns. He recognizes that education in freedom and self-liberation must proceed hand in hand. In rejecting crusades, the libertarian realist does not neglect selling. Rather, he refuses to try to sell an empty bag, which is not selling but preaching. He recognizes that he can sell freedom to rational people as he is able to deliver it. How many automobiles would be sold by someone who claimed his design would run 30 miles on a pound of sagebrush and a quart of water, but who could not make his first delivery until 50 years after he received 20 million prepaid orders, with the automobile then to be given to everyone, whether they had paid for it or not? In rejecting revolution, the libertarian realist does not necessarily shun active resistance. Rather, he rejects attempts to destroy the state per se. He uses force only to repel or deter attack upon a freedomite client. A private protection service does not attempt to eradicate stealing as a mode of behavior. Rather, it prevents or discourages burglars from molesting its customers. In rejecting social change movements, the libertarian realist does not deny the possibility of social progress. Rather, he recognizes that social change comes only as the summation of individual changes. In rejecting utopian speculation, the libertarian realist does not neglect theory. Rather, he recognizes that theory must relate to practice, otherwise it becomes mysticism. Letter from Rayo, June or July 1972. I'm more optimistic about cryptoculture, hidden gardening, than I may have sounded. With intense cultivation, including irrigation, mulching, polycover in winter, a small patch will produce much food, but we haven't done it yet. Shelter remains our big concern, as it has been for 2 years. I prefer to be a systems engineer and use other people's components. But there is nothing on the market close to adequate in respect to Vonu with comfort and convenience, so I have to develop and build components. But our current approach, Plinu, will become completed by autumn, and if it proves out, we will be shifting major effort to food and communication. Now that I'm not involved with Vonu life, except for an article now and then and occasional mail pickup and relay, I will try to do better on personal correspondence. Thoughts on this topic? While newsletter forums, VLLC, have their uses, correspondence is better for some things. Disagreements are more apt to be resolved when people disagreeing are not verbalizing for an audience. Privacy is greater because info is relayed secretively, friend to friend, not broadcast. Correspondence as a whole can be thought of as a vast, decentralized, discriminating communication net. One thing, I now put destroy after reading writings on different sheets of paper than okay to keep and maybe pass on writings. The fastest way to reach me, usually, is still Vonu life. Sometimes G or I pick up, sometimes Lan, or whoever picks up for him, does, in which case it gets left in a drop for us. I regret that you didn't get to all the subjects you wished to cover. I missed some too. I can guess a couple of questions you probably had about Lan, so I'll answer. Trustworthy? Well, he doesn't have an objectivist libertarian background. I'm convinced he is Vonuan or Vonuist. Character references he supplied, upon my request before I parted with VL, were impressive, though not of the club. I've never met him face to face, but I don't consider that important because I'm not good at evaluating people that way. He may be more than one person for all I know. Visitable? So far as I know, not. His private conduct is like his published policy. I've suggested to him that we explore trade possibilities, especially pooling purchases and trips, but so far no response. This rather irks me since, in VL, he was all for local trade with outsiders. Apparently he takes the position that another Vonuan, who knows he is Vonuan, is less than to be trusted than a redneck who doesn't know what he is. But we have exchanged letters, books, publications through Drop. Also, I sold some stationery, bulk purchased, along with VL, so maybe more trade will develop. Despite my irritation, my overall impression is that he is thoughtful and careful, cool. That maybe he has been at it a few more years than I have, has thought of a few more angles, has gotten his lifestyle further refined. He doesn't seem well informed in economics. Unfortunately, the club literature he has seen, exchanged pubs, apparently have turned him off to libertarianism. He categorized it as political, collective movementist, in his comment to me. We haven't gone into it further. I think his main interest in VL is, he thought he could increase circulation and make quite a lot of money. But after seeing his first issue, I'm not so sure. He didn't make the kind of changes I had expected. I have contractual strings on VL. If he loses interest and lets it drop, it comes bouncing back to me. After careful thought, I don't think Vonuist versus servile as such is innate. Contributing factors are undoubtedly partly innate. Intelligence, independence, stubbornness. Among my peers in, say, slave school, 3rd grade, I don't think I would have been picked by an observer as most likely to become Vonuan. In my case, I think it was interactions of various innate and environmental factors. But I agree with Wolverine that, whatever the causes, the characteristics are probably irreversible at adult level. The crucial question for anyone remains, how much will he pay for Vonu? Freedom not only isn't free, it's quite expensive. I think the price may drop a little during the next few decades, but only a little. What makes someone a Vonuan is not any particular lifestyle, but willingness to change lifestyles whenever desirable to achieve and preserve Vonu. What makes a Vonuan is a high relative value on Vonu. I believe there is emerging a new club of Vonu and applied libdoers, a club which cuts across lifestyles as well as geographical boundaries, a club of people who value freedom highly, indicated by their working effectively to achieve it. The collective movementists are not part of the club, though a few may graduate to it. The club may use Rothbard's economic theory without considering Rothbard a fellow, just as it may use electronic enciphers without considering the inventors of transistors to be fellows. Might a Vonuan be more vulnerable while visible? Not according to our experience. To the contrary, we seem to be hassled less, even proportionately, perhaps because we are more careful. Also, we don't have the same psycho need to talk back, etc. But perhaps what you suggest would happen with someone out of sight in much more or longer than us. No, I don't think the two definitions are identical, but someone who spends most of his life within sight of must spend most of his life behaving similar to a sheep person, which is an enormous psychological load. I'm not convinced this is healthy. Wasn't for me when I tried it. I think eventually there will emerge new, sophisticated blends which are both more Vonu and yet provide more access. We presently are more Vonu, yet have better trade access than, say, Fletchers of Driftwood Valley. But I think wilderness squatting for a year or two may be a necessary stage for most Vonuans to get their heads together. Thoughts on Rayo from Living Free subscribers, December 84 and March 85. Letter from James H., December 1984. The long piece on Rayo was fascinating, maybe less so to a recent subscriber, but to those of us who have been with you for some time and know the background, it is very good. Rayo comes across as less of a practical fellow than I had expected. All these guys seem to rely on modern technologies even as they seek escape. His polyethylene tent, for example, could have been abandoned in favor of a woodcutter's pole and leaf hut, which is made more quickly with local materials, and it is its own camouflage. Comment: the trouble with a pole and leaf hut is that the roof leaks, which would be intolerable in Oregon in winter, where rains are torrential. Making a leak-proof roof is the hardest problem when you're building with native materials, and poly offers a quick and cheap solution. I think it's okay to use modern technology as long as you don't depend on it. Rayo could easily shift to native materials if or when he could no longer get plastic, or it became too expensive. Why do it the hard way before then? I fault Rayo on other grounds, the opposite grounds actually. I think his lifestyle was too primitive rather than not primitive enough. His whole program seems to maximize discomfort and inconvenience. For what reason? To gain freedom, he would say. But what kind of freedom is it if you have to impose such very restrictive rules on yourself? It's like wounding yourself to prevent other people from wounding you. I think I'm a lot freer on my rural acreage than Rayo was in his hideout. Sure, I pay $100 a year in taxes, but after that I can do as I please. That cost me less than all his sneaking around cost Rayo. I think he made an unwise trade-off. Letter from Roger Kinmore in response to Jim Stumm's comment, September 1985. Dear Jim, I am writing in response to your comment in Living Free number 31. I think I'm a lot freer on my rural acreage than Rayo was in his hideout. Sure, I pay $100 a year in taxes, but after that I can do as I please. That cost me less than all his sneaking around cost Rayo. You could also say that you spent 2 years in the U.S. Army, but after that you can do as much as you please. Modern statism, with its claim of preserving a free society, will allow you to do as you please after you have complied with its regulations and paid its taxes. But as you yourself make clear in Is Self-Liberation Impossible? Random Writings number 2, sneaking around is the best means of achieving more freedom in a society dominated by a state. You fault Rayo for bearing too high a cost for too little benefit, but you forget that his values are not necessarily your values. Perhaps his valuation of freedom was higher and his disvaluation of sneaking around was lower than yours. What sort of freedom do you get on your rural acreage for your $100 per year taxes? How free would you be at $1,000 per year? How free would you be if the state took over your land to build a road or used your deed as a means to find you to send you into the army? If by freedom you really mean solitude, why not say it so? It is a legitimate enough desire. I have often thought that the notion of freedom is closely connected to pride. To that extent, the power of another, including the state, can be opposed by either self-liberation or power. Rayo sought to live without needing a driver's license or vehicle registration. You have given up this freedom and consider it a benefit worth the costs to be able to drive on government roads with little fear of harassment, even though you know the government has you by the balls. It is hard to rationalize the belief of not having a vehicle, owning land, or collecting a taxable income aside from the pride of knowing one is not at the mercy and bidding of the state. Unless, of course, one is running from the law because of a specific crime, or one has nightmares of a totalitarian future, or one sees oneself as pioneering a new lifestyle. How do you rationalize your own long-term efforts and discomforts to minimize your taxable income so as to give as little money as possible to the government? As if, in the society of millions, your income tax could make any palpable difference to the state. Sincerely, Roger Kinmore. Return comments for Roger Kinmore from Jim Stum, 1985. Here are some of the things I'm free to do on my rural acreage that a wilderness Vonuan is not free to do. Of greatest importance, I can be seen on my land by neighbors, or even by government officials, without the fear of bad consequences, whereas a Vonuan must avoid being seen by anyone, as Rayo makes quite clear. Then, I can openly plant gardens, trees, bushes, while the Vonuan can only attempt cryptoculture, trying to hide all signs of cultivation. I can cut down any trees I want, while the Vonuan must select trees to cut at wide intervals far from his building site. I can cut trails and clearings and make any changes in the landscape that I please, while the Vonuan must spend his time wiping out signs of trails, etc. Of course, I wouldn't be any freer if I paid $1,000 a year in property taxes rather than $100 a year. It's not a question of buying freedom in proportion to tax dollars spent, but rather a yes-no situation to be in legal possession of the property or not. You ask how free I would be if the state took over my land for a road. The probability of that happening to any given landowner is low, about like being struck by lightning. But the same question could be put to a troglodyte Vonuan. How free would Rayo be if he spent a couple years building an underground home on public land and then the state cut a road through nearby? Actually, a landowner has the advantage, because if the new road bypassed his property by only a few yards, he could still remain. But if a new road was cut through even a mile away from Rayo's remote den, he would probably feel compelled to abandon it. You ask what if the state used my deed to find me to send me into the army. I haven't heard of draft boards searching property deeds to find draft evaders. Anyway, I'm not at risk from the draft. If I were, I would probably use an alias and lease some acreage from a farmer rather than buy it. Still, there are ways to buy land and still keep your name off the records. You could create a false ID in your new name. Then again, I don't recall being asked to prove my identity when I bought my land. I suppose I could have used any name I wanted, as long as I could receive mail in that name. Other ways are to set up a corporation, perhaps offshore, and buy land in the name of the corp. Or, you might make a deal with an organization that you have no connection with, e.g. for-profit corp, or a non-profit, or a church, by which they buy land you select with money you loan to them, then they lease it back to you for as long as you live. At your death, it reverts to them. That's their payoff. A non-profit or church may be exempt from paying property taxes, but playing that game may be pushing your luck. As for really meaning solitude, when I say freedom, that charge applies to Rayo more than to me. I have had visitors at my land, and I didn't blindfold them or swear them to secrecy. It's no concern to me if they tell others about my property. Rayo, on the other hand, is notoriously secretive about his home site. So which of us is really pursuing solitude? Lowering my income taxes isn't the only reason for my low-income lifestyle. I also want to be employed only about 20 hours a week so I have time for other things. And I found I didn't like the pressures to conform imposed on me by employers when I was in management, as manager of a checking account department in a bank. Now, as a janitor, I find that mostly nobody pays attention to me. The main thing is, I pursue my own values, which are somewhat different from yours or Rayo's. I mention quite often that we all have different subjective values. Rayo, however, seems to have never realized that. He often says or implies that people who don't adopt his wilderness Vonuan lifestyle must be not truly committed to freedom, not realizing that other people may want to be free to different things which cannot easily be done in the woods or not easily without owning one's land. Sure, you can scrupulously obey all laws and pay all taxes, and government would then probably not harass you. But living free is edited for people whom that solution to the freedom problem is intolerable. My argument for landowning is not just advocacy of that solution. Rather, I see landowning as a special case where costs can be so low and benefits so high that avoiding it makes no sense. E.g., I get 2 tax bills a year in the mail totaling about $100. I pay them by mail. That's all the contact I have ever had with government as a landowner since I bought my land. The county knows nothing about me except name and address, and they have no reason to inquire. I also paid one time $2,500 for 6 acres, which I would recover more or less if I sell the land. That's all my cost, for which I get all the benefits alluded to above. You can make a stronger case against legally driving a motor vehicle on government roads, because that costs much more than owning land costs me. My mandatory car insurance alone costs more than my property taxes, and a driver is at risk of being stopped and harassed by cops every moment that he is driving, whereas the landowner is at much less risk of being harassed while he is at home on his land. On the contrary, it is the Vonuan hiding out in the national forest who is constantly at risk of being harassed by forest bludgies. So who is really freer? Comments on Camping by Bert in Oregon, December 85. Concerning the controversy over whether it's better to buy acreage or to use the wilderness, Living Free, number 32, page 6, and earlier issues. Holly and I have backpack camped for 8 years now, full-time, except for occasional short house sittings and visits with city friends. We have camped both on farms and homesteads, and on open forest lands, in dozens of places in western Oregon, also in Washington and Colorado and elsewhere. Both types of situations have worked out well for us. Only twice have we had disagreements with private landowners that prompted us to move sooner than intended, and that happened many years ago when we were inexperienced with such arrangements. We have never had any trouble camping on open lands, including land owned or administered by forest services, timber companies, and BLM. Most of our camping on private land is while working for the owners, though we also do so occasionally to be close to town or to borrow electric power tools. At other times, we prefer public lands because there's more room to roam and less noise, and because we aren't under obligation to anyone. We once considered buying a few acres, but didn't, because the advantages didn't seem worth the costs and responsibilities. Jim wrote that on land he'd bought he could plant a garden or trees more freely than in the wilderness. We haven't planted much, but talking with people who have, my impression is that out in the bush and even in many rural areas, the biggest loss isn't to thieves, but to deer, rabbits, mice, cutworms, etc. No trespassing signs won't matter to them. Jim also wrote that on land he'd bought he could be seen, with less fear of bad consequences than in the wilderness. When we hike on backwood trails, we aren't seen by many people. I recall only 3 in 8 years. 2 were hunting deer, 1 was gathering mushrooms. If we do see someone, we say hi, maybe exchange a few pleasantries, and trek on. So what are the bad consequences? No one has tried to kill or rob us. I suppose it's possible someone might, but how would our owning the land stop them? In fact, hiking and camping on just our own few acres might jeopardize us more, because people would get to know we were there. I've seen 2 Vonu books and most back issues of Living Free, but I don't understand why Vonuans must never be seen. I can appreciate them not wanting strangers wandering into their camps. Neither do we, nor do most people. But when away from camp, why does being seen have worse consequences for a Vonuan than for anyone else? Jim wrote that road construction a mile away would compel Rayo to abandon his den. Why? Most of our camps have been less than a mile from the nearest road. Oregon west of the Cascades is so laced with logging roads we'd be hard-pressed to get a mile away, and we don't make great efforts to hide our camps, though we don't call attention to them either. Yet no one has ever visited us uninvited. I assume that Rayo's den, underground is it not, would be much harder to spot than is one of our camps. We do occasionally hear logging, motorbikes, shots, dogs, etc. Even if there were no roads, we'd still hear airplanes. We like solitude, but not so much we want to move to Antarctica. I wonder if the disagreement doesn't reflect east-west differences. In most of the West, there's plenty of open land suitable for camping, but not many small plots you can buy, except near towns and along highways, and that land is expensive. In the East, my impression is, it's the other way around. Whether on land you've bought, land you've rented, or open land, camping offers many advantages, along with disadvantages, of course, compared to building a house or cabin or bringing in a mobile home. Attractions for us include easy exchanges of scene, more choice of locations, more natural surroundings, and more privacy. But the bottom line is very low cost. Jim mentioned needing to work only 20 hours a week. We need to work only 5 hours a week about. That's averaged over a year. Actually, we work only 1 or 2 months a year usually, but put in 40 to 50 hours a week then. Working on farms, the pay is low, but we clear more than we did at factory and office jobs where there was rent or commuting, taxes, convenience foods because less time to cook, special clothing needed, etc. Many people try camping, but have an unpleasant time because of insufficient or inappropriate equipment or inexperience and conclude that camping necessarily means hardships, discomforts, and inconveniences. Not so. We've been as comfortable camping as we ever were living in apartments. There have been unpleasant moments, such as unexpected rain while moving, but every dwelling way has its problems. In a house or apartment, the electricity may go off, the furnace breaks down, the pipes freeze, the frame eaten by termites, etc. A commercial. Most of the Light Living Library is now on microfiche. 38 plans and booklets, 95 pages, concerning portable dwelling and low-cost self-reliant living, all for only $1 postpaid, from Message Post, P.O.B. 190-LF, Philomath, Oregon, 97370. Also see unclassified ad. Comments for Bert from Jim Stum. Regarding gardens being eaten by varmints, that seems to be the major problem in boondocks, as I have found out for myself. It's not that way in urban areas where I never have that problem. The solution is to put a fence around the garden. But if you do that on public land, and the bludge, bureaucrats, forest police, whatever they are called, find it, they will at least break down your fence and may harass you for putting it up. Regarding being seen, Vonuans are not directly concerned with being seen by civilians, and not much worried that they might be robbed or killed by private criminals. Their main concern is that they don't want to be seen by Bludge or by civilians who will squeal and reveal their presence to Bludge. Why? Vonuans want to live free. That's primary. Their strategy for gaining max political freedom is the government can't oppress you if they don't even know you exist. So the idea is to live out of sight and mind of those who might coerce you, meaning mainly government Bludge. Vonuans want to disappear from the mainstream society which they consider unbearably oppressive. Rayo often refers to it as slave society, or that society, spoken contemptuously. But they pay a high price for this invisibility, and I suggest in LF that the benefits may not be worth such a high price, at least not until USA becomes a much worse police state. I'm only speculating when I say Rayo would abandon his underground den if a road was built as near as a mile away. I mean a road with some traffic on it. Rayo wouldn't be concerned about abandoned logging roads. He uses such roads himself to get his camper back into the woods. But a new, well-traveled through road would give access to outsiders, to Bludge, and to hordes of good citizens who act as willing ears for Bludge. His invisibility could not long be maintained if people who were wandering in the woods within a mile of their parked vehicles stumbled across his den and then went off blabbing in every bar and gas station in the area, as they would, about the extensive construction that some weird hermit had built way out there in the woods. Soon authorities would hear of it and would pay him a visit to ask him how dare he build without permission on their public land. Then at least they would break up his construction, they bulldoze cabins built without permits on private land, and they might even arrest him for something. The need for invisibility arises if you want to build something permanent, a cabin, fences, hydropower system, etc. It's less essential for a transient camper unless there's a warrant out for you. The east-west difference you note is true. Also, in the Northeast, even wilderness that is inaccessible in summer may be wide open to every yahoo on a snowmobile in winter. Letters from Rayo / Tom of Preform, 19th September 1972. Half-life of engineering capability in digital, electronics, and computers is only a couple of years. Result: everyone is out of date except on the particular thing he is working on. Someone 10 or even 20 years out of date can learn current techniques almost as fast as someone 2 years out of date. He just dives in at a good engineering library and learns where the technology is now, in subject areas relevant to his project. He doesn't have to learn the intervening history. I don't presently have time or facilities to do electronic development, so it is more efficient for me to wait until I do and then catch up. I am receiving one electronics journal, which I glance at and then store away. Not knowing more about the scrambling technique, I can't comment on decodability. It is no great feat to come up with a technique which is essentially unbreakable, but a difficult to break rather than unbreakable technique might be chosen for lower cost and simplicity of use. Possibility of death. How many thousands have taken outward bound? How many have been killed? And that in a course designed to generate stress, push people to the limit. So what is the chance of someone dying during Vonu week? Not zero, but so small I don't consider it worth considering in advance. There are many more probable dangers and discomforts to be considered. It is not efficient to prepare for or even to consider the very low probability possibilities. Only 1 out of 100 persons bitten by rattlesnakes die, and this includes little children and people with bad hearts, etc., but good care will reduce length and severity of illness. Space blankets are presently very expensive. However, Alcoa sells finely perforated aluminum foil to restaurants for keeping baked potatoes warm, etc., which might work as well in a stationary structure, not as strong. But I try to minimize use of metal in new development because of possibility of detectability in future, though I don't think this is a present problem. Enclosed is a food consumption tabulation for Vonu week. I don't know what caused your digestive upsets. You might try eating nothing but boiled, sprouted wheat and beans for breakfast and lunch every day for a week, while otherwise living in your ordinary way and eating your ordinary food for supper. I submitted to Vonu Life a long article on our present life. This may be in a September issue. I haven't received a copy yet. This tells something about our experience with mice and rats. There are many lizards around, but an edible portion. I suspect is even smaller than a mouse. And they eat flies, thereby reducing that problem. We will begin eating insects in quantity if and when we find an easy way to procure some kind in quantity. I agree that presentation of Vonu week could be much improved. We'll work on it if we continue to give it. I remember reading your LC article and liking it except for disagreeing with the part about the sadomasochistic club analogy. If I were the involuntary victim, I would probably wreck the joint and mangle some of the members on the way out, if I could do so without too much additional risk or bother, to discourage them from bothering me and my friends in the future. Certainly, I wouldn't feel that it was moral for me to do so. Interesting that L considers you and I political, whereas we consider ourselves non-political, as she considers herself. Actually, we are post-political. Both of us went through a political, or at least an educationalist ideological phase, but we are past it. Apparently she hasn't gone through it. Then there are the bullshitters, or true believers, who get hung up in it. I continue to believe that anti-statist ideology is necessary, although certainly not sufficient for Vonu any form. Question: how can someone develop from an unaware to an anti-statist, Vonuist, anti-political worldview without going through the collective movementist utopian stage? How self-sufficiently is the author of the economics article now living? I just finished reading Last of the Mountain Man. Wasn't too impressed. Our lifestyle this autumn and the first part of winter. We sleep in the lay foam hut under a small poly tent which is within easy commuting distance of our camper. We cook and eat, except breakfast, and do most other things in camper. During spells of good weather, I go for several days at a time to the P.A.Z.NIA on which I am still working. The camper is now in a different squat spot than the one you saw, but in the same general area. I expect we will move to the P.A.Z.NIA in February or March if structure and drainage prove out. I don't recommend doing Vonu week like we did with you in February, since poly tent is a marginal shelter then. We lived under poly most of last winter, but we had a foam hut. So I suggest that C check with us later in the winter regarding our situation and his interests. After we moved to P.A.Z.NIA, we could put him and family up quite comfortably in camper plus foam hut, but this might not be what he wants. Since you were a paying guest and I felt it would be as improper to ask you to clean up, except for your personal things, as to expect a tenant at a motel to wash the bedding and vacuum the rug before leaving, the day after you left, I hiked up, took down the tent, brought down the food things, and stashed most other things in the drum in some bushes nearby. I have since brought down the drum. The bed frame is still there. I don't expect it will be seen by many people. It is much less visible even than the tent was. Nor would it arouse much curiosity if it was seen. There has been logging in the area, so there are other artifacts. And if we want to move camp sometime in a hurry, it is nice to have a bed already there. My present thoughts on future Vonu week. Most of VW presentation was verbal, and that form is adequate, if not most efficient or entertaining. The best way to remember is by actually doing, and there is a fair amount of that. So we intend to put the words on paper, have plenty of illustrations, very clear labels, sprout jar, etc. We will sell or rent Vonu place, squat spot already scouted, equipment, grub stake and detailed instructions stashed nearby. To the client we send directions. He comes when he wants, leaves when he wants. We get deposit on equipment, and he never sees us. We anticipate as many questions as possible in instructions. Others can get answered, slowly, through message drop. We offer a variety of squat spots, varying in access and remoteness, terrain, and vegetation. Used spots sell or rent at discount. This way, our Vonu isn't degraded if we get large clientele. Eventually, I hope to provide communication links for live answering of questions, but not next summer. 21st November, 1972. Did you receive my letter of 19th September? P.O. Box was broken into about 21st October. By good fortune, mail had been picked up on 19th October, so not much was stolen. Betterment Committee? Don't know. Anyway, I am concerned that either my 19th September letter did not reach you, or your reply might have been among the items stolen. Roberta and I will obtain a mailing address in a large city with UP link to local pickup as soon as we can arrange it. This is something we have been going to do for a long time. Now we will move faster. Have you heard anything about random opening and checking of mail at U.S. border? 14 December, 1972. Perhaps it is only a coincidence, but the 2 letters of mine which you didn't receive were both over an ounce, but with sufficient postage to go first class. There was a little bludge activity in the area that might possibly have been precipitated by something in September letter, but was more likely caused by a hunter. While I was working in that society, I spent a large part of my time doing technical work, which was essentially puzzle solving. Perhaps that's why puzzles have not appealed to me since I was a child. Now projects like Volan, artificial language, fill this need for me. Whether Volan proves sufficiently useful to justify my time expenditures as other than recreation remains to be seen, but perhaps the fact that it might prove useful makes it more appealing than puzzles. I would not have guessed about Elle what you said about her in your 2 December letter. So much for ability to evaluate face to face. My impression at the time, very competent, few hang-ups, but mysticism was incongruous, indicative of some problem. I received a long report from someone who was Atlantis 1 for several months. I cannot reveal the source nor pass it on, but based on it, I would withdraw any money I had in ATCOPS. I find I'm especially interested in erotics when I'm not getting any. This hasn't been a problem since I met Roberta. If your lover would feel betrayed and end the relationship because you took another girl, with whom you are not even having erotics, to Vonu week, what does this say about the rationality of your lover? I find your suspicions of lifestyle seduction incomprehensible. If you recall, L expressed definite interest in staying. My reply was something like, sure, go ahead and stay at your camp, and we can bring you another drum full of food and mail every couple of months. If we were desperately seeking more people, we could have made her a more attractive offer, such as employment with us for a few hours a month, clearing squat spots or something, sufficient to pay for her food and leave her a little over. Actually, Roberta and I are not as committed to wilderness Vonu, at least to the exclusion of everything else, as we might seem. We go through a period of doubts rethink each winter. If it were not for the nuclear threat, we might be trying to build a smile under St. Monica Mountains or maybe Tilden Park, Berkeley. At the moment, Roberta is more sold on wilderness Vonu than I. We now look upon ourselves as Vonu experimentalists. We can afford the luxury of this partly because we aren't in desperate need for Vonu. No immediate problems with draft, school-aged children, etc. About you. 1. I had no reason to believe you were interested in becoming a wilderness Vonuan. You have repeatedly said you weren't. I have no reason to disbelieve you. 2. If, nevertheless, you did, I expect you would do it in your present location. The main emphasis of Roberta and I right now is developing a way of living for us that combines maximum Vonu with comfort. Until we have problems of living the year around better solved than we do at the moment, it is foolish to attract others to join us. If somebody wants to experiment on their own, fine. Good luck. Orion's visit the previous summer convinced us that we were not yet prepared for associating, at least on a year-round basis, with anyone who wasn't at least experienced and equipped as we were. The thing we can do which is most likely to attract others and attract them on a sound basis is to increase the Vonu, comfort, convenience, and capability of our own lifestyle. What people might come then, I have no idea. Most likely they will be people we don't even know of at present. We probably value you as much as a non-coercivist, anti-statist if you are, with a different but somewhat interrelated lifestyle, living in a region in which we have some interests, as we would as a neighboring wilderness Vonuan. Enough? My evidence isn't conclusive, but judging from the few experience I have had or heard about others having when a reliable contact, agent, friend, or helper is needed under emergency conditions involving bludge, even a bullshit libertarian, educationalist, collective movementist, will probably be more reliable and competent than a normally reliable and competent non-libertarian. The bullshit libertarian is at least anti-coercion in theory, and this had some effect on his subconscious emotions and attitudes. Also, the bullshit libertarian has probably had a few daydreams or nightmares about what he would do if, which is more than the non-lib has had and is better than nothing. One case I heard about. Bludge were seeking X. They went to X's mother and identified themselves. She supplied the only address she had for X, which was the address of a lifelong non-lib friend of X's, who was forwarding X's mail. Bludge went to friend of X. He supplied them with the last residential address of X he knew, but X had recently moved. Bludge went to residential address. They got no information from several libertarians, probably mostly educationalists, though I'm not sure, who were there but received full cooperation from a very capable non-libertarian. An explicit non-coercivist ideology certainly isn't sufficient, but I continue to believe that it is necessary. I intend to limit friends and close acquaintances to those who evidence it. Supposedly, non-ideological people usually have an ideology at the subconscious level, and it is usually the prevailing statist ideology of that society. They don't verbalize much about it, in part because they perceive little conflict between that ideology and the world around them. Bullshit libertarians at least perceive a conflict, so they verbalize. The latter is just a thought at the moment. I suspect it's more involved than that. When involved in a conflict between friend and bludge, the usually competent non-lib is caught up in conflict of values, which will likely cause him to act less competently than the usually not-so-competent bullshit libertarian. I'm conceding that a good many BS libs are not very competent under normal conditions, which is one reason they're BS libs. Eric Hoffer's hypothesis. Introduction to PackScript Number 1 by Tom of Preform, 25th March, 1973. Editor's note. PackScript was a one-issue newsletter edited by Tom, as he explains below. PackScript Number 1 was 2 pages long. I intend to reprint the parts of it that were written by Tom. I have already published Vonu week results taken from PackScript Number 1 in LF31, page 6. I still haven't heard anything about any more issues of PackScript besides this Number 1. If anyone ever saw any other issues, please let me know, even if you no longer have it. I'm doing PackScript not because I especially enjoy writing, but, on the contrary, because writing is slow and difficult to me. If I relied entirely on personal letters, I could send brief, "We are fine, how are you?" notes. But I wouldn't have time to develop ideas, pass on information, or tell about what we are doing. The cost of offset printing is low, provided a printer has the proper equipment for the job. At least one printer in Berkeley charges only $275 for 100 copies of an 8.5 by 11 sheet, both sides, not mail order. So, with photo reduction, we can save money as well as time by printing that information which we wish to share with a number of people. Postage savings pay for printing cost. Mottos: every Vonuan a publisher. Those that can write well, write. Those that can't, edit. PackScript is the second Znet mini-magazine, word coined by Lan of VL, I've started during the past 5 years. The first, Preform Inform, grew beyond original expectations, changed name to Vonu Life, and now, under management of Lan, seems to be becoming the popular mechanics of freedom achievers. As it grows, VL becomes more valuable for how-to-do-it info, but less useful for making and maintaining contacts. Unlike some Znets, PackScript is for Vonu achievers who would like to meet in person occasionally, as well as communicate by mail. For this reason, we are limiting distribution to the Pacific Coast. Also for this reason, PackScript is traded only for information, not sold for money. We are not opposed to money transactions, but we wish to keep PackScript small and personal. We welcome information relevant to Vonu in any form, written or spoken. Letters, newspaper clippings, loan of books or magazines, publication exchange, conversations, introduction to other Vonuans, leads to sources, etc. I'll assume I may pass on to PackScript readers unless you say otherwise. Vonu achievers include not only those who are decreasing their own vulnerability to coercion, but individuals who offer services which reduce the vulnerability of others, such as mail receiving and forwarding, phone answering, storage, squat spots, garden sites, and free market, no tax, no social security, cash pay, employment. All forms of Vonu which can be implemented along the Pacific Coast are of interest to us. Troglodytism, vehicle nomadism, smoomism, boat living, urban anonymity. Opportunities for mutually profitable exchange are often greatest between people with different lifestyles. I'll assume that every PackScript reader also reads Vonu Life and will not try to duplicate information that's in there. On the other hand, there is much intentional duplication of what is in VZE publications, such as Vonu Link. Vonu Life is now an annual book and is separate from Vonu Link. VZE members trade pool pages. This means I print extra copies of some pages, but not personal identifying data, which they can include in their newsletters, and they do the same for me. See Pool Page B from Vonu Link, which is part of this issue for more info on pool pages. So some of the material in PackScript is written, edited, and printed by others and does not necessarily represent our views. I'm sending this issue to personal friends and acquaintances, some people who subscribe to PI, people referred to PackScript by Vonu Life, some people who have published letters in Vonu Life by forwarding through VL. Distribution of the next issue will probably begin in early summer, likely deadline June 1st. Editor's note: When he says Vonu Life is now an annual, Tom is referring to VL 1973, the special handbook issue. An issue like that was to be produced every year, but only one such issue was ever published. He calls it a book, but it was printed in newsletter format, with very small print, on newsprint paper, which is now, after 13 years, becoming very yellow and brittle. The pool page B mentioned is the same as Vonu link page VL11 P4, on which Lan explains his complicated idea for splitting VL into a number of Z-nets, the details and purpose of which I could never comprehend. Letter to ASE Magazine from Tom. Editor's note. This is an obscure item. A letter appeared in July 1973, Alternative Sources of Energy magazine, unsigned, but I believe it may have been written by Tom. I base this conclusion on 3 clues. 1. Writer mentions living in Siskiyou region. 2. Address used is ALA, Box 91, Berkeley, California, 94701, which is the same address Tom uses in PAC script number 1. I believe that P.O. box was used by several libertarian groups in Berkeley, and that ALA stands for Association of Libertarian Activists, or something like that. 3. I recall that Tom was interested in developing hydroelectric power at his hidden underground den, which was well within his abilities since he was an electrical engineer, so the following may be Tom speaking. Water power. We have a site suitable for small hydroelectric power, about 100 foot head at 10 gallons per minute, which we would like to use to drive an automobile alternator and recharge batteries for a 12-volt electrical system. A friend recommended that we use a carbon vane pump such as Airborne Sales number 1191. Has any reader had experience doing this? A problem we've run into is that surplus houses, not only Airborne but Pali, are sold out of carbon vane pumps, which can handle water. Does anyone know of places which still handle these? We'd also like suggestions as to the best alternator to use. We need one that's fairly small with low friction, perhaps from a foreign car, since at best we will be getting only 2 or 3 amps out. We live in the Siskiyou region of Northern California and would enjoy contacted other ASE readers in the area. ALA, Box 91, Berkeley, California, 94701. What Are We Doing? By Tom of Preform. Reprinted from PAC script number 1 with some editing and comments. 25th March, 1973. I'm sitting in our camper on a street in Berkeley putting this issue together, i.e. PAC script number 1, though much of it was written or printed previously. I'm doing it now because 1. We have a new mailing address and I want to make it known. 2. There is a low-cost printer in Berkeley. 3. I have some spare time over a weekend. Most future issues will be typed and sometimes mimeoed in our mountain hideaways. We are on our annual shopping/visiting trip to the big cities. From Berkeley, we go south along the coast to Los Angeles, then to Baja. Tom has another tooth which needs a gold crown. Then back to L.A., then north on Highway 5 to Tehachapi Mountains, then north on Highway 5 to Siskiyou region. Temporary addresses. Until about April 5th, care of General Delivery, Laguna Beach, California. Write us there if you wish to contact us while we are in Southern California. From about April 5th to April 15th, care of General Delivery, Lebec, California. Write us there if you wish to contact us while we are in Tehachapi Mountains or along Highway 5. I suggest putting our permanent address on the envelope as return address in case the letter misses us. Report on annual food purchases follows with out-of-date prices. Tom mentions brown rice, pink beans, black mission figs, pitted Iraq dates, nutritional yeast, wheat, raisins, powdered milk, honey, and dextrose. They buy their year's supply of food on this annual swing through the big cities. J.S. We can deliver non-organic brown rice or pink beans to any place on our route for $13.50 and $15 per 100-pound sack, respectively. Hulled sunflower seeds do not store well, even in cool CO2 atmosphere. This year, we bought sesame seeds at 36 cents a pound for a high-oil supplement/condiment. At present, our overall lifestyle is a blend of van nomadism, troglodytism, and smoomism, and is moving towards the latter two. Troglodytism equals living physically underground. Smoomism equals moving between several homes hidden in the wilderness. JS. Except for one smile we are still experimenting with, we will not be building more completely underground structures in the near future. Our present shelter work is mostly with small, well-concealed structures on the surface and partly underground. The shift in our interest is due not only to the problems with underground shelters, especially drainage and condensation, but to growing confidence in and ability at concealment on the surface. While it is conceivable that Big Brother may eventually have surveillance systems capable of identifying almost any human habitation on the surface, I don't think this will be a serious threat during the next 20 to 30 years. We built the basic structure for a semi-underground home and shop last spring and summer. If it overwinters well, we will complete the interior and move in this spring. Although our shelter problems aren't completely solved, we seem to be close to year-round comfort with a high degree of Vonu, perhaps 20 years MTH. MTH equals mean time to harassment, an estimate of degree of invulnerability to coercion, JS. We now believe that outside interfacing, not shelter, will be the most difficult part of Vonu living. For this reason, we are gravitating towards a SMUM way of life. There may be an article on SMUM in Vonu Life 1973. There was. See Smummins, the Super Hobos, in VL 73, page 101, JS. We are becoming interested in cryptoculture. Cryptoculture equals hidden gardening, JS. A few years ago, I had dreams of growing pot in hidden patches and selling it. Apparently quite a few people are doing this. Now we are more interested in growing potatoes. To reduce transport, we presently import 1,200 pounds a year, and interfacing needs. There may be food rationing within a few years. We stress physical concealment as much as we do because we are interested in the growth of an alternate economy, not just in personal retreat and retirement. And I don't believe that free market enterprise will be profitable much beyond what is already being done, illegal products, services at very high prices mostly, until quite a few people have secure shelters. Such non-Vonu alternate enterprises as food co-ops are likely to escape most taxes and regulations only so long as they remain too few and too small to offer substantial competition to fascist, regulated businesses. There was a big co-op movement during the early 30s too. The survivors, today, are as regimented and bureaucratic as General Mills, e.g. C&H Sugar. I have been accused of being some sort of an ascetic who is dedicating his life to advancing Vonu. This is true in a sense, but the implications of self-sacrifice and masochism are utterly false. Once status games and food fetishes are weeded out, physical comfort essentially means having a soft, warm bed, a cuddly bedmate, and nutritious food within easy reach of the bed on days when it's cold and wet outside. There are also various kinds of intellectual stimulations and desires, but there are many alternate ways to satisfy these, including ways compatible with Vonu living. One need not duplicate the specific entertainments of the servile society. I am devoting most of my life to advancing Vonu because I find I can have the most pleasure and satisfaction this way. Not only are most tasks interesting and enjoyable in themselves, but there is an added exhilaration in overall integration, having an over-purpose, in most tasks means as well as ends. This is missed by a playboy who flits from ski slope to nightclub to chess game, each activity unrelated to the others. Advancing Vonu, especially wilderness Vonu, is an over-purpose especially suitable for a rational hedonist because of the variety of physical and mental activities involved and profusion of satisfactions offered. Many over-purposes, in contrast, involve intense specialization of activity, and do not fulfill most emotional capacities, leading to frustration or conflicts. Examples: trying to become world's tennis champion, earn $1 billion, discover a cancer cure, become a rock superstar. March. Comments by Rayo from Pack Script Number 1, March 1973. Comments on Via proposal. A proposal for Via, a vehicle nomadic community in Southern California, was published in Preform Inform, Number 3, January 1969. When I wrote and published this 4 years ago, I was doubtful that there were enough full-time vehicle nomads in the Los Angeles area and potentially interested in such a life for Via to be feasible and profitable then. I estimated 1 chance in 3 that such an association would actually materialize then, but I felt that a definite proposal would stimulate interest and discussion. About a dozen advanced surveys came back. Not bad considering the circulation of PI was about 50 at the time. Only 1 respondent indicated interest in living in Via most of the time, so there wasn't sufficient market. There probably is now, assuming someone is interested in organizing something like that. I'm on to other projects. I believe I was over-optimistic as to the degree of seclusion that could be achieved. With a large number of vehicles coming and going, including even trailers, there would be a well-worn trail to Via. So it would probably have to be on fenced private land with permission, or else 100 feet or more of some special kind of ground covering, portable driveway, would have to be put down at the turnoff from the last access road each time a vehicle came and went. Planks on pegs? The cost of renting private land might be such as to make the venture unattractive. Landlords who would welcome one family as caretakers would be very dubious of a large group. One serious oversight was not including a per-trip component in the rates to discourage and or pay the added costs and risks of frequent commuting. Editor's note: ATCOPS, Atlantis Commodity Purchasing Service, was a silver bullion bank meant to be a forerunner to a Bank of Atlantis, which was a project of Operation Atlantis, an attempt to start a libertarian new country in the Caribbean. ATCOPS offered accounts denominated in decagrams of silver. To Rayo: on the basis of your recommendation, I withdrew about from my ATCOPS account, leaving only a few decas to keep the account operational. You had intimated to me that ATCOPS was in a pickle economically, and I took your recommendation in December as further proof. Now I gather from VL number 11 that the reason is based on an act committed by Travers, manager of Atlantis Motel. I further think that Stevens is probably right about the difficulty of obtaining a manager plus whatever who would have acted differently. Possibly when and if a better one comes along, Stevens would phase Travers out. Just what do you expect Stevens to do? I'm sure he deals with many less than ideal persons, whom he could avoid dealing with only by dropping hope for Atlantis. The absurdity of this internecine quibble is most tragically demonstrated by the fact that I now have the sitting in a savings account at the Bank of, which I am sure is fully staffed by individuals much like those who constitute the mass of society, with a lifetime of fascist socialist thinking as a background, unhesitatingly and obviously willing to commit coercivist actions far exceeding those committed by Travers. I don't know of any Swiss bank or investment company with a less coercivist management to keep the money on hand would make me very uncomfortable, and I do not want assets so unliquid to be in the form of buried gold. Rayo's reply: I did not intimate that ATCOPS was in a pickle economically. I have no knowledge of the financial condition of ATCOPS except, judging from the little information in Atlantis News, it's rather speculative. The only source of income with which to pay interest is hoped-for profits from commodity speculation, according to AN. Nor do I know what, if any, connection Travers has with AdCop specifically. I have heard from a reliable source that Travers was effectively the manager of Atlantis' boat project, though I did not see this mentioned in AN. According to this same source, Stevens devoted only 1 day a week to all the Atlantis projects combined. Effective day-to-day management was performed by others. Travers? Someone with conventional, statist attitudes and morals, it's much less dangerous doing a routine job in a conventional, law-abiding bank than performing tasks requiring initiative and integrity in an enterprise which is probably operated in legal gray areas. But, from what I have heard, Travers is not just a statist sheep, but a deliberate coercivist. Supposedly, he told others who worked for Atlantis, as a form of intimidation, that, when a rock music group which he was involved with failed to pay him to his satisfaction, he arranged for the FBI to bust them for drug possession. I do not at present have money in either AtCops or Bank of. Note from Rogue about Vonu, March 87. I read Vonu and How to Start Your Own Country, and neither sounded plausible. Vonu was a bit of a disappointment. The articles weren't very well developed. What would you do about medical problems if you were living in the woods, for example? Even if you could get to a hospital, you couldn't afford it. Why take such drastic measures to get away from the state? You could buy land and do the same thing, as long as you kept a low profile. You still have to pay taxes on your paychecks, keep your vehicle registration and license up to date. The benefits of sitting out in the woods by yourself, or even with a freemate, seem minimal, unless you don't like people. I think Rayo may have simply been justifying his need to live alone. The book was more a tribute to the man than a real guide to Vonu. Comments for Rogue from Jim Stum. I agree with a lot of what you say about Vonu. I've expressed similar criticisms myself, but let me say a few words here in defense. Remember that Rayo did live a wilderness Vonu lifestyle from 1968 to 74 and possibly beyond, so he's not just some impractical dreamer. As for medical care, some people who are young and healthy see this as being of little importance. Maybe they get first aid books like How to Be Your Own Wilderness Doctor by Bradford Angier and rely on self-medication. Actually, someone living in the woods in USA, if he has a vehicle, may be as close to medical care as any rural resident. It's not like he's in a log cabin in the high Arctic or on a small sailboat in mid-ocean, though there are people in such places too. Is their lifestyle implausible? Cutting oneself off from medical care is the calculated risk some people are willing to take. A Vonuan need not necessarily be impoverished. He might have money from savings or income from investment, or from some location-independent occupation, e.g. writing, that he works on at his wilderness home. Tristan Jones mentions writing some stories to sell while crossing the ocean in a one-man sailboat. The Vonuan might even carry medical insurance if he can afford it. Why not? On the other hand, just because someone lives in a city doesn't guarantee that he can afford medical care. I would say that Rayo was mostly describing, not justifying, the lifestyle that appealed to him. His main error was to assume that some one way of life was best for everyone. You seem to make the same mistake, suggesting that buying a remote homestead is the best way. By contrast, the point that I always stress is that people differ. There is no one best way for everyone. Find the one way that suits you best, and do that, and never mind if other people prefer to live differently. Last Letters from Rayo, June 1973. Yes, all our mail should now go to Berkeley. So far as I know, there hasn't been problems with the Cave Junction box since last autumn, but we prefer to have an address out of the region. Besides, the CJ box is no longer ours, and relaying mail has proven somewhat of a problem. The impression I had of Vonu Life when Land first announced the split was that Vonu Life would be a reprint of the best things from Vonu Link. I was responsible for BCWCS being listed as source for the catalog. Land said this address was listed by AA Directory and asked if I knew which address was latest. Since you had done more for VL than CAT staff, and since their address might be no longer good, likely if catalog no longer being published, I recommend your address. I thought BCWCS would appreciate the business, if any. I didn't think about the possible connection. Sorry. I find it hard to believe that Bludge are busily correlating that kind of clerical flotsam, though, but it might be a good idea to introduce some deliberate misleading clues just in case. After encouraging competition, if thousands of urban Vonuans flock too as a result of the article and look for temporary jobs, unlikely I suspect, the result will be to lower wage rates some. This will cause 1. People for whom has no particular attraction to go elsewhere. 2. Some employers to shift some of their tasks to temporary help. 3. Some companies to locate in who would otherwise go elsewhere. Net result, wage rates only slightly lower, plus thousands more urban Vonuans busily trying to do many kinds of alternative enterprise things, opening many new possibilities. If the particular line of work you are in is especially lucrative due to stiction in the labor market, inertia, slowness of information travel, you can expect increasing competition, which will bring your wages down whether or not you communicate about it. The only effect of communicating will be to speed up the change and cause more of the competition to be your acquaintances. Later that winter, we did cross that particular creek in fairly high water by previously rigging line. I find I now tend to be more careful and conservative about natural hazard than when I was a weekend recreationist. This was demonstrated to me this winter when I crossed that same creek without a rope but using a staff carrying a backpack. Water was fairly high. I had feared that if I ever slipped and fell, the increased water resistance would sweep me away. Well, the worst happened. Both feet slipped at once and down I went, and simply sat there. My heavy backpack probably helped anchor me, dense load. I'm probably more conservative because of unavailability of medical aid, also because there is no status game element of being daring. I find I'm reluctant to delve into theoretical questions in strictly personal letters, preferring to write articles for wider circulation. This seems like more efficient communication, but I'm not sure what it is. Your thoughts on ontogeny, phylogeny are interesting. My own thoughts on this aren't coherent yet, but the emotional reactions I had while writing Rooting Out the Outposts article in Vonu Life 1973 support your hypothesis. On one hand, I had strong qualms about the article. On the other hand, I felt strongly enough that VL should include such an article that it be definitely published, charged against my advertising allotment if necessary, which I reserved for myself when I parted with VL. This was probably unnecessary. Land was short of material and kept soliciting more articles. My feeling was that I didn't want VL to help clutter up the woods with status clods. I didn't think the article would lead to the conversion of very many people, but that it would cause status readers to turn off to Wilderness Vonu, if they were not turned off for other reasons, which seems more likely. So my article was an attempt to telescope movementism and Vonuism. I'll be interested in any reactions as to how well it succeeded. Problem: it's hard to learn about the doings of statists and not be morally indignant. They shouldn't be allowed to do those things. It's not right, etc. Roberta and I discussed one hypothesis. Humans have spent most of their evolutionary experience in small groups where such a response is constructive. A coercer can be kicked out of the tribe, even if he is bigger, stronger, quicker, and more popular. He can probably be done in by ambush. Problem arises when this emotional capacity, evolved for small group situation, is applied to nation, where it is non-constructive. Movements who get hung up on moral indignation not only are non-constructive, often destructive, themselves, but interpret any contrary response, Vonu, as a cop-out. In order for a movementist to become effective, he must redirect the moral indignation. I think the indignation itself is desirable, may be necessary. I feel a large amount of indignation, but it is necessary to sublimate it somehow, to learn, not only intellectually, but down to the emotional level, that America is not ye old tribe, and that a response appropriate in the latter is futile in the former. I never especially liked the word freemate, but Roberta says she likes it better than any other term she has heard. So do I, partly for lack of role-playing element. We grabbed on it when we wrote our free marriage contract, another term I don't especially like, because we couldn't think of anything better. I don't think I could play a bludge convincingly, and I'd hesitate to try, but suggestion is a good one. Having a fortnight instead of a week will allow starting off in a camp already set up, then people explore area, scout sites, discuss, scout some more, select site, move camp, then I try to find, and I have a camp for them to try and find. A continuing hide-and-seek game. This not a put-down of your suggestion, nor is it to imply there must be something wrong with someone who could play a bludge convincingly. I'm simply not a good actor. September 14th, 1973. My thinking has undergone major changes in the last several months on interfacing, alternate economies, interrelations in general. Perhaps I am coming to the same conclusions you have, though I'm not sure what yours are. I will probably write an article on subject when my thoughts become further crystallized. The only person I've had good, deep, ongoing theoretical discussions with is Roberta, because she is the only person I'm around enough to facilitate such discussions. Often, though, replies, thoughts, and answers will occur to me, not at the time of a conversation, but sometime later when I'm off by myself, similar to what you say happens with you, so I don't think one or a few intense, concentrated discussion sessions can provide the same opportunity as an ongoing association. Several times we have visited and had long discussions with people who write theoretical articles, but the face-to-face was invariably limited to nuts and bolts. Berkeley address is still good. February 14th, 1974. I am now more eager to sell the 600-pound stash we have near Bella Coola. The woman who owns the farm on which they are stored is considering selling. There is no big hurry, but I would like to dispose of the supplies by next summer at the latest. Also, the chance that we will use them grows less. We would enjoy making another trip to that area, and the supplies give us a good excuse, but we have many projects we could better spend time on. Your November 3rd letter, which we didn't get until a few weeks ago, because of misunderstandings with people receiving our mail, contained many interesting thoughts as usual. We withdrew from AdCops even before you did. Irrelevant. My suggestion was to get out of AdCops, not out of silver. Without going to unconventional lengths, you could have bought bullion or coins from a local dealer and stored in a rented safety deposit box, for example. If you had asked what my recommendation would be if the only feasible alternatives were AdCops and a conventional savings account, my choice might have been different. Again, I didn't recommend against or for a particular form of investment. I passed along info I had received that AdCops' promoter was unreliable. I received a large manuscript detailing one person's experiences at AdCops. It is loaned out at the moment. I'll mail it to you when I get it back. The last thing I recall writing on preserving savings was in Vonu Life number 6, page 8, was buying and storing silver coins. I, too, am becoming very dubious as to the value of all Libertarian Club involvements, perhaps even more dubious than you. I still see some value for me in the kind of anonymous ideological and intellectual exchange which goes on in Libertarian Connection, but we do not intend to use the Libertarian Club in the future as an avenue for gaining non-anonymous friends or associates. Many more thoughts, but not articulatable yet. Editor's note. I believe the manuscript critical of AdCops mentioned above was the one written by Pyro Egon, which I also received on loan, read, and returned since this February 74 letter was received. As far as I have been able to discover, no one has heard another word from or about Rayo. Liberated Lifestyles, by Jim Stum, February 1984. Self-liberation techniques fall into two categories, limited and comprehensive. Limited tactics provide some increase in freedom in particular areas of one's life for the person who employs them, e.g., using tax loopholes or using a mail drop. Such tactics don't cost much, and they can be used by a person living a mostly conventional lifestyle, but their benefits are similarly limited. At the other extreme, there are a few comprehensive self-liberation strategies that can provide a large increase in freedom across most areas of one's life. The cost of these strategies is proportionately high, usually requiring adopting an unconventional lifestyle. We advocate no particular path towards freedom, but rather we are interested in any approach that works. It's up for you to decide which ideas you want to implement yourself. All of the comprehensive self-liberation strategies that I know about, the ones that are really feasible today, ones that some people are already practicing, fall under these 6 headings. Live in a camper. Be sea mobile. Be internationally mobile. Hide out in the wilderness. Practice urban anonymity. Live on a self-sufficient homestead. I will briefly explain what each of these entails and give some references for further information. The cost and benefits of these strategies are discussed in the references mentioned. 2 particular sources of information that cover many of these strategies are the books Last Frontiers on Earth, LFOE, and Vonu, The Search for Personal Freedom, Vonu. 1. Live in a camper. Live in a motorhome, converted bus, camper on a pickup truck, delivery van, etc. Park at hidden spots in the wilderness, at established campgrounds, on city streets, supermarket or shopping mall parking lots, or a friend's city driveway or country acreage. Stay no longer than a month or 2 in one area. Give no forwarding address, pay cash, use aliases, and use other similar tactics to develop anonymity. References. See newsletters Preform, Inform, and Vonu Life, and see Chapter 15 of LFOE. 2. Be sea mobile. Live on a small sailboat. Make long ocean passages traveling from port to port, or visit uninhabited islands, tropical atolls, or remote coves on unpopulated coasts, staying some weeks or months in each place, or hang around one rugged, lightly populated coastal area, e.g., British Columbia, that has myriad islands and inlets to choose from. Be highly self-reliant, live off the sea, perhaps smuggle. More difficult or less desirable variations. Develop a permanent home on an uninhabited island, or live on a houseboat on an island waterway, bayou, swamp, river, lake. References. See the newsletter Ocean Freedom/Ocean Living and the Water Power issue of Innovator, SU69, and see Ocean Freedom Notes, reprinted from Living Free. The 5 chapters of LFOE making up Part 2 discuss variations of this idea, some feasible now, some that may become feasible in the future. And see Sailing the Farm by Ken Neumeyer, available from Loom Panics Unlimited. 3. Be internationally mobile. Be a multinational person. Pick the best features from a number of nations. Be a citizen of one nation. Earn income in another. Live in others. Bank somewhere else, etc. Make creative use of offshore tax havens. Live in hotels or rented apartments or villas. Travel, usually by air, from city to city, continent to continent. This strategy is easier to pull off if you are affluent or at least can appear to be. References. See the newsletter International Living, $18 a year monthly, from 824 East Baltimore Street, Baltimore, Maryland, 21218. And see International Investing by Douglas R. Casey, which covers more than just investments, available from Loom Panics Unlimited. 4. Hide out in the wilderness. Adopt Rayo's Vonu strategy. Live in national forests, mountains, and other public wilderness areas. Be a nomad, traveling on foot, by canoe, on horseback, or whatever. Live in a tent, a remote shack, in a camper, or dig a hidden cave. Develop a handful of secret remote homes and ramble among them, perhaps moving with the seasons. References: see the newsletter Vonu Life and the book Vonu. 5. Practice urban anonymity. Live in rented, furnished apartments or houses in a large city. Rent under an assumed name. Move every few months and give no forwarding addresses. Get mail at a mail drop, phone calls through an answering service. Use different names for different purposes and change names regularly. Work at various free market, black market jobs. Socialize away from home. References: see Free Man in the Slave State by Alan Humble in Innovator, Autumn 1968, and see Confessions of a Variable Identity Person by Chameleon in Loom Panic's 1988 main catalog. 6. Live on a self-sufficient homestead. Buy a few acres of rural land. Build a cabin or park a camper or an old delivery van on it to live in. Plant gardens, raise some animals, plant trees, but for your own use only. Don't engage in commercial agriculture, which is highly regulated business. Develop some small home business to provide a modest income. Deal in cash or barter whenever possible. Make and do as much as possible for yourself. This can also be done in a city to some extent, but with major limitations. References: see Mother Earth News and numerous other magazines in the Back to the Land genre. Loom Panic sells many books with relevant information. Or, develop your own way. For clarity only, I have tried to distinguish between these strategies, but even so, you see considerable overlap. In reality, there's nothing wrong with that. The best course may be to pick and choose details from various strategies and put together a lifestyle that you like. And none of these need to be a lifelong commitment. It's not like joining a movement or taking a pledge. You might try different ways of living in sequence or changing seasonally. Anyway, the main idea is, it's your life, and you don't have to live it like every other Tom, Dick, and Harry unless that's what you prefer. Open your mind to consider what it is you really want to do. General references. 1. Loom Panics Unlimited, P.O.B. 1197, Port Townsend, Washington, 98368. Sells many hard-to-find books that relate to many of these strategies. Send $2 for a catalog. 2. See 16 Ways to Live Free, A Critical Evaluation by Rayo in Vonu Life 1973, the special handbook issue. 3. See Self-Liberation Ways, A Compilation and Evaluation by Rayo in Innovator, Spring 1969. 4. See More Self-Liberation Ways by Rayo in Innovator, Autumn 1969. 5. I can supply photocopies or reprints of any or all issues of the defunct newsletters mentioned here, including Preform, Vonu Life, Innovator, and Ocean Freedom. Tell me what you want, and I'll quote you a price. Write to Jim Stum, Box 29, Hyler Branch, Buffalo, New York, 14223.
You've just heard Vonu, The Search for Personal Freedom, Part 2, Letters from Rayo, narrated by Nick Irwin, and published by Liberty Under Attack Publications. For more great books and audiobooks like this, please visit libertyunderattack.com or search for Liberty Under Attack Publications on Amazon.
Billy Billy Mays here for the Pain Liberator Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray. Ever have one of those deep and dirty pains or strains that just won't go away? Annoying migraines? Maybe you got into an altercation with GOAT General Willy2 and are only alive because of his mercy. Regardless, you've tried everything, but have you tried Pain Liberator? With the power of DMSO, aspirin, and magnesium, this Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray is taken directly and deeply into the tissues, providing instant pain relief. Wow. Commonly used in sports and physical training independently, DMSO has its own benefits, but combined with anything, in this case, aspirin and magnesium, those compounds are taken directly to your pain point with 90% absorption rate. Double. Wow. That means lower doses needed, rapid relief, and a provably safe way to live pain-free. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/pain to place your order today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/pain. Billy Mays here for the Free Republic of PAZNIA. Ever get tired of the stain of statism, the stinking odor of coercion? Visit PAZNIA.com and join the Second Realm today.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA Radio Network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA Radio Network, we are now ready to start building out a regular and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA Radio Network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@paznia.com. Again, coordinator@paznia.com. See you in the Second Realm.
Roger Roots. Are Cops Constitutional? Originally published in the 2001 Seton Hall Constitutional Law Journal, edition 685. The following is an audiobook of Roots' academic white paper read by Shane Radliff of Liberty Under Attack. For the sake of clarity and time, the footnotes will not be read. It is recommended that the listener follow up on the footnotes in their own time. Abstract. Police work is often lionized by jurists and scholars who claim to employ textualist and originalist methods of constitutional interpretation. Yet professional police were unknown to the United States in 1789 and first appeared in America almost a half-century after the Constitution's ratification. The framers contemplated law enforcement as the duty of mostly private citizens, along with a few constables and sheriffs who could be called upon when necessary. This article marshals extensive historical and legal evidence to show that modern policing is in many ways inconsistent with the original intent of America's founding documents. The author argues that the growth of modern policing has substantially empowered the state in a way the framers would regard as abhorrent to their foremost principles. About the author. Roger Isaac Roots, J.D., MCJ, graduated from Roger Williams University School of Law in 1999, Roger Williams University School of Justice Studies in 2001, and Montana State University Billings, B.S. Sociology, in 1995. He is a former federal prisoner and founder of the Prison Crisis Project, a not-for-profit law and policy think tank based in Providence, Rhode Island. He is grateful to Dwayne Horton of Portsmouth, Rhode Island for his scrupulous proofreading efforts and thoughtful insights. Part 1. Introduction. Uniformed police officers are the most visible element of America's criminal justice system. Their numbers have grown exponentially over the past century and now stand at hundreds of thousands nationwide. Police expenses account for the largest segment of most municipal budgets and generally dwarf expenses for fire, trash, and sewer services. Neither casual observers nor learned authorities regard the sight of hundreds of armed, uniformed state agents on America's roads and street corners as anything peculiar, let alone invalid or unconstitutional. Yet, the dissident English colonists who framed the United States Constitution would have seen this modern police state as alien to their foremost principles. Under the criminal justice model known to the framers, professional police officers were unknown. The general public had broad law enforcement powers, and only the executive functions of the law, for example, the execution of writs, warrants, and orders, were performed by constables or sheriffs, who might call upon members of the community for assistance. Initiation and investigation of criminal cases was the nearly exclusive province of private persons. At the time of the Constitution's ratification, the office of sheriff was an appointed position, and constables were either elected or drafted from the community to serve without pay. Most of their duties involved civil executions rather than criminal law enforcement. The courts of that period were venues for private litigation, whether civil or criminal, and the state was rarely a party. Professional police, as we know them today, originated in American cities during the second quarter of the 19th century, when municipal governments drafted citizens to maintain order. The role of these nightly watch officers gradually grew to encompass the catching of criminals, which had formerly been the responsibility of individual citizens. While the historical disconnect is widely known by criminal justice historians, rarely has it been juxtaposed against the Constitution and the Constitution's imposed scheme of criminal justice. Originalist scholars of the Constitution have tended to be supportive rather than critical of modern policing. This article will show, however, that modern policing violates the framers' most firmly held conceptions of criminal justice. The modern police-driven model of law enforcement helps sustain a playing field that is fundamentally uneven for different players upon it. Modern police act as an army of assistants for state prosecutors and gather evidence solely with an eye towards the state's interests. Police seal off crime scenes from the purview of defense investigators, act as witnesses of convenience for the states and courts of law, and instigate a substantial amount of criminal activity under the guise of crime fighting. Additionally, police enforce social class norms and act as tools of empowerment for favored interest groups to the disadvantage of others. Police are also a political force that constantly lobbies for increased state power and decreased constitutional liberty for American citizens. The constitutional text. The Constitution contains no explicit provisions for criminal law enforcement, nor did the constitutions of any of the several states contain such provisions at the time of the founding. Early constitutions enunciated the intention that law enforcement was a universal duty that each person owed to the community rather than a power of the government. Founding-era constitutions addressed law enforcement from the standpoint of individual liberties and placed explicit barriers upon the state. Private prosecutors. For decades before and after the Revolution, the adjudication of criminals in America was governed primarily by the rule of private prosecution. Victims of serious crimes approached a community grand jury. The grand jury investigated the matter and issued an indictment only if it concluded that a crime should be charged, and the victim himself or his representative, generally an attorney but sometimes a state attorney general, prosecuted the defendant before a petite jury of 12 men. Criminal actions were only a step away from civil actions, the only material difference being that criminal claims ostensibly involved an interest of the public at large as well as the victim. Private prosecutors acted under authority of the people and in the name of the state, but for their own vindication. The very term prosecutor meant criminal plaintiff and implied a private person. A government prosecutor is referred to as an attorney general and was a rare phenomenon in criminal cases at the time of the nation's founding. When a private individual prosecuted an action in the name of the state, the attorney general is required to allow the prosecutor to use his name, even if the attorney general himself did not approve of the action. Private prosecution meant that criminal cases were for the most part limited by the need of crime victims for vindication. Crime victims held the keys to a potential defendant's fate and often negotiated the settlement of criminal cases. After a case was initiated in the name of the people, however, private prosecutors were prohibited from withdrawing the action pursuant to private agreement with the defendant. Court intervention was occasionally required to compel injured crime victims to appear against defenders in court and not to make bargains to allow defendants to escape conviction if they repair the injury. Grand jurors often acted as the detectives of the period. They conducted their investigations in the manner of neighborhood sleuths, dispersing throughout the community to question people about the knowledge of crimes. They could act on the testimony of one of their own members, or even on information known to grand jurors before the grand jury convened. They might never have contact with a government prosecutor or any other officer of the executive branch. Colonial grand juries also occasionally served an important law enforcement need by account of their sheer numbers. In the early 1700s, grand jurors were sometimes called upon to make arrests in cases where suspects were armed and in large numbers. A lone sheriff or deputy had reason to fear even approaching a large group without danger of his life or having his bones broken. When a sheriff was unable to execute a warrant or perform an action, he could call upon a posse of citizens to assist him. The availability of the posse comitatus meant that a sheriff's resources were essentially unlimited. Law enforcement as a universal duty. Law enforcement in the founders' time was a duty of every citizen. Citizens were expected to be armed and equipped to chase suspects on foot, on horse, or with wagon whenever summoned. And when called upon to enforce the laws of the state, citizens were to respond not faintly and with lagging steps, but honestly and bravely, and with whatever implements and facilities were convenient and at hand. Any person could act in the capacity of a constable without being one, and when summoned by a law enforcement officer, a private person became a temporary member of the police department. The law also presumed that any person acting in his public capacity as an officer was rightfully appointed. Laws in virtually every state still require citizens to aid in capturing escaped prisoners, arresting criminal suspects, and executing legal process. The duty of citizens to enforce the law was and is a constitutional one. Many early state constitutions purported to bind citizens into a universal obligation to perform law enforcement functions, yet evinced no mention of any state power to carry out those same functions. But the law enforcement duties of the citizenry are now a long-forgotten remnant of the framers' era. By the 1960s, only 12% of the public claimed to have ever personally acted to combat crime. The founders could not have envisioned police officers as we know them today. The term police had a slightly different meaning at the time of the founding. It was generally used as a verb and meant to watch over or monitor the public health and safety. In Louisiana, police juries were local governing bodies similar to county boards in other states. Only in the mid-19th century did the term police begin to take on the persona of a uniformed state law enforcer. The term first crept into Supreme Court jurisprudence even later. Prior to the 1850s, rugged individualism and self-reliance were the touchstones of American law, culture, and industry. Although a Puritan cultural and legal ethic pervaded their society, Americans had great toleration for victimless misconduct. Traffic disputes were resolved through personal negotiation and common law tort principles rather than driver's license and armed police patrol. Agents of the state did not exist for the protection of the individual citizen. The night watch of early American cities concerned itself primarily with the danger of fire, and watchmen were often afraid to enter some of the most notorious neighborhoods of cities like Boston. At the time of Tocqueville's observations in the 1830s, the means available to the authorities for the discovery of crimes and arrests of criminals were few. Yet Tocqueville doubted whether in any other country crime so seldom escapes punishment. Citizens handled most crimes informally, forming committees to catch criminals and hand them over to the courts. Private mobs in early America dealt with larger threats to public safety and welfare, such as houses of ill fame. Nothing struck a European traveler in America, wrote Tocqueville, more than the absence of government in the streets. Formal criminal justice institutions dealt only with the most severe crimes. Misdemeanor offenses had to be dealt with by the private citizen on the private citizen's own terms. The further back the crime rate figures go, according to a historian, Roger Lane, the higher is the relative proportion of serious crimes. In other words, before the advent of professional policing, fewer crimes, and only the most serious crimes, were brought to the attention of the courts. After the 1850s, cities in the northeastern United States gradually acquired more uniformed police officers. The criminal justice model of the framers' era grew less recognizable. The growth of police units reflected a change in attitude more than worsening crime rates. Americans became less tolerant of violence in their streets and demanded higher standards of conduct. Offenses which had formerly earned 2-year sentences were now punished by 3 to 4 years or more in a state penitentiary. Police as social workers. Few of the duties of founding-era sheriffs involved criminal law enforcement. Instead, civil executions, attachments, and confinements dominated their work. When professional police units first arrived on the American scene, they functioned primarily as protectors of public safety, health, and welfare. This role followed the Bobby model developed in England in the 1830s by the father of professional policing, Sir Robert Peel. Early police agencies provided a vast array of municipal services, including keeping traffic thoroughfares clear.
Boston police made 30,681 arrests during one fiscal year in the 1880s, but in the same year reported 1,472 accidents, secured 2,461 buildings found open, reported thousands of dangerous and defective streets, sidewalks, chimneys, drains, sewers, and hydrants, tended to 169 corpses, assisted 148 intoxicated persons, located 1,572 lost children, reported 228 missing but only 151 found persons, rescued 7 persons from drowning, assisted nearly 2,000 sick, injured, and insane persons, found 311 stray horse teams, and removed more than 50,000 street obstructions. Police were a kind of catch-all or residual welfare agency, a lawful extension of actual state police powers. In the Old West, police were a sanitation and repair workforce more than a corps of crime-fighting gunslingers. Sheriff Wyatt Earp of OK Corral fame, for example, repaired boardwalks as part of his duties. The War on Crime. Toward the end of the 19th century, police forces took on a brave new role, crime fighting. The goal of maintaining public order became secondary to chasing lawbreakers. The police cultivated a perception that they were public heroes who fought crime in the general rather than individual sense. The 1920s saw the rise of the profession's second father, or perhaps its wicked stepfather, J. Edgar Hoover. Hoover's Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, came to epitomize the police profession in its sleuth and intelligence gathering role. FBI agents infiltrated mobster organizations, intercepted communications between suspected criminals, and gathered intelligence for both law enforcement and political purposes. The new view of police as soldiers locked in combat against crime caught on quickly. The FBI led local police to develop integrated repositories of fingerprint, criminal, and fraudulent check records. The FBI also took over the gathering of crime statistics, theretofore gathered by private association, and went to war against Public Enemy No. 1 and others on their 10 most wanted list. Popular culture began to see police as a thin blue line that serves and protects civilized society from chaos and lawlessness. The absence of constitutional crime-fighting power. But the constitutions of the founding era gave no hint of any thin blue line. Nothing in their texts enunciated any governmental power to fight crime at all. Crime fighting was intended as the domain of individuals touched by crime. The original design under the American legal order was to restore a semblance of private justice. The courts were a mere forum or avenue for private persons to attain justice from a malfeasor. The slow alteration of the criminal courts into a venue only for the government's claims against private persons turned the very spirit of the founders' model on its head. To suggest that modern policing is extra-constitutional is not to imply that every aspect of police work is constitutionally improper. Rather, it is to say that the totality and effect of modern policing negates the meaning and purpose of certain constitutional protections the framers intended to protect and carry forward to future generations. Modern-style policing leaves many fundamental constitutional interests utterly unenforced. Americans today, for example, are far more vulnerable to invasive searches and seizures by the state than were the Americans of 1791. The framers lived in an era in which much less of the world was in plain view of the government, and a stop and frisk would have been rare indeed. The totality of modern policing also places pedestrian and vehicle travel at the mercy of the state, a development the framers would have almost certainly never sanctioned. These infringements result not from a single aspect of modern policing, but from the whole of modern policing's control over large dominions of private life that were once policed by private citizens. The development of distinctions. The treatment of law enforcement in the courts shows that the law of crime control has changed monumentally over the past 2 centuries. Under the common law, there was no difference whatsoever between the privileges, immunities, and powers of constables and those of private citizens. Constables were literally and figuratively clothed in the same garments as everyone else and faced the same liabilities, civil and criminal, as everyone else under identical circumstances. 2 centuries of jurisprudence, however, have recast the power relationships of these 2 roles dramatically. Perhaps the first distinction between the rights of citizen and constabulary came in the form of increased power to arrest. Early in the history of policing, courts held that an officer could arrest if he had reasonable belief both in the commission of a felony and in the guilt of the arrestee. This represented a marginal yet important distinction from the rights of a private person, who could arrest only if a felony had actually been committed. It remains somewhat of a mystery, however, where this distinction was first drawn. Scrutiny of the distinction suggests it arose in England in 1827, for more than a generation after ratification of the Bill of Rights in the United States. Moreover, the distinction was illegitimate from its birth, being a bastardization of an earlier rule allowing constables to arrest upon transmission of reasonably reliable information from a third person. The earlier rule made perfect sense when many arrests were executed by private persons. Authority was a narrow defense available only to those who met the highest standard of accuracy. But when Americans began to delegate their law enforcement duties to professionals, the law relaxed to allow police to execute warrantless felony arrests upon information received from third parties. For obvious reasons, constables could not be required to be right all of the time, so the rule of strict liability for false arrest was lost. The trade-off has had the effect of depriving Americans of certainty in the executions of warrantless arrests. Judges now consider only the question of whether there was a reasonable ground to suspect an arrestee, rather than whether the arrestee was guilty of any crime. This loss of certainty, when combined with greater deference to the state in most law enforcement matters, has essentially reversed the original intent and purpose of American law enforcement, that the state act against stern limitations and at its own peril. Because arrest has become the near-exclusive province of professional police, Americans have fewer assurances that they are free from unreasonable arrests. Distinctions between the privileges of citizens and police officers grew more rapidly in the 20th century. State and federal lawmakers enshrined police officers with expansive immunities from firearm laws and from laws regulating the use of equipment such as radio scanners, body armor, and infrared scopes. Legislatures also exempted police from toll road charges, granted police confidential telephone numbers and auto registration, and even exempted police from fireworks regulations. Police were also protected by other statutory immunities and protections, such as mandatory death sentences for defendants who murder them, reimbursement of moving expenses when officers receive threats to their lives, and even special prosecutions from assailants infected with the AIDS virus. Officers who illegally eavesdrop, wiretap, or intrude upon privacy are protected by a statutory, as well as case law, good faith defense, while private citizens who do so face up to 5 years in prison. The tendency of legislatures to equip police with ever-expanding rights, privileges, and powers has, if anything, been strengthened rather than limited by the courts. But this growing power differential contravenes the principles of equal citizenship that dominated America's founding. The great principle of the American Revolution was, after all, the doctrine of limited governments. Advocates of the Bill of Rights saw the chief danger of government as the inherently aristocratic and disparate power of government authority. Founding-era constitutions enunciated the principle that all men are equally free and that all government is derived from the people. Resisting arrest. Nothing illustrates the modern disparity between the rights and powers of police and citizen as much as the modern law of resisting arrest. At the time of the nation's founding, any citizen was privileged to resist arrest if, for example, probable cause for arrest did not exist or the arresting person could not produce a valid warrant where one was needed. As recently as 100 years ago, but with a tone that seems as if from some other more distant age, the United States Supreme Court held that it was permissible, or at least defensible, to shoot an officer who displays a gun with intent to commit a warrantless arrest based on insufficient cause. Officers who executed an arrest without proper warrant were themselves considered trespassers, and any trespassee had a right to violently resist or even assault and batter an officer to evade such arrest. Well into the 20th century, violent resistance was considered a lawful remedy for Fourth Amendment violations. Even third-party intermeddlers were privileged to forcibly liberate wrongly arrested persons from unlawful custody. The doctrine of non-resistance against unlawful government action was harshly condemned at the constitutional conventions of the 1780s, and both the Maryland and New Hampshire constitutions contained provisions denouncing non-resistance as absurd, slavish, and destructive of the good and happiness of mankind. By the 1980s, however, many if not most states had eliminated the common law right of resistance, criminalized the resistance of any officer acting in his official capacity, eliminated the requirement that an arresting officer present his warrant at the scene, and drastically decreased the number and types of arrests for which a warrant is required. Although some state courts have balked at this march toward efficiency in favor of the state, none require the level of protection known to the framers. But the right to resist unlawful arrest can be considered a constitutional one. It stems from the right of every person to his bodily integrity and liberty of movement, among the most fundamental of all rights. Substantive due process principles require that the government interfere with such a right only to further a compelling state interest, and the power to arrest the citizenry unlawfully can hardly be characterized as a compelling state interest. Thus, the advent of professional policing has endangered important rights of the American people. The changing balance of power between police and private citizens is illustrated by the power of modern police to use violence against the population. As professional policing became more prevalent in the 20th century, police use of deadly force went largely without clearly delineated guidelines outside of general tort law. Until the 1970s, police officers shot and killed fleeing suspects, both armed and unarmed, at their own discretion, or according to very general department's oral policies. Officers in some jurisdictions made it their regular practice to shoot at speeding motorists who refused orders to halt. More than one officer tried for murder in such cases, along with fellow police who urged dismissals, argued that such killings were in the discharge of official duties. Departments that adopted written guidelines invariably did so in response to outcries following questionable shootings. Prior to 1985, police were given near total discretion to fire on the public wherever officers suspected that a fleeing person had committed a felony. More than 200 people were shot and killed by police in Philadelphia alone between 1970 and 1983. In 1985, the United States Supreme Court purported to stop this carnage by invalidating the use of deadly force to apprehend unarmed, nonviolent suspects. Tennessee v. Garner involved the police killing of an unarmed juvenile burglary suspect who, if apprehended alive, would likely have been sentenced to probation. The court limited police use of deadly force to cases of self-defense or defense of others. As a practical matter, however, the Garner rule is much less stringent. Because federal civil rights actions inevitably turn not on a strict constitutional rule such as the Garner rule, but on the perception of a defendant officer, officers enjoy a litigation advantage over all other parties. In no reported case has a judge or jury held an officer liable who used deadly force where a mere reasonable belief that human life was in imminent danger existed. Some lower courts have interpreted Garner to permit deadly force even where the suspects pose no immediate and direct threat of death or serious injury to others. The U.S. Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals recently denied the criminal liability of an agent who shot and killed an innocent person to prevent another person from retreating to take up a defensive position, drawing criticism from Judge Kaczynski that the court had adopted the 007 standard for police shootings. Untold dozens, if not hundreds of Americans have been shot in the back while fleeing police, even after the Garner decision. Police have shot and killed suspects who did nothing more than make a move, reach for their identification too quickly, reach into a jacket or pockets, make a motion of going for a gun, turn either toward or away from the officers, pull away from an officer as an officer opened a car door, rub their eyes and stumble forward after a mace attack, or allegedly lunge with a knife, a hatchet, or a ballpoint pen. Cops have also been known to open fire and kill persons who brandished or refused to drop virtually any handheld object. A Jack Daniels whiskey bottle, a metal rod, a wooden stick, a kitchen knife, even while eating dinner, a screwdriver, a rake, or even refuse an order to raise their hands. Cops who shoot an individual holding a shiny object that can be said to resemble a gun, such as a cash box, a shiny silver pen, a TV remote control, or even a can opener, are especially likely to avoid liability. In line with the defense, police officers nationwide have been caught planting weapons on their victims in order to make shootings look like self-defense. In one of the more egregious examples ever proven in court, Houston police were found during the 1980s to have utilized an unofficial policy of planting guns on victims of police violence. 75 to 80% of all Houston officers apparently carried throw-down weapons for such purposes. Only the dogged persistence of aggrieved relatives and the first-hand testimony of intrepid witnesses unraveled the police cover-up of the policy. Resisting arrest, defending oneself, or fleeing may also place an American in danger of being killed by police. Although the law clearly classifies such killings as unlawful, police are rarely made to account for such conduct in court. Only where the claimed imminent threat seems too contrived, such as where an officer opened fire to defend himself from a pair of fingernail clippers, or where abundant evidence of a police cover-up exists, will courts uphold damage awards against police officers who shoot civilians. As Professor Peter L. Davis points out, there is no good reason why police should not be liable criminally for their violations of the criminal code, just as other Americans would expect to be, and indeed as the constables of the founding era often were. Yet, in modern criminal courts, police tend to be more bulletproof than the Kevlar vests they wear on the job. Remember that the district attorneys responsible for prosecuting police for their crimes are the same district attorneys who must defend those officers in civil cases involving the same facts. Under the framers' common law, this conflict of interest did not arise at all because a citizen grand jury, independent from the state attorney general, brought charges against a criminal officer, and the officer's victim prosecuted the matter before a petit jury. But the modern model of law enforcement provides no real remedy and no ready outlet for the law to work effectively against police criminals. Indeed, modern policing acts as an obstruction of justice with regard to police criminality. The blood-stained record of shootings, beatings and tortures, and mayhem by American police against the populace is too voluminous to be recounted in a single article. At least 2,000 Americans have been killed at the hands of law enforcement since 1990. Some one-fourth of these killings, about 50 per year, are alleged by some authorities to be in the nature of murders. Yet, only a handful have led to indictment, conviction, and incarceration. This is true even though most police killings involve victims who were unarmed or committed no crime. Killings by police seem as likely as killings by death row murderers to demonstrate extreme brutality or depravity. Police often fire a dozen or more bullets at a victim where one or two would stop the individual. Such indicia of viciousness and ferocity would qualify as aggravating factors justifying the death penalty for a civilian murder under the criminal laws of most states. From the earliest arrival of professional policing upon American shores, police severely taxed both the largesse and the liberties of the citizenry. In early municipal police departments, cops tortured, harassed, and arrested thousands of Americans for vagrancy, loitering, and similar crimes, or detained them on mere suspicion. Where evidence was insufficient to close a case, police tortured suspects into confessing to crimes that they did not commit. In the name of law enforcement, police became professional lawbreakers, constantly breaking in upon common law and statute law. In 1903, former New York City Police Commissioner remarked that he had seen a dreary procession of citizens with broken hands and bruised bodies, against few of whom was violence needed to effect an arrest. The police are practically above the law. The safety of the police profession. Defenders of police violence often cite the dangerous nature of police work, claiming the police occupation is filled with risks to life and health. Police training itself, especially elite SWAT-type or paramilitary training that many officers crave, reinforces the dangerousness of police work in the officers' own minds. There is some truth to this perception in that around 100 officers are feloniously killed in the line of duty each year in the United States. But police work's billing as a dangerous profession plummets in credibility when viewed from a broader perspective. Homicide, after all, is the second leading cause of death on the job for all American workers. The taxicab industry suffers homicide rates almost 6 times higher than the police and detective industry. A police officer's death on the job is almost as likely to be from an accident as from homicide. When overall rates of injury and death on the job are examined, policing barely ranks at all. The highest rates of fatal workplace injuries occur in the mining and construction industries, with transportation, manufacturing, and agriculture falling close behind. Fully 98% of all fatal workplace injuries occur in the civilian labor force. Moreover, police work is generously rewarded in terms of financial pension and other benefits, not to mention prestige. Police salaries may exceed $100,000 annually, plus generous health insurance and pension plans, placing police in the very highest percentiles of American workers in terms of compensation. The founding generation would have been utterly astonished by such a transfer of wealth to professional law enforcers. This reality of police safety, security, and comfort is one of the best-kept secrets in American labor. In all, it is questionable whether modern policing actually decreases the level of bloodshed on American streets. Police often bring mayhem, confusion, and violence wherever they are called. Approximately 1/3 of the people killed in high-speed police car chases, which are often unnecessarily escalated by police, are innocent bystanders. Cops occasionally prevent rather than execute rescues. Police practices ranked as the #1 cause of violent urban riots of the 1960s. Indeed, police actively participated in or even initiated some of the nation's worst riots. During the infamous Chicago police riot during the Democratic National Convention in 1968, police physically attacked 63 newsmen and indiscriminately beat and clubbed numerous innocent bystanders. Professionalism? If the modern model of cop-driven criminal justice has any defense at all, it is its professionalism. Private law enforcement of the type intended by the framers, who was supposedly more inclined toward lax and arbitrary enforcement than professional officers who are sworn to uphold the law. Upon scrutiny, however, the claim that professional police are more reliable, less arbitrary, and more capable of objective law enforcement than private law enforcers is drastically undermined. The constitutional model of law enforcement, investigation by a citizen grand jury, arrest by private individuals, constables or citizens' watch, and private prosecution, became seen as inefficient and ineffective as America entered its industrial age. Yet the grand jury in its natural and unhobbled state is more rather than less able to pursue investigations when compared to professional police. Grand jurors are not constrained by the 4th, 5th, or 6th Amendments, or at least the exclusionary rule fashioned by the courts to enforce those amendments. In the absence of police troops to enforce the law, the early criminal justice system was hardly as hobbled and impotent as conventional wisdom suggests. Private watch groups and broad-based advocacy groups existed to enforce laws and track criminals among jurisdictions. Thousands of local anti-horse thief associations and countless detecting societies sprang up to answer the call of crime victims in the 19th century. In Maine, the Penobscot Temperance League hired detectives to investigate and initiate criminal cases against illegal liquor traffickers. In the 1870s, a private group called the Society for the Suppression of Vice became so zealous in garnering prosecutions of the immoral that it was accused in 1878 of coercing a defendant into mailing birth control information in violation of federal statutes, one of the earliest known instances of conduct that later became defined as entrapment. Although some of these private crime-fighting groups were invested with limited state enforcement powers, they were not police officers in the modern sense and received no remuneration. Such volunteer non-professionals continue to aid law enforcement as auxiliary officers in many American communities. Additionally, private organizations affiliated with regional chambers of commerce, Neighborhood Watch, and other citizens groups continue to play a substantial, though underappreciated, role in fighting crime. America also has a long history of outright vigilante justice, although such vigilantism has been exaggerated both in its sordidness and in its scope. Moreover, government-operated policing is hardly a monopoly even today, neither in maintaining order nor over matters of expertise and intelligence gathering. There are 3 times more private security guards than public police officers, and even activities such as guarding government buildings, including police stations, and forensic analysis, are now done by private security personnel. The chief selling point for professional policing seems to be the idea that sworn government agents are more competent crime solvers than grand juries, private prosecutors, and unpaid volunteers. But this claim disintegrates when the realities of police personnel are considered. In 1998, for example, 40% of graduating recruits of the Washington, D.C. Police Academy failed the comprehensive exam required for employment on the force and were described as practically illiterate and borderline retarded. As a practical matter, police are more dependent upon the public than the public is dependent upon police. Cops rely on the public for a very high percentage of their investigation clearances. As the rate of crimes committed by strangers increases, the rate of clearance by the police invariably declines. Roughly 2/3 of major robbery and burglary arrests occur solely because a witness can identify the offender is caught at or near the crime scene, or the offender leaves evidence at the scene. In contrast, where a suspect cannot be identified in such ways, odds are high that the crime will go unsolved. Studies show that as government policing has taken over criminal investigations, the rates of clearance for murder investigations have actually gone down. For more than 3 decades, while police units have expanded greatly in size, power, and jurisdiction, the gap between the number of homicides in the United States and the number of cases solved has widened by almost 20%. Today, almost 3 in 10 homicides go unsolved. DNA evidence illustrates fallibility of police. Moreover, a surprisingly high number of police conclusions are simply wrong. Since 1963, at least 381 murder convictions have been reversed because of police or prosecutorial misconduct. In the 25-year period following the Supreme Court's ruling in Gregg v. Georgia, reaffirming the use of capital punishment, 1 innocent person has been freed from death row for every 7 who have been executed. In Illinois, 13 men have been freed from death row since 1977 after proving their innocence, more than the 12 who were actually put to death over the same period. Governor George Ryan finally ordered a moratorium on executions until the death penalty system could be revamped, referring to the death penalty system as fraught with error. Yet, death penalty cases are afforded far more due process and scrutiny of evidence than non-capital cases. If anything, the error rate of police in non-capital cases is likely substantially higher. Governor Ryan's words would seem to apply doubly to the entire system of police-driven investigation. The advent of DNA analysis in the courtrooms of the 1990s greatly accelerated the rate at which police errors have been proven in courts, even while avenues for defendants' appeals have been systematically cut off by Congress and state legislatures. DNA testing before trial has exonerated at least 5,000 prime suspects who would have likely been otherwise been tried on other police evidence. Often, exculpatory DNA revelations have come in cases where other police-generated evidence was irreconcilable, suggesting falsification of evidence or other police misconduct. The sheer number of wrongly accused persons freed by DNA evidence makes it beyond dispute that the police investigations are far less trustworthy than the public would like to believe. Even more unjustified is the notion that a justice system powered by professional police possesses higher levels of integrity, trustworthiness, and credibility than the criminal justice model intended by the framers. Within the criminal justice system, cops are regarded as little more than professional witnesses of convenience, if not professional perjurers, for the prosecution. Almost no authority credits police with high levels of honesty. Indeed, the daily work of cops requires strategic lying as part of the job description. Cops lie about the strength of their evidence in order to obtain confessions, about giving Miranda warnings to arrestees when on the witness stand, and even about substantive evidence when criminal cases need more support. Cops throughout the United States have been caught fabricating, planting, and manipulating evidence to obtain convictions where cases would otherwise be very weak. Some authorities regard police perjury as so rampant that it can be considered a subcultural norm rather than an individual aberration of police officers. Large-scale investigations of police units in virtually every major American city have documented massive evidence tampering, abuse of the arresting power, and discriminatory enforcement of laws according to race, ethnicity, gender, and socioeconomic status. Recent allegations in Los Angeles charge that dozens of officers abused their authority by opening fire on unarmed suspects, planting evidence, dealing illegal drugs, or framing some 200 innocent people. More than 100 prosecutions had to be dismissed in Chicago in 1997 due to similar police misconduct. During the infamous French Connection case of the 1970s, New York City narcotics detectives were caught diverting 188 pounds of heroin and 31 pounds of cocaine for their own use, making the city's Special Investigating Unit the largest heroin and cocaine dealer in the city. Police criminality was so acute in New Orleans during the 1980s and 1990s that people were afraid to report crimes for fear that corrupt officers would retaliate or tip off organized crime figures. One New Orleans officer was convicted of ordering the execution of a witness who reported him to the Internal Affairs Unit for allegedly pistol whipping a teenager. 36 Washington, D.C. officers were indicted on charges such as drug dealing, sexual assault, murder, sodomy, and kidnapping in 1992. In Detroit, repeated corruption allegations have seen a number of low and high-ranking officers go to prison for drug trafficking, hiring hitmen, providing drug protection, and looting informant funds. Police burglary rings have been uncovered in several cities. Patterns of police abuse tend to repeat themselves in major American cities despite endless attempts at reform. New York City police, for example, have been the subject of dozens of wide-ranging corruption probes over the past 100 years, yet continue to generate corruption allegations. Police exhibit unique levels of occupational solidarity. Review boards and internal affairs commissions inevitably fail to penetrate police loyalty and find resistance from every rank. Cops inevitably form an isolated authoritarian subculture that is both cynical towards the rule of law and disrespectful of the rights of fellow citizens. The code of internal favoritism that holds police together may more aptly be described as syndicalism rather than professionalism. Historically, urban police collected from local businesses. Today, a more subtle brand of racketeering prevails whereby police assist those businesses which provide support for police and undermine businesses which are perceived as antagonistic to police interests. The same shakedown also applies to newspaper editors and politicians. Even at the federal level, where national investigators presume to police corruption and oversee local departments, favoritism toward the police role is rampant. In 1992, for example, the federal government filed criminal charges in only 27 cases of police criminality. A federal statute criminalizing violations of the Fourth Amendment has never been enforced even a single time, although it has been a part of the U.S. Code since 1921. Throughout the 1980s and 1990s, the FBI Crime Laboratory actively abetted the misconduct of local police departments by misrepresenting forensic evidence to bolster police cases against defendants. Cops not cost-effective deterrent. In terms of pure economic returns, police are a surprisingly poor public investment. Typical urban police work is very expensive because police see a primary part of their role as intervention for its own sake, poking, prodding, and questioning the public in hope of turning up evidence of wrongdoing. Toward this end, police spend quick U-turns, drive slowly and menacingly down alleyways, reverse direction of to track suspected scofflaws, and conduct sidewalk pat-down searches of potential criminals absent clear indicia of potential criminality. Studies indicate, however, that such tactics are essentially worthless in the war on crime. One experiment found that when police do not cruise but simply respond to dispatch calls, crime rates are completely unaffected. Thus, the very aspect of modern policing that the public view as most effective, the creation of a police presence, is in fact a monstrous waste of public resources. Similarly, the history of America's expenditures in the war on drugs provides little support for the proposition that money spent on policing yields positive returns. University of Chicago professor John Lott has found that while hiring police can reduce crime rates, the net benefit of hiring an additional officer is about a quarter of the benefit from arming the public with an equivalent dollar amount of concealed handguns. There is no doubt that modern police are a creation of lawful representative legislatures and are very popular with the general public. But the rights of Americans depend upon freedom from government as much as freedom of government. Constitutions must provide a counter-majoritarian edifice to the threat posed by the will of the masses, and courts must at times pronounce even at the most popular programs invalid when they contravene the fundamental liberties of a minority, or even the whole people at times when they inappropriately devalue their liberties. End of Part 1. Part 2. Police as a Standing Army. It is largely forgotten that the War for American Independence was initiated in large part by the British Crown's practice of using troops to police civilians in Boston and other cities. Professional soldiers, used in the same ways as modern police, were among the primary grievances enunciated by Jefferson in the Declaration of Independence. Quote, George III has kept among us standing armies. He has affected to render the military independent of and superior to the civil power, protecting them by a mock trial." End quote. The duties of such troops were in no way military, but involved the keeping of order and the suppression of crime, especially customs and tax violations. Constitutional arguments quite similar to the thesis of this article are made by America's founders while fomenting the overthrow of their government. Thomas Jefferson proclaimed that although Parliament was supreme in its jurisdiction to make laws, quote, "His Majesty has no right to land a single armed man on our shores to enforce unpopular laws," end quote. James Warren said that the troops in Boston were there on the unconstitutional mission because their role was not military, but rather to enforce obedience to acts which, upon fair examination, appeared to be unjust and unconstitutional. Colonial pamphleteer Nicholas Ray charged that Americans did not have an enemy worth notice within 3,000 miles of them. The troops of George III have crossed the wide Atlantic not to engage an enemy, charged John Hancock, but to assist constitutional traitors in trampling on the rights and liberties of the king's most loyal subjects. The use of soldiers to enforce the law had a long and sullied history in England, and by the mid-1700s were considered a violation of the fundamental rights of Englishmen. The Crown's response to London's Gordon riots of 1780, roughly contemporary to the cultural backdrop of America's Revolution, brought on an immense popular backlash at the use of guards to maintain public order. Quote, "Deep, uncompromising opposition to the maintenance of a semi-military professional force in civilian life," end quote, remained integral to the Anglo-Saxon legal culture for another half-century. Englishmen of the founding era, both in England and its colonies, regarded professional police as an alien continental device for maintaining a tyrannical form of government. Professor John Philip Reed has pointed out that a few of the rights of Englishmen were better known to the general public than the right to be free of standing armies. Standing armies, according to one New Hampshire correspondent, have ever proved destructive to the liberties of the people, and where they are suffered, neither life nor property are secure. If pressed, modern police defenders would have difficulty demonstrating a single material difference between the standing armies the founders saw as so abhorrent and America's modern police forces. Indeed, even the distinctions between modern police and actual military troops have blurred in the wake of America's modern crime war. 90% of American cities now have active special weapons and tactics, SWAT teams, using such commando-style forces to do high-risk warrant work and even routine police duties. Such units are often instructed by active and retired United States military personnel. In Fresno, California, a SWAT unit equipped with battering rams, chemical agents, fully automatic submachine guns, and flashbang grenades roams full-time on routine patrol. According to criminologist Peter Kraska, such military policing has never been on such a scale in American history, where SWAT teams routinely break through a door, subdue all the occupants, and search the premises for drugs, cash, and weapons. In high crime or any problem areas, police paramilitary units may militarily engage in entire neighborhoods, stopping anything that moves or surrounding suspicious homes with machine guns openly displayed. Much of the importance of the standing army debates at the ratification conventions has been overlooked or misinterpreted by modern scholars. Opponents of the right to bear arms, for example, have occasionally cited the standing army debates to support the proposition that the framers intended the Second Amendment to protect the power of states to form militias. Although this argument has been greatly discredited, it has helped illuminate the intense distrust the framers manifested toward occupational standing armies. The standing army the framers most feared was a soldiery conducting law enforcement operations in the manner of King George's occupation troops, like the armies of police officers that now patrol the American landscape. The Second Amendment. The actual intent of the Second Amendment, that it protect a right of people to maintain the means of violently checking the power of government, has been all but lost in modern American society. Modern policing's increasing monopoly on firepower tends to undermine the framers' intent that the whole people be armed, equipped, and empowered to resist the state. Many police organizations lobby incessantly for gun control, even though the criminological literature yields scant empirical support for general gun control as a crime prevention measure. Nor is there much legitimacy to the claim that professional police are more accurate or responsible with firearms than the armed citizenry intended by the framers. To this day, civilians shoot and kill at least twice as many criminals as police do every year, and their error rate is several times lower. In a government study of handgun battles that led to officer injuries, it was found that police who fired upon their killers were less than half as accurate as their civilian, non-professional assailants. Moreover, police seem hardly less likely to misuse firearms than the general public. In New York City, where private possession of handguns has been virtually eliminated for most civilians, problems with the off-duty police misusing firearms have repeatedly surfaced. Los Angeles police have been found to fire their weapons inappropriately in 75% of cases. Between early 1989 and late 1992, more than 1 out of every 7 shots fired by Washington, D.C. police officers was fired accidentally. The Third Amendment. Although standing armies were not specifically barred by the final version of the Constitution's text, some authorities have pointed to the Third Amendment as a likely fount for such a conceptual proposition. Additionally, the amendment's prescription of quartering troops in homes might well have been interpreted as a general anti-search and seizure principle if the Fourth Amendment had never been enacted. The Third Amendment was inspired by sentiments quite similar to those that led to passage of the Second and Fourth Amendments rather than fear of military operations. Writing in the 1830s, Justice Story regarded the Third Amendment as a security that a man's house shall be his own castle, privileged against all civil and military intrusion. The criminal procedure concerns that dominated the minds of the framers of the Bill of Rights were created not only before the Revolution but also after it. In the 5 years following British surrender, the independent states vied against each other for commercial advantage, debt relief, and land claims. Conflict was especially fierce between the rival settlers of Pennsylvania and Connecticut on lands in the West claimed simultaneously by both states. Both states sent partisan magistrates and troops into the region, and each faction claimed authority to remove claimants of the rival state. Magistrates occasionally ordered arrests without warrant, turned people out of their homes, and even ordered submission to the quartering of troops in homes. In 1784, a Pennsylvania grand jury indicted one such magistrate and 40 others for abuse of their authority. Many agents had to be arrested before the troubles finally ended in 1788, the very moment when the Constitution was undergoing its ratification debates. These troubles, and not memories of life under the Crown, were fresh in the minds of the framers who proposed and ratified the Bill of Rights. The Third Amendment's prescription of soldiers quartered in private homes addressed a very real domestic concern about the abuse of state authority in 1791. The same fear of an omnipresent and all-controlling government is hardly unfounded in modern America. Indeed, the very evils that the framers sought to remedy with the entire Bill of Rights, the lack of security from governmental growth, control, and power, have come back to haunt modern Americans like never before. The right to be left alone. The police state, known by modern Americans, would be seen as quite tyrannical to the framers who ratified the Constitution. If, as Justice Brandeis suggested, the right to be left alone is the most important underlying principle of the Constitution, the cop-driven model of criminal justice is anathemic to American constitutional principles. Today, a vast and omnipotent army of insurgents patrol the American landscape in place of grand juries, private prosecutors, and the occasional constable. This immense soldiery is forever at the beck and call of whatever social forces rule the day, or even the afternoon. The Fourth Amendment. Now to the Fourth Amendment. The amendment reads, quote, "The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the things or persons to be seized." End quote. This protection was clearly regarded as one of the more important provisions of the Bill of Rights during debates in and out of Congress prior to ratification. To this day, the amendment is probably the most cited constitutional provision in challenges to police action. The cold, hard reality, however, is that the interest protected by the amendment, security from certain types of searches and seizures, has been drastically scaled back since 1791. In saying this, I am mindful that there are those among the highest echelons of the bench and academy who claim that current Fourth Amendment law is more protective than the framers intended. Indeed, there are those claiming the mantles of textualism and originalism who would decrease Fourth Amendment rights even further. The ever-influential Akhil Amar, for example, had argued that the Fourth Amendment's text does not really require warrants, but merely lays out the evidentiary foundation required to obtain warrants. Amar joins other originalist scholars who emphasize that the only requirement of the Fourth Amendment's first clause, quote, "The right of the people to be secure in their persons, papers, and effects from unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated," end quote, is that all searches and seizures be reasonable. The warrant requirement, pronounced in many Supreme Court opinions, according to Amar, places an unnecessary burden upon law enforcement and should be abandoned for a rule Amar considers more workable, namely civil damages for unreasonable searches after the fact as determined by juries. This type of originalism has appealed to more than one U.S. Supreme Court justice, at least one state high court, and various legal commentators. Indeed, it has brought a perceivable shift to the Supreme Court's Fourth Amendment jurisprudence. Even the U.S. Justice Department has adopted this argument as its own in briefs filed in the U.S. Supreme Court arguing for elimination of the warrant requirements. The problem with this line of interpretation is that it does not square with the original view of the framers. Even the most cursory examination of history reveals that law enforcers of the founding era, whether private persons, sheriffs, or constables, were obligated to procure warrants in many circumstances that modern courts do not require warrants. The general rule that warrants were required for all searches and seizures except those involving circumstances of the utmost urgency seems so well settled at the time of the ratification that it is difficult to imagine a scholar arguing otherwise. But Professor Amar does. Supporters of the warrant requirement, the professor writes, have yet to find any cases enunciating the warrant requirement before the Civil War. Perhaps Amar has overlooked the 1814 case of Grumman versus Raymond, in which the Connecticut Supreme Court held both a constable who executed an improper search warrant and a justice of the peace who issued the warrant civilly liable for trespass. The court in Grumman clearly stated that the invalidity of the search warrant left the search's legality on no better ground than it would be if the search had been pursuant to no process. Or maybe Amar is unfamiliar with the 1807 case of Stoyle versus Lawrence, holding a sheriff liable for executing a civil arrest warrant after the warrant's due date and declaring that the warrant gave the officer no authority whatsoever and consequently formed no defense, or the 1763 Massachusetts case of Rex versus Gay, acquitting an arrestee for assaulting and beating a sheriff who arrested him pursuant to a facially invalid warrant. Or Batchelder versus Witcher, holding an officer liable for ordering the seizure of hay by an unsealed warrant in 1838, or Connor versus Commonwealth, in which the Pennsylvania Supreme Court concluded in 1810 that if the requirements of warrants based on probable cause could be waived merely to allow constables to more easily arrest criminals, the Constitution is a dead letter. Even the cases Amar cites for the proposition that search warrants were not required under antebellum Fourth Amendment jurisprudence do not squarely support such a proposition. Most of them merely repeat the warrant requirements of the common law and find that their given facts fit within a common law exception. Similarly, the cases Amar cites that interpret various Fourth Amendment equivalents of state constitutions by no means indicate that founding-era law enforcers could freely search and seize without warrant wherever it was reasonable to do so. Warrants a floor, not a ceiling. Under founding-era common law, warrants were often considered as much constitutional floor as a ceiling. Warrants did provide a defense for constables in most trespass suits, but were not good enough to immunize officials from liability for some unreasonable searches or seizures. The most often cited English case, known to the framers who drafted the Fourth Amendment, involved English constabulary who had acted pursuant to a search warrant but were nonetheless found civilly liable for stiff, punitive damages. For more than 150 years, it was considered per se unconstitutional for law enforcers to search and seize certain categories of objects, such as personal diaries or private papers, even with perfectly valid warrants. Additionally, Fourth Amendment jurisprudence prohibited the government from seizing as evidence any personal property which was not directly involved in crime, even with a valid warrant. The rationale for this mere evidence rule was that the interests of property owners were superior to those of the state and could not be overridden by mere indirect evidentiary justifications. This rule, like many other obstacles to police search and seizure power, was discarded in the second half of the 20th century by a Supreme Court much less respectful of property rights than its predecessors. Private persons and the Fourth Amendment. Under the Founders' model, a private person like Josiah Butler, who lost 20 pounds of good pork under suspicious circumstances in 1787, could approach a justice of the peace and obtain a warrant to search the property of the suspected thief for the lost meat. Private individuals applied for many or most of the warrants in the Founders' era and even conducted many of the arrests. Even where sworn constables executed warrants, private persons often assisted them. To avoid liability, however, searchers needed to secure a warrant before acting. False arrest was subject to strict liability. The founders contemplated the enforcement of the common law to be a duty of private law enforcement and assumed that private law enforcers would represent their interests with private means. However, the founders viewed private individuals executing law enforcement duties as public authority and thus intended for the Fourth and Fifth Amendments to apply to such individuals when acting in their law enforcement capacities. Consequently, the Supreme Court's 1921 decision in Bordeaux v. McDowell, often cited for the proposition that the Fourth Amendment applies only to government agents, was almost certainly either wrongly decided or wrongly interpreted by courts later. Some of the earliest English interpretations of the freedom from search and seizure held protection applicable to private citizens as much as or more so than government agents. Massachusetts and Vermont were apparently the first states to require that search and arrest warrants be executed by sworn officers. New Hampshire adopted the same rule in 1826, more than a generation after the Bill of Rights was ratified. It is likely that some states allowed private persons to execute search warrants well into the 19th century. Because many founding-era arrests and searches were executed by private persons and early constables needed the assistance of private persons to do their jobs, the Fourth Amendment was almost certainly intended for application to private individuals. Bordeaux cited no previous authority for its proposition in 1921, and early American cases demonstrate an original intent that the Fourth Amendment applied to every searcher acting under color of law. On the open seas, most enforcement of prize and piracy laws was done by privateers acting for their own gain, but who were held accountable in court for their misconduct. Later courts have taken this holding to mean that a wrongful search or seizure conducted by a private party does not violate the Fourth Amendment. Walter v. United States, 447, U.S. 649, 656, and 1979. See also United States v. Jacobson, 466, U.S. 109 and 113 in 1984, saying, quote, "This court has also consistently construed that this protection as prescribing only governmental action. It is wholly inapplicable to a private individual not acting as an agent of the government or with the participation or knowledge of any government official," end quote. As explained in Part 1, early constables had powers no greater than those of other individuals, so they needed warrants before engaging in law enforcement activities beyond any citizen's authority. Like you or I, a constable would be thought outside the bounds of good etiquette and well outside the law were he to conduct an unconsented search of another person's property or effects, and should very reasonably expect to be jailed, physically repulsed, or sued for such conduct. A private person's only defense was the absolute correctness of his allegations. A person was liable, for example, if his complaint was too vague as to address to be searched, he misspelled the name of the accused in his complaint, or he sought the execution of a warrant naming a John Doe as a target. This was the constitutional model secured to America by the framers. The idea of police having special powers was only a seedling alien to the scheme of ordered liberty and limited government created by the Constitution. Eventually, police interceded between private individuals and magistrates altogether, and today it is virtually unheard of for a private person to seek a search warrant from a magistrate. Freedom from search and seizure has been retracting in favor of police ever since the ink was dry on the Bill of Rights. The framers lived under a common law rule that required warrantless arrests be made only for felonies where no warrant could be immediately obtained. By the early to mid-1800s, the rule had changed to allow warrantless arrests for all felonies, regardless of whether a warrant could be obtained. Early American courts also apparently allowed warrantless arrests for misdemeanor breaches of peace committed in the arrester's presence. Toward the end of the 19th century, most state courts had changed to allow warrantless arrests for all crimes of any committed in an officer's presence, as well as for all felonies committed either within or without an officer's presence, regardless of whether a warrant can be obtained. By the mid-1900s, arrests had become the almost exclusive province of paid police, and their power to arrest opened even wider. A trend toward allowing police to arrest without warrant for all crimes committed even outside their presence has recently developed, with little foreseeable court-imposed impediment. Almost every American jurisdiction has legislated for the erosion of common law limitations with regard to domestic violence arrests and arrests for other high-profile misdemeanors. Despite the Fourth Amendment, the Supreme Court has imposed almost no limits on warrantless arrest at all. Only forcibly entering a residence without warrant to arrest someone inside has been found to violate the Fourth Amendment. Outside the home, modern police have been essentially licensed by the court to arrest almost anyone at any time so long as probable cause exists. The Supreme Court effectively buried the original purpose of warrantless arrest entirely in 1985, declaring that, quote, "Restraining police action until after probable cause is obtained might enable the suspect to flee in the interim," end quote. Long forgotten is the fact that common law allowance for a warrantless arrest was precipitated solely on an emergency rationale and allowed only to protect the public from immediate danger. The rationale for the felon exception to the warrant requirement 1791, for example, was that a felony was any crime punishable by death, generally thought to be limited to only a handful of serious crimes. Felons were considered outlaws at war with society, and their apprehension without warrant qualified as one of the exceptions justified by absolute necessity. By the late 20th century, however, many crimes the framers would have considered misdemeanors or no crime at all had been declared felonies, and the rationale for immediate community action to apprehend felons had changed greatly. The courts, however, have been slow to react to this far-reaching change. In any case, the vast majority of arrests, 70 to 80%, are for misdemeanors, which would have been prescribed without warrants under the framers' law. Originalists call for civil damages. The writings of most modern originalist scholars promote civil suits against police departments instead of exclusion of evidence as a remedy for police misconduct. Professor Amar, for example, champions a return to civil litigation, but with somehow a better return than such actions currently bring. He invents a fantastically implausible cause of action where government should generally not prevail. He bases this idea on actual cases from the 19th century, where people prevailed against constables and sheriffs in relatively routine circumstances, often with heavy damage awards. These cases actually occurred, but in an age before police took over American law enforcement. Civil damages really were a better remedy when many or most searches were sought and sometimes conducted by private persons who stood strictly liable in court if their allegations proved false or their conduct proved overzealous. American law provided recovery for every false arrest. If it was not the constable who executed the warrant, the private person who lodged the original insufficient complaint was liable. Under founding-era common law, liability for officers was in many respects higher than for private persons. Sheriffs and deputies could be held liable for failing to arrest debtors for collection of debts, or to serve other process for allowing an imprisoned debtor to escape, for failing to keep entrusted goods secure or to deliver goods in custody at a proper time, or for failing to keep faithful accounting in custody of property. Sheriffs were also obligated to return writs within a specific time period at pain of civil damages. They were liable to debtors whose property was sold at sheriff's sales if proper advertisement procedures were not followed, and for negligently allowing other creditors to obtain priority interest on attached property. Law enforcers were liable for false imprisonment, even when they acted with court permission if procedures were improper. A deputy was liable for damages to an arrestee whom he arrested outside his jurisdiction. Sheriffs were even liable if their deputies executed civil process in a rude and insolent manner. When executing writs, sheriffs were liable for any unnecessary violence against innocent third persons who obstructed them. The Founders' Law knew no good faith defense for law enforcers. Sheriffs and justices who executed warrants pursuant to invalid arrests were considered trespassers, as were any judges who granted invalid warrants. Any person was justified in resisting or even battering such officers. Justices of the peace could be held liable for ordering imprisonment without taking proper steps. Any party who sued out or issued process did so at his peril and was civilly responsible for unlawful writs, even if the executing officer acted in good faith. Nor did state authority provide the umbrella of indemnification that now protects public officers. Sheriffs of the 19th century often sought protection from liability by obtaining bonds from private sureties. Their bonds were used to satisfy civil judgments against them while in office. If the amount of their bonds was insufficient to satisfy judgments, sheriffs were liable personally. It was not uncommon for a sheriff to find himself in jail as a debtor for failing to satisfy judgments against him. Even punitive damages against officers, long disfavored by modern courts with regard to municipal liability, were deemed proper and normal under the law of the framers. Unlike the early constables, uniformed police officers were generally introduced upon the American landscape by their oaths alone and without bonds. Their municipal employers, hence the taxpayers, were on the hook for their civil liabilities. Although courts tended to treat police identically to bonded officials, their susceptibility to civil redress was much lower. This change in the law of policing had the effect of depriving Americans of remedies for Fourth Amendment and other violations. The evil that now pervades criminal justice, swarms of officers unaccountable in court, either criminally or civilly, was the very evil that the founders sought to remedy in the late 18th century. Development of immunities. But immunities follow duties, and duties placed upon police by lawmakers have exploded since 1791. Immunities grew slowly, beginning with a slight deference to officer conduct so long as there was no bad faith, corruption, malice, or misbehavior, and ending with broad qualified immunity. When the practice of professional policing arrived from England upon American shores, for the second time actually if we consider modern police to be akin to the standing armies of the founders' generation, cases began to enunciate a general deference to police conduct, permitting that the actions of officers in carrying out their duties not to be harshly judged. Appellate courts began to reverse jury verdicts against officers upon new rules of law granting privileges unknown to private individuals. The loss of probable cause and the onset of probable suspicion. Probable cause for the issuance of warrants has also become less strict. The Supreme Court regarded hearsay evidence as insufficient to constitute probable cause for 17 years in the first half of the 20th century, but has since given police free rein to construct probable cause in whatever way they deem proper. Instead of probability that a crime has been committed, the courts now require only some possibility, a relaxed standard that robs probable cause of virtually all operative significance. This watered-down probable cause for the issuance of ex parte warrants would have shocked the founders. At common law, one could sue and recover damages from a private person who swore out a false or misleading search warrant affidavit. In contrast, few modern officers will ever have to account for lies on warrant applications so long as they couch their probable cause in unprovables. Anonymous citizen informants, material omissions and misrepresentations, irrelevant or prejudicial information, and even outright falsities are now common fixtures of police-written search warrant applications. For years, Boston police simply made up imaginary informants to justify searches and seizures. Police themselves refer to the phenomenon as test-lying, an aspect of normal police work regarded as an open secret among principal players of the criminal justice system. Police and the automobile exception. The courts have been particularly unkind to Fourth Amendment protections in the context of motor vehicle travel. Since the 1920s, Fourth Amendment jurisprudence has allowed for a gaping and ever-widening exception to the warrant requirement with regard to the nation's roadways. Today, police force untold millions of motorists off the roads each year to be searched or scrutinized without judicial warrant of any kind. Any police officer can generally find some pretext to justify a stop of any automobile. In effect, road travel itself is subject to a near-total level of police control, a phenomenon that would have confounded the framers who treated seizures of wagons, horses, and buggies as subject to the same constraints as seizures of other property. The courts have laid down a malleable latticework of exceptions in favor of modern police that virtually any cop worth his mettle can adjust his explanations for a search to qualify under one exception or another. When no exception applies, police simply lie about the facts. Judges regularly choose to accept even blatantly unbelievable police testimony. The practice on the streets has long been for police to follow their hunches, seek entrance at every door, and then attempt to justify searches after the fact. Justice Robert Jackson observed in 1949 that many unlawful searches of homes and automobiles are never revealed to the courts or the public because the searches turn up nothing. One exception: the exclusionary rule. Conventional wisdom suggests there is one important exception to the long decline of Fourth Amendment protections: the exclusionary rule. Since 1914, the Supreme Court has required the exclusion of evidence seized in violation of the Fourth Amendment from being used against a defendant in federal court. In 1961, this rule was applied to the states in Mapp v. Ohio. Shortly thereafter, the Supreme Court expanded the exclusionary rule to other protections such as the Fifth and Sixth Amendments in cases such as Miranda v. Arizona. Textualists and originalists have lobbed a steady stream of vitriol against the exclusionary rule for decades. No enunciation of such a rule, say these critics, can be found in the writings or statements of the framers. Moreover, say such critics, the rule places a heavy burden on the efficiency of police, but simultaneously somehow fails to deter them in any way, and unfairly frees a small but not insignificant percentage of guilty offenders. So-called conservative legal scholars remember the Warren Court's imposition of the exclusionary rule upon the states in the 1960s as a bare-knuckled act of judicial activism, and argue that the court took it upon itself without constitutional authorization to police the police. The Miranda and Mapp decisions provoked an onslaught of hostility by police organizations and their sympathizers that has not subsided decades later. High-ranking authorities, not the least of which were Justices Harlan or White, who dissented in Miranda, wrote that such decisions put society at risk from criminals. The Miranda rule, according to Justice White, would force those who rely on the public authority for protection to engage in violent self-help with guns, knives, and the help of their neighbors similarly inclined. Even more outraged was the chief of police of Garland, Texas, who responded, "We might as well close up shop." Yet the dire protections that followed the Miranda and Mapp decisions were ultimately proved false. Rather than returning to what Justin White decried as violent self-help, as the Constitution's framers truly intended, America continued to slide into increased dependence upon police for the most mundane aspects of law enforcement. If anything, reliance upon police for personal protection has increased since the 1960s. I propose an altogether different interpretation of Mapp, Miranda, and some of the Warren Court's other criminal procedure decisions. While I can concede that this jurisprudence grossly violated certain constitutional principles, most importantly principles of federalism, I submit that such rulings were attempts to bring constitutional law into accord with the alien threat posed by modern policing. Professional policing's arrival upon the American scene required that the court's Bill of Rights jurisprudence splinter a dozen ways to accommodate it. Thus, Mapp and Miranda were an application of brakes to a foreign element, modern policing, that is itself without constitutional authorization. In many ways, the Warren Court was the first U.S. Supreme Court to face criminal procedural questions squarely in light of the advent of professional policing. The Miranda and Mapp decisions, according to noted criminal law expert David Ravadsky, at least implicitly acknowledged widespread police and prosecutorial abuse, a phenomenon that would have bedeviled the framers. Mapp's holding was brought on more by the need to make criminal justice system work fairly than by any other consideration. The same realities gave way to the rule of Bivens versus 6 narcotics agents in 1971, in which the court conceded that an agent acting illegally in the name of the government possesses a far greater capacity for harm than any individual trespasser exercising his own authority, as prevailed as the common form of law enforcement in 1791. Furthermore, the notion that exclusion cannot be justified under an originalist approach is not nearly as well founded as its harshest critics suggest. Critics of the rule point to the 1914 case of Weeks v. United States as the rule's debut in Supreme Court jurisprudence. However, the rule actually debuted in dicta in the 1886 case of Boyd v. United States. Even the seemingly late date of the rule's debut can be attributed to the court's lack of criminal appellate jurisdiction until the end of the 19th century. The reality is that Boyd, the court's first suggestion of the rule, represents, for practical purposes, the very first Fourth Amendment case decided by the Supreme Court. The exclusionary rule thus has a better pedigree than it is credited with. The Fifth Amendment. In a previous article, I described the limitation of common law grand jury powers by Rule 6 of the Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure as an unconstitutional infringement of the Fifth Amendment grand jury clause. The fact that most criminal charges are now initiated not by crime victims but by armed state agents who serve the state's interests represents a drastic alteration of founding-era criminal procedure. The suppression of grand jurors' lawful powers belies the intent of the Constitution that law enforcement officials be subject to stringent oversight by the citizenry through grand juries. Modern policing, in effect, acts as a middleman between the people and the judicial branch of government that was never contemplated by the framers. The Fifth Amendment also prohibits the compulsion of self-incriminating testimony. Various competing interpretations ebbed and flowed from this provision until 1966, when the Supreme Court held that police are required to actually tell suspects about the Fifth and Sixth Amendments' protections before interrogating them. The sheer volume of criticism by police organizations of the Miranda ruling over the next 3 decades indicates the strong state interest in keeping the Constitution's protections concealed from the American public. Modern police interrogation could scarcely have been imagined by the framers who met in Philadelphia in the late 18th century. Police tactics such as falsifying physical evidence, faking identification lineups, administering the fake lie detector test, and falsifying laboratory reports to obtain confessions are methods developed by the professionals of the 20th century. Against such methods, a modern suspect stands little chance of keeping his tongue. Like the exclusionary rule and the entrapment defense, the Miranda rule operates as an awkward leveling device between the rights of American citizens and their now leviathanic government. In 2000, the Supreme Court upheld, indeed constitutionalized, the Miranda rule in the face of widespread predictions that the police favoring Rehnquist majority would abandon the rule. The court delivered an opinion recognizing that the routine practices of police interrogation is itself a relatively new development. The Miranda requirement, according to Justice Rehnquist, was therefore justified as extension of due process, a far more sustainable course than one extending from the wording of the Fifth and Sixth Amendments. The Dickerson decision illustrates the increasingly awkward peace between the Bill of Rights and the phenomenon of modern policing. Because the framers did not contemplate wide-scale execution of government power through paid full-time agents, modern jurisprudence reconciling the Bill of Rights with today's police practices seems increasingly far-fetched. Justices Scalia and Thomas dissented from the Dickerson majority with well-founded textual objections, arguing that the majority was writing a prophylactic, extra-constitutional constitution to protect the public from police. Yet, in light of the extra-constitutional nature of modern police, the Dickerson majority opinion is no less consistent with the framers' constitutional intent. Due process. Due process of law depends upon assurances that a level playing field exists between rival adversaries pitted against each other. The constitutional design pitted a citizen defendant against a citizen accuser before a jury of his, the defendant's, peers. The state provided only the venue, the process, and assurances that the rule of law would govern the outcome. By comparison, a modern defendant is hardly pitted in a fair fight, facing the vast treasury and human resources by the state. While the criminal justice system of the founding era was victim-driven and thus self-limiting, today's system is fueled by a professional army of police who measure their success in numbers of arrests and convictions. Police themselves often ignore standard concepts of fairness, official regulations and statutes, and their war on crime. Police agencies have even been known to develop institutional means to circumvent court attempts to equalize the playing field. In the face of unwanted publicity or controversy surrounding police brutality cases, police departments have been known to release arrest records to the media to vilify victims of police misconduct. The police model of law enforcement tilts the entire system of criminal justice in favor of the state. The police, though supposedly neutral investigators, are in reality an arm of the prosecutor's office. Where police secure a crime scene for investigation, they in fact secure it for the prosecution alone and deny access to anyone other than the prosecution. A suspect or his defense attorneys often must obtain court permission to view the scene or search for evidence. Only such exculpatory evidence as by accident falls into the hands of the prosecution need be revealed to the suspect or the defendant. In cases where police misconduct is an issue, police use their monopoly over the crime scene to prepare the evidence to suit their version of events. Matt Miranda and Dickerson notwithstanding, the tendency of modern courts to work around police practices rather than nullify or restrain them poses the very threat to due process of law the framers saw as most dangerous to liberty. Instead of viewing the system as a true adversarial contest with neutral rules, judges and lawmakers have decided that catching non-police lawbreakers is more important than maintaining a code of integrity. The sporting theory of criminal justice, wrote Justice Warren Burger, has been experiencing a decline in our jurisprudence. In its place is a system where the government views the non-police lawbreaker as a threat to its authority and places top priority on defeating him in court. Entrapment. Abandonment of victim-driven, mostly private prosecution has led to consequences the framers could never have predicted and would likely never have sanctioned. Even in the most horrific examples of colonial criminal justice, and there were many, defendants were rarely if ever entrapped into criminal activity. The development of modern policing as an omnipotent power of the state, however, has necessitated the simultaneous development of complicated doctrines such as entrapment and outrageous government conduct as counterweights. It was not until the late 19th century that any English or American case dealt with entrapment as a true defense to a criminal charge. The case law until then had been virtually devoid of police conduct issues altogether. Beginning in 1880, English case law slowly became involved with phenomena such as state agents inducing suspects to sell without proper certificates, persuading defendants to supply drugs to terminate pregnancy, and enticing people to commit other victimless crimes. Dicta in some English cases expressed outrage that police might someday be told to commit an offense themselves for the purpose of getting evidence against someone. Police who commit such offenses, said one English court, ought also to be convicted and punished, for the order of their superior would afford no defense. Entrapment did not arise as a defense in the United States until 1915, when the conduct of government officers for the first time brought the issue before the federal courts. In Wu Wai versus United States, the Ninth Circuit overturned a conviction of a defendant for illegally bringing Chinese persons into the United States upon evidence that government officers had induced the crime. Growth in police numbers and anti-crime warfare was so rapid that in 1993, the Wyoming Supreme Court wrote that entrapment had probably replaced ineffectiveness of defense counsel and challenged conduct of prosecutors as the most prevalent issues in current appeals. The growth of the use of entrapment by the state raises troubling questions about the nature and purposes of American government. Rather than serving and protecting the public, modern police often serve and protect the interests of the state against the liberties and interests of the people. A significant amount of police brutality, for example, seems aimed at mere philosophical rather than physical opposition. Police dominance over the civilian, rather than service to or protection of him, is the only true iron and inflexible rule followed by police officers. Thus, any person who defies police faces virtually certain negative repercussions, whether a ticket, a legal summons, an arrest, or a bullet. One study found nearly half of all illegal force by police occurred in response to mere defiance of an officer rather than a physical threat. In the political sphere, police serve the interests of those in power against the rights of the public. New York police of the late 19th century were found by the New York legislature to have committed almost every conceivable crime against the elective franchise, including arresting and brutalizing opposition party voters, stuffing ballot boxes, and using oppression, fraud, trickery, and crime to ensure the dominant party held the city. In the 20th century, J. Edgar Hoover's FBI agents burglarized hundreds of offices of law-abiding left-wing political parties and organizations, often with the active cooperation of tacit consent of local police. The FBI has also spent thousands of man-hours surveilling and investigating writers, playwrights, directors, and artists whose political views were deemed a threat to the interests of the ruling political establishment. Police today are a constant agent on behalf of governmental power. Both in the halls of legislatures and before the courts, police act as lobbyists against individual liberties. Police organizations funded by monies funneled directly from police wages lobby incessantly against legislative constraints on police conduct. Police organizations also file amicus curiae briefs in virtually every police procedure case that goes before the Supreme Court, often predicting dire consequences if the court rules against them. In 2000, for example, the police lobby filed amicus briefs in favor of allowing police to stop and frisk persons upon anonymous tips, warning that if the court ruled against them, quote, the consequence for law enforcement and the public could be increased assaults and perhaps even murders, end quote. Conclusion. The United States of America was founded without professional police. Its earliest traditions and founding documents evidence no contemplation that the power of the state would be implemented by omnipresent police forces. On the contrary, America's constitutional framers expressed hostility and contempt for the standing armies of the late 18th century, which functioned as law enforcement units in American cities. The advent of modern policing has greatly altered the balance of power between the citizen and the state in a way that would have been seen as constitutionally invalid by the framers. The implications of this altered balance of power are far-reaching and should invite consideration by judges and legislators who concern themselves with constitutional questions. You've just heard Are Cops Constitutional by Roger Roots, originally published in the 2001 Seton Hall Constitutional Law Journal, edition 685. Read by Shane Radliff of Liberty Under Attack, whose work can be found at libertyunderattack.com. This audiobook is licensed under a BIPCOT no government license. Reuse and modification is permitted to anyone except for the government or its agents.
This is Kaylee Welch. I come to you today with solemn news. Bitcoin is being attacked by spammers and scammers. They are trying to rape our nodes, piss in our mempools, and turn our stateless monetary system into a joke. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and that is why I am forming an elite task force which I am calling the Time Chain Police. These individuals will be the elite of the elite. We will hunt down and find these spammers and filter them so they will never have the opportunity to try and rape our nodes ever again. In times like these, we cannot play nice. There is no time for nuanced discussion. Instead, we must respond rapidly in order to fend off the forces of evil. Mistakes will be made, lives will be taken. There is a cost of war. We cannot allow this one to drag on like the block-size wars. We must crush our enemy swiftly and decisively without mercy. If we don't, our nodes will be raped, our mempools will be clogged, our bright orange future will be spammed away by nihilists who just want to make a quick buck. If you think you have what it takes and you have heard the call, follow me today to restore order to the time chain. We will destroy our enemies and protect those running their nodes on weak hardware.
Join the Time Chain Police today. Let's fuck up these little bitches trying to rape our nodes.
Hold on a second. Okay, it's done. I just inscribed a monkey JPEG to the blockchain. Now some dumb retail guy is going to buy it, thinking they are going to get rich. I love pump and dumping on stupid retail while raping people's nodes with spam. This shit is the best. Thank God that Udi taught me how to piss in the mempool.
Okay, now you're in trouble, bitch. Did I just watch you send a non-standard transaction?
Who do you think you are? Bitcoin is an open protocol and people can do whatever they want.
My name is Kaylee Welch and I am the Time Chain Police. No one gets away with raping my node, bitch. You have been filthy.
Protect Bitcoin from destruction. The time chain is my religion. I will protect it with precision. Policing UDI from peeing in the mempool. Filtering transactions sent by shitcoiner fools. The world needs to have sound money. Spam should not be allowed and it's not funny. Time Chain Police. Time Chain Police. Become the savior of the universe. Become the Time Chain Police.
Vonu means relative physical invulnerability to coercion. Vonu is a contraction of voluntary and not vulnerable. Vonu is somewhat like freedom or security, but those words mean many different things to different people. Rather than argue about what those words ought to mean, I speak of Vonu. Coercion includes murder, mayhem, slavery, robbery, rape, extortion, pollution, any physical interference with peaceful activities of another, whether by individuals or organizations. Coercion, especially institutionalized forms such as war, regimentations, and taxes, is one of the major problems of mankind. Practically all past attempts at solution have been top-down efforts to change society as a whole. Since the days of Babylon, there have been countless attempts to reform governments, take over governments, destroy governments, and manipulate public opinion. At most, such efforts bring temporary relief. Usually they have little effect. Often, they make matters worse. Vonu life represents a different approach to the problem. Vonu life does not waste space scolding government officials or proclaiming how society ought to be. Vonu life speaks to you as an individual or small group and suggests ways you can avoid exploiting and being exploited. As you reduce the vulnerability, not only do you help yourself, indirectly you also help others by decreasing support of criminal institutions. Vonu is not necessarily only a few. Vonu will expand as there are more people willing to do. A Vonuan is a person who has achieved relative invulnerability to coercion. There are many kinds. Some live in the wilderness, where outsiders rarely go. Others live under the earth. Others move from place to place, living in vans, campers, buses, boats, or tents. Some have been Vonu for ages, people such as gypsies, mountain men, hobos, Seminoles. Others are recent refugees from the dying cities. This issue describes some of the equipment and techniques used. In future issues, I hope you'll add your knowledge to what is in here. Vonu life. How to live and let live, out of sight and minds of those unwilling to let live, by people who are doing it. To order your paperback copy today, just visit libertyunderattack.com/Vonu life. Again, libertyunderattack.com/Vonu life. Or to download this publication for free, visit vonupodcast.com/VL.
Are you tired of the clown show? Is this system bringing you down? If you're like me, you've asked yourselves, well, what can I do about it? Join me on the Tinker Tribe Live. We'll take a look at some monthly projects that I've been working on that aim at reducing our dependence on the current system. Inspired by the wise words of Buckminster Fuller, you never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. Tune in on PAZNIA Radio starting Saturday, May 30th from 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. Central. Let's learn some stuff together and let's grow for a brighter future. Hope to see you there.
The Restoration Trilogy, originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2015, read to you by the author. Music courtesy of Alex X Aces Patriots. This work is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, Share-alike 4.0 International License. Any other content within this work that may not be covered by this CC BY NC SA license is hereby used under the sincere intention of fair use. No copyright infringement intended. Preface. Amongst libertarians and patriots alike, there seems to be a predilection towards wishful thinking. Recognizing the warfare-welfare state as one expression of authoritarian power is a good starting point, but then refusing to acknowledge that all taxation is theft, because taxes infringe upon individual property rights, is simply absurd. Philosophizing about what the Founding Fathers had to say is time well spent, yet believing that expatriation will remedy all of your political grievances is just naive. Mentioning to people that their natural right of self-defense is also applicable towards police officers is excellent. However, attempting to guilt this same audience for not using politically correct lingo is nothing less than unconscionably offensive. My intention with this publication of these short fictional stories is to illustrate not only the nature of the situation we are all suffering under, but to also highlight the foolish as well as treacherous actions which exacerbate the tyranny ruling us all. Themes of compromise, appeasement, and betrayal abound in this creative work as more of a warning to readers to be wary of most so-called activists who tell them to do this or to do that, and especially those whom attempt to guilt-trip them for their failure to perform these actions. Once you understand that these manipulative rock star divas who infest the alternative media spread misinformation and even disinformation to their audiences, then I trust you can begin to understand, at least in part, why I felt this trilogy had to be written by someone. More importantly, I felt that it was high time that those who sincerely consider themselves to be freedom fighters have something resembling a vision for what they desire to achieve. Chronicling the evolution of human liberty from the European absolute monarchies through both the American Revolution and the subsequent Whiskey Rebellion, I found it no small task to also futuristically extrapolate what the restoration of constitutional government might indeed look like. In the attempt to do just that, I figured it would be important to also describe a foreign country doing something similar at about the same time, but seeing as this wouldn't make sense for the Iranians to do, I chose the Korean Peninsula as the role model, thereby reversing the historical timeline, in a sense, of the French Revolution. Should anyone like to take these stories and develop them into a full-fledged novel, or even a feature-length film, I would wholeheartedly encourage them to do so. If anything, these stories are explaining the transitional phase from our current political situation to parts 1 and 2 of The Plan for the Restoration of Constitutional Government. Hell, a cinematic trilogy about the plan would be even better, because that would demonstrate more specifically how the current Anglo-American Empire could be thrown off, as well as how the several American republics could be successfully restored. A truly inspiring movie trilogy, rivaling in popularity to that of The Hunger Games or Atlas Shrugged, about securing our liberties would tickle me pink something fierce. Kyle Rearden, Austin, Texas, January 2015. You have just heard the preface to The Restoration Trilogy, originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2015, read to you by the author. Thank you for listening, and laissez-faire. The Parable of the Mugger's Sandwich, the first installment of the Restoration Trilogy, was originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2014, read to you by the author. Music courtesy of Darth Duba's Story of Life and Rocker 206's Moonlight Sonata. This work is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, Share-alike 4.0 International License. Any other content within this work that may not be covered by this CC BY NC-SA license is hereby used under the sincere intention of fair use. No copyright infringement intended. The following is a fictional story, hence why it's a parable. One evening, a long time ago, Joe Citizen was freely traveling the roads on his way home from work. Suddenly, a dark figure emerged from the alley. Joe was startled, and before he could do anything else, the stranger asked him for the time. Naively, Joe glanced at his watch, but before he could reply, a revolver was pressed against his temple. After taking all the money Joe had on him, the mugger quickly fled. Shaking from the anxiety he felt at just being robbed, Joe didn't know what to do. The money that was stolen from him was worth half a week's paycheck, so Joe soon became concerned about how he was going to pay his bills. Knowing little else about what to do, Joe proceeded to continue on home. Meanwhile, the mugger arrived at his lair and showed off the loot to his fellow thieves. Upon seeing how much was stolen, they advised the mugger that he should temper the shock of the robbery itself by buying Joe something that showed that he wasn't really that much of a bad guy. Seeing this as a way to possibly escape the natural justice of the surrounding community, the mugger went to a delicatessen and bought a sandwich. Only a little later, Joe was surprised again by the mugger's reappearance. This time, Joe flinched, but his curiosity was piqued by the fact that the mugger extended his hand, revealing a sandwich. Perplexed more than anything, Joe asked the mugger why he wanted to gift him a sandwich, especially in light of their previous encounter. Discovering that the sandwich was bought with the proceeds from the mugging, for despite his thievery, the mugger was no liar, Joe became indignant at the mugger's audacity by knocking the sandwich out of his hand and into the street. By now a crowd had begun to form around the two men, intrigued by the nature of their situation. Once they had learned the facts of the case, for neither of them were liars, they then deliberated amongst themselves until they had appointed John Q. Public to speak on their behalf. John subsequently announced that the mugger was not guilty of any crime because he had returned with an offer of a sandwich, which Joe had refused, despite the fact that the mugger still kept the majority of Joe's stolen money. In fact, it was Joe who was in the wrong, because, as John explained, Joe should have been grateful that the mugger had offered a sandwich in the first place. Therefore, by refusing to accept the sandwich, Joe had forfeited the rest of his own stolen money. Bewildered by this public opinion, Joe was at a total loss as to what he could do. As everyone began dispersing, not only did John look down upon Joe, but the mugger also sneered at him as well. Joe gradually discovered over the following days and months that the entire town had ostracized him because of the stink he had raised about his own mugging. Some years went by, and Joe's daughter was traveling the same route back home from work when the mugger's son similarly robbed her at gunpoint as well. The entire situation played out nearly identically as it had originally transpired between Joe and the mugger before, although this time it ended a bit harsher for Joe's daughter, because she was scolded by the very same John Q. Public for wasting the sandwich. As John explained, the sandwich could have been used to feed the town's sick children. She too, like her father before her, was soon ostracized by the townsfolk for causing a similar ruckus. Decades later, one of Joe's descendants chose a very different response than her ancestors before her had done. Instead of simply handing over her money, she shot her mugger at point-blank range. John Q. Public proclaimed that henceforth, anyone who shot a mugger in self-defense will be burned alive at the stake, because by now, as a social custom, all muggers had offered their victims a wonderful selection of sandwiches to choose from. Despite her heartfelt protests, she was seized and bound by the same men who prowled the streets late at night. Although a few people were inspired by her execution to go punish these muggers themselves, the majority of the town decried such activities, claiming them to be lawless and criminal. Centuries went by, and the same scenario replayed itself many times. Although the names and incidental details changed, the formula remained exactly the same, as were the public opinions announced by John Q. Public's heirs. Never again would the town's muggers ever be prosecuted or otherwise held to account for their crimes against the townsfolk, for as long as they kept to the traditional precedent of offering sandwiches to their victims, then the interests of justice were satisfied as far as the conscience of the community was concerned. And everyone lived miserably ever after. You have just heard The Parable of the Mugger's Sandwich, the first installment of the Restoration Trilogy, originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2014 and read to you by the author. Thank you for listening, and laissez-faire. An Allegory of the Freedom Train, the second installment of the Restoration Trilogy, was originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2014. Read to you by the author. Music courtesy of Spook Newcomb's Reflect and Odd Fellow Floyd's Bridge Jumper. This work is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, Share-alike 4.0 International License. Any other content within this work that may not be covered by this CC BY NC SA license is hereby used under the sincere intention of fair use. No copyright infringement intended. The following is an extended metaphor, hence why it's an allegory. If you haven't yet listened to The Parable of the Mugger's Sandwich, then please do so before listening to this fictional story. A long time ago, there was a megalopolis whose downtown brimmed in 1,000 points of light. This sprawling cityscape soon became the technological and social center of a quickly growing empire. Despite the glorious marvels found only in the downtown area, there were other boroughs of the city, where its inhabitants were barely living at all. Their ramshackle tenements felt as if they were about to buckle at the seams at any given moment. An air of desperation was all too common amongst the people here, and anything that offered itself as a reliable means of escape was considered to be very valuable indeed. To paraphrase a David Bowie song, the flies were the size of rats, stacked upon rats the size of cats. It wasn't just the fact that dilapidated shelters were the norm here. It was also the fact that no one lived here in what they would have considered to be their own homes. For instance, it was rather typical for meddling neighbors to demand the intervention of a constable for every minor inconvenience you could imagine, and many times for even no problem at all. A culture of tattle-telling was emulated right here in the tenements, because it made many of the people here feel as if they weren't that different from their wealthier counterparts who lived downtown. Unsurprisingly, this engendered an opposing counterculture of those who simply wanted to live in peace with their neighbors, without the meddling interference of the constables on a nearly daily basis. These brave and unrelenting souls approached their troublesome neighbors in several different ways over the many years. They argued, bargained, and sometimes even made compromises in order to find a resolution that would please both parties. Alas, every heroic effort resulted in stupendous failure, and many of those who had initially resisted their troublesome neighbors eventually became just like them. Dissension and bickering soon followed, and the effort to live in any form of tranquility in the city with one's neighbors virtually collapsed. Yet there was a remnant who understood that the desire to interfere with one's neighbors ran quite deeply, and ultimately they realized that there was no way to strike a deal with them, or compromise in any way, since such efforts had been repeatedly tried and had always failed. This remnant eventually proposed an original, if radical, solution to this age-old problem: leaving the city behind forever. Much dissension within the ranks followed, although eventually such bickering ceased once the eldest of the remnant pointed out that you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Soon preparations were underway for the great escape from the city. The first major consideration was the mode of transportation. Much debate ensued, but it was eventually agreed upon that a train was the best option. It was cheaper than flying an airplane, yet it was quicker to build than a long caravan of automobiles. A train had just enough room to fit them all, albeit quite tightly packed together, or so said its designers. Most importantly, the construction of the train and its rails would be decried by city officials and potentially halted, so time would be of the essence if this ambitious effort were to be pulled off successfully. As predicted, once construction was underway, the metropolitan authorities condemned the project, propagandizing that it would rip the social fabric of the city apart by suggesting it was possible to leave the city en masse. Some of these authorities even went so far as to try and sabotage the building of the rail line by pretending to join the project, fabricating phony complaints from non-existent neighbors, and then using these complaints to tattletale on some of the train's builders. Although these poor souls were ripped away from constructing the train by the constables, most of the workers never found themselves in such trouble, and after some hesitation, Everyone else went back to work more diligently than ever before. Finally, the train and its rail were completed. Seeing no reason to delay its departure, and also seeing how impotent the city's officials were at stopping its construction, these people set a date that in later years became known as Independence Day. On that day, there were celebrations, whooping, and speechifying. After the train was stuffed to the hilt with passengers, it began to pull out of the city. There were numerous swarms of people running after the train as it slowly began to gain speed, trying to catch onto the outside of the train before they worked their way inside. Some people who failed to catch the train, or otherwise stay on it, fell off on the outskirts of the city, while also suffering injuries ranging from light bruising to broken collarbones. After that hardest push to get the train moving, those who sought freedom from the city and its arbitrary constraints had set off on what they thought of as their great adventure. What they soon discovered was that there were various railway stations along the way whose memorial plaques told them that these stations had been built by those who had come before. A few passengers got off at this first stop, and they chose a leader who had proven himself capable of fending off hostile savages. His son would eventually take his place, as would his eldest son, for several generations. The supermajority of the train's passengers, however, did not prefer this particular scheme, so they stayed on the train to see what the next stop had in store for them. What the passengers began debating with each other over was which train stop was the best one to get off at. Passionate speeches were made about how this stop or that stop was the one that offered the most capable social arrangement for making sure neighbors don't interfere with each other. The train would stop at a couple of stations, and a few people at each one would disembark, but the vast majority of passengers stayed on the train just to see if they could bear witness to an even better outcome. Before too long, one passenger reminded the entirety of the train that, in accordance with their own stated principles, they should stop at each station and passively allow whomever wanted to depart to do so, simply because the decision about whether or not to get off at a particular stop was primarily a deeply personal one. Once the commotion over this new proposal had settled down, most passengers nodded in agreement, even though some of them felt this idea left a bad taste in their mouths, for they had wanted a solution that would be applied equally to everyone. So on it went, with some passengers stepping off the train at the next stop, but most choosing to stay on it and see how far they could go. One rather vocal minority of the train went even so far as to argue that they will only get off the train once they have reached the end of the line. The majority scoffed at this, claiming that there is nothing beyond the end of the rail, and that everyone must get off only when the train stops at a station, since by now all of them had discovered that the rail line that they had constructed had now blended in with an older rail, which had been built by the same folks who had built this series of train stations. Towards the end of the line, there was one last stop at a rail station where the remaining bulk of the passengers disembarked. Throngs of bodies dotted the train platform, and that same minority who had wanted to go to the end of the line grinned in anticipation of what they considered to be their just reward. Right before the last of the willing passengers had stepped off the train, some of those who had assumed the guise of leadership convinced the rest of the passengers on the platform that it was wrong for even that tiny minority to see the end of the line, much less leave the train for it. By inciting the crowd, these self-appointed representatives stepped in front of the stopped train, drew their guns, and open fired. They killed every last one of the remaining passengers. Much time passed, and those who got off at this last train stop had originally built a relatively small fishing village, which then expanded into a small town, then a larger town, eventually a medium-sized city, and finally into a megalopolis, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the one their ancestors had originally fled. Unfortunately, these new city officials had learned from the previous Great Escape and had forbidden the building of any trains or rail lines that would take people away from the city. Inevitably, there grew a disgruntled minority who wanted to leave this city, but alas, they found themselves trapped, perhaps forever, unless they found another way. Maybe those electrical inventions by that Serbian immigrant could become useful to them. But, for the foreseeable future, they all continued to live miserably ever after. You have just heard an allegory of the Freedom Train, the second installment of the Restoration Trilogy, originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2014 and read to you by the author. Thank you for listening, and laissez-faire. A Tale of Proverbs on the Five Boxes, the third concluding installment of the Restoration Trilogy, was originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2015, read to you by the author. Music courtesy of Ashley Alicise's A Puzzling Predicament, A Dangerous Situation, and my own remixed version of Brayton's North Wind. This work is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, Share-alike 4.0 International License. Any other content within this work that may not be covered by this CC BY NC SA license is hereby used under the sincere intention of fair use. No copyright infringement intended. The following is a set of proverbs within a frame story. If you haven't yet listened to either The Parable of the Mugger's Sandwich or An Allegory of the Freedom Train, then please do so before listening to this concluding installment of this fictional trilogy. Penelope and Charlie, are you two ready for tonight's story? Oh, good, I'm glad. I think you'll enjoy this one, since you both worked so hard on your lessons today. I know your mother wanted to spend some time alone with your father, and quite frankly, I could use the change of pace from the Life Extension Conference I attended last week, where I gave the keynote address about the viability of total organ regeneration. But I doubt such a talk would interest you unless you were a gray-haired old scientist like me. Settle down, settle down. If I'd have known any better, I'd say you two are the most rambunctious pair of fraternal twins in all of Appalachia. Despite the fact that I'm a hale and hearty man of 62 does not therefore mean I'm a limitless source of energy, like the geothermal conductor your parents used to heat this house. Speaking of which, I like to light this musty old fireplace here in the den to try and set the mood. For while this tale might sound like ancient history, it's actually quite a good adventure story. Or at least I think so. You have to remember that it was a very different time long ago. There were criminals who murdered, enslaved, and even stole from the people on a regular basis. Although some of these murderers, slavers, and thieves would be punished, the most successful of them were confidence artists who tricked the people into giving up their own personal responsibility in return for a promise of protection against the supposed evils of the world. What the people got instead were muggers bribing victims with sandwiches. A great deal of time passed, and eventually some people became quite fed up with this horrible arrangement, so they attempted to escape it as best as they could. Even though it seemed as if this could work alone, what they soon discovered was that most of the Freedom Train's passengers had condoned the slaughter of those who had wanted to live without rulers. And with that betrayal, the cycle of oppression began again. Not too long after, despotism reemerged with a vengeance, but this time with the capability of literally destroying all life on Earth many times over. Prisons became overcrowded, indebtedness skyrocketed, and mad scientists implemented their eugenics agenda. The people had become equally enslaved, much to the delight of the social justice warriors. Into this sorry state of affairs came into being what eventually became known as a set of proverbs detailing the rise of humanity into our current age. These proverbs of the 5 boxes, originally 3 boxes, describe how our ancestors tried every peaceful solution conceivable to the mind of man in reining in the tyrannical impulses dormant within the lowest depths of the human psyche. Telling these proverbs to our children is a way for us to honor our heritage of hard-won liberty. You must also understand that within each of these proverbs, there are hostile factions who are deeply opposed to each other. Statists, my dear grandchildren, are those criminals and their sycophants who worship the false god called government, which according to their belief system, bestows upon a select few the superhuman ability to be exempt from common morality. For example, their murders were called wars, their kidnappings were called jailing, and their stealing was called taxation. Reformists were those well-meaning but naive souls who incorrectly believed that if they were to strike compromises and deals with the statists, then freedom could flourish. But alas, all of their political projects ended in notorious disasters, time and time again. And lastly, there were the restorers or restorationists, who through trial and tribulation were thankfully successful in dismantling the most dangerous superstition to ever plague the human condition. Having laid out the situation of that time so long ago, let's proceed with the first proverb, shall we? The ballot box. During the age of tribulation, our ancestors struggled against the trickiest forms of statism. One of these arrangements was where most of the people would, from time to time, choose which of the muggers would hand out what kinds of sandwiches to their victims. Of course, those who had chosen a different mugger would not be able to enjoy the sandwiches he would have given out had he enjoyed greater support from his victims. As you could have guessed, if some of the people received a mugger who handed out sandwiches they disliked, they were told they could always wait for the next election cycle and then vote him out. Naturally, it didn't take too long for people to realize that this was a rigged game, and the restorers suggested that the only way to really win was not to play this game at all. Sadly, the reformists insisted that if everybody just moved to the smallest tax plantation, then they could much more easily vote out the muggers in public office and replace them with their own trustworthy people who, presumably, would radically change the entire situation by simply mugging the rest of the people a whole lot less frequently, as well as by giving out only turkey, ham, and chicken sandwiches to their victims. As such, the people usually sided with either the statists or the reformists, because they figured that anyone who failed to participate in these government elections deserved whatever sandwiches they ended up with. It didn't matter that the restorers went out of their way to scientifically prove that such electoral voting was fraudulent. Whether they debunked the myths of the rational voter, defensive or protest voting, or the lesser of two evils, the evidence supporting such debunking was either routinely ignored or disingenuously ridiculed by both statists and reformists alike. A lifetime could easily have been spent by the restorers trying to gradually sway these elections to the point where the best they could hope for in their lifetimes was slightly more limited mugging. And this, my dear grandchildren, is where our proverb that correctly says, "If you do vote, you cannot complain," is based upon. For our ancestors realized that if you choose a mugger, any mugger, you are agreeing to the outcome of that contest ahead of time, just as a man who gambles his weekly paycheck away is agreeing to abide by the outcome of his bet, regardless of whether he wins or loses, lest he become a sore winner, or worse, a man who welches on his debts. What, Penelope? Oh, I see what you mean. Didn't the people have the right to choose their own leaders? Ha! It is one thing to seek leaders for yourself, but it is a whole different ballgame if you are imposing rulers onto others. The deadly error of the ballot box was that it commingled these two very different actions beyond recognition, and in effect became little else than a slave suggestion box. Bickering about whom is allowed to use such a box is little else than a notorious distraction that has nothing at all to do with the cause for liberty. Leaving behind this failed experiment, let us proceed to the next one, the jury box. Sometime after John Q. Public died, there was a tradition that even the worst of statists honored. It was the ability of the people to have a say about how the rules were imposed upon a particular individual within a specific set of circumstances. Many scholars of that time attributed this as the only possible way to successfully rein in the excesses committed by John Q. Public's heirs. A disgruntled lawyer who lived a few centuries ago once wrote that the people enjoyed the right to judge the law as well as the facts of a case brought before them for adjudication by voting their conscience, regardless of the judge's instructions to them. This same lawyer also pointed out that this ancient common law right had been rendered moot by the government's increasing despotism over the course of the 19th century. Reformists, in their typically breezy manner, so conveniently neglected the second half of this lawyer's argument by only emphasizing the first half, in order to spur up frenetic activity that, in the end, would spin the people around in circles, much like a snake eating its own tail. Groups of people began suggesting that perhaps education about this ancient right would increase the probability of it being exercised. The assumption was tested in case after case for several decades, but the reformists appear to ignore the implications of the results. Each time, regardless of whether the jurors were given every possible advantage or notice of their ancient right, jury after jury chose guilty verdicts without fail, no matter how arbitrary or capricious the charges the defendant faced. I suspect one major reason why juries usually let defendants hung out to dry was because jurors were just as captive as the defendants themselves were. Consider for a moment how a game of prisoner's dilemma works, except that the game here is skewed heavily in favor of the jurors and strongly against the defendant. The worst any juror would face would be either a relatively minor penalty fee or a few nights in jail, whereas a defendant almost always stood to lose so much more. Worst yet, jurors had more options about how they could act, as opposed to a defendant whose only real choices were to either accept a plea deal or fight the charges and risk losing noticeably more than if he had just taken the plea deal. Consider also the so-called jury tax, which was a heavier punishment levied against a convicted defendant for choosing to exercise his right to a jury trial but then losing his case. Suddenly, a juror choosing to switch his vote during jury deliberations just so he could leave the courthouse an hour or two earlier than if he had chosen to stick to his conscience, and then your average juror's decision-making begins to appear rather, well, calculating. But, and this is a rather large but, the way a legal case is presented before the jury has to follow court procedures, such as their rules of evidence, which of course the people had no say as to what those rules would have been in the first place. As if this wasn't bad enough, if you weren't a registered voter, then you wouldn't be even put on a federal jury wheel. And if you were neither a registered voter nor a licensed driver, then you wouldn't be put on the Texas jury wheel either. Speak up, Charlie. I think my hearing unit is failing a bit. Oh, where's Texas, you say? My boy, Texas is so far west as to be on the other shore of the great Mississippi River. And as to your other question about whether it's a different country, answering that should be saved for another evening. Saddest of all, though, was the fact that the supermajority of these court cases never made it to trial, usually because the defendants were intimidated by the jury tax, and thus chose to accept a plea deal. So if the jurors were going to railroad the defendant just so they could leave earlier anyway, because none of them wanted to be there in the first place, much like prison or school, then why should any defendant place the slightest amount of trust in jurors to be fair and impartial arbitrators of justice? They didn't, and like the game of prisoner's dilemma, they usually chose the plea deal because they understood, if only intuitively, that they would be badly hurt by both the jury and the government, more likely than not, if they didn't cooperate with the prosecutor. Most glaringly, the competency of jurors is arguably comparable to that of voters. Jury wheels, jury selection, and ultimately jury verdicts are proudly held by reformists to be constituted totally randomly. Rather than base the composition of jurors based on their capabilities and willingness to do justice, they are instead assembled out of a lottery from a lot of miscreants and cowards who will do anything to escape their predicament. Grand juries rubber-stamped prosecutorial indictments, and petite juries were filled with these people who simply weren't smart enough to get out of jury duty, yet who were expected by statists to render judgments as to truly serious matters of guilt or innocence. Despite all this, my dear grandchildren, there were even some restorers who adhered to the proverb that I'd rather be tried by 12 than carried by 6. To illustrate the idea that the jury box, at best, is not one that should be relied upon as a way of winning back one's freedom, but rather as a mostly unreliable last-ditch rearguard action to only be used when all other better options have been exhausted. With that said, it's time to proceed onward towards a frequently ignored artifice: the soapbox. Now, while reformists primarily champion the first two boxes, this one straddles the boundary of effective action, just as a shadow would between light and darkness, for it could be used to propagandize, or it could equally be used to tell truths that are necessary to understand before bringing the entire system down to its knees. Free speech and a free press were truly beautiful things, if they could have been exercised without undue hardship, much like openly carrying a gun. Alas, such was not the case. Believe it or not, there were forms of soft censorship used to stifle the remnants of the free press. Federal copyright law was used to silence those who produced video press releases, as well as others who had only copied songs from the corporate music industry, if not both. For instance, black hat hackers would game the system by filing false copyright claims on the old dinosaur YouTube website, simply for the purpose of learning the personal identities of various uploaders, the knowledge of which they'd use to harass and threaten them further. Another problem was that statists would occasionally use the statements of any journalist as evidence against him in the government courts. For example, my parents made me memorize the following hearsay rule that was common throughout the former United States, which said that a statement cannot be hearsay if, quote, the statement is offered against a party and is the party's own statement in either an individual or representative capacity, close quote. In other words, anything you say can and will be used against you by statists in order to steal your freedom and your property away from you, and they will do this by way of government law. For example, if you were writing a letter to the editor that Americans should consider using their common right of revolution to cast off the yoke of tyranny, all the social justice warriors would come out of the woodwork and accuse you of being an advocate of violence, if not also try to drag you into court on the grounds of incitement, despite the fact that such political content was totally legal at that time, according to the government's own lawyers. It wasn't just the government's laws that infringed upon the free press. Oh no, my grandchildren, it was also the incessant conflict generated by many who claimed to oppose government media. Sensationalism, not truth, was the prime currency, as misinformation and disinformation took precedence over reliable intelligence. News cycle junkies and inept researchers promoted myths and half-truths, which ended up serving only the tyrants. Confidence artists scammed well-intentioned donators out of their discretionary income. Social justice warriors inculcated false guilt in the minds of their victims only because they were both angered and jealous of their lifestyle preferences. Most importantly, the never-ending bickering and infighting, with its concomitant strains of bullying and death threats, only benefited those who wanted their 15 minutes of fame, but not those who had wanted to spread the message of liberty. Repeat that again, Penelope? Wouldn't all that infighting discourage people from opposing those bad men who pretended to be government? Well, my dear, yes it would, and it did. A few people realized how these dynamics worked, but by the time they did, it was already much too late for the remnants of the free press. Ironically, participation in this so-called alternative media, in fact, violated individual privacy more often than not. Smeared were the good reputations of decent people, and baseless accusations held more sway than any exculpatory evidence, mainly because there was no semblance of due process or basic fairness. As a result, many lovers of liberty saw their employment and business opportunities vanish, since there was no remedy for them to even try and regain their good name. This, coupled with the scammers who promoted things like activist legal defense funds, were the causes behind why many restorers becoming more impoverished and disillusioned than they were before, and thus it served as a punitive disincentive against those who opposed the government. An obscure blogger at the time remarked that his greatest fear wasn't persecution from the government, necessarily, but rather the alternative media slowly mutating into an internet version of statist media, hence the name-calling of gun owners as violence advocates. He attributed this in large part to the destruction of language we now know full well as verbicide, which, you must keep in mind, was a little-known concept at the time. Ultimately, he became quite despondent and chose to give up on any notion of spreading a message of any kind, at least publicly, that is. In one of his final articles, he explained that almost nobody was listening, and of those who did, they stubbornly refused to act, instead preferring to simply repeat what he himself had said on a variety of given topics. So, children, the adage provided by a more well-known author that in a time of universal deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act, was more true than even most of the restorers gave it credit for. Of course, both the statists and reformists were more than comfortable telling the noble lie, as long as it served their nefarious purposes. What became of those restorers who were still bracing the free press together with little more than baling wire and duct tape was that they finally shifted their focus from expressing their grievances to teaching their audiences how to resist the government's police forces, because for all intents and purposes, they might as well have been living in 1930s Germany. Having closed the door to that particular avenue, let's next explore what happened to those who had resisted in a foolish manner. The Pine Box. The shared assumption behind the three previous boxes was that there was some kind of peaceful solution to the age-old problem of tyranny. Elections, juries, and even the news cycle all served to perpetuate the notion that if you only play by the tyrant's own rules, then you will defeat him at some point. Whether it be by persuasion, gambling, or embarrassment, these approaches fail to address the root of statism itself, namely, the mindless obedience to authority. It was this very obedience, Charlie and Penelope, that directly led to the massive numbers of humans who died at the altar of so-called public policy. During the 20th century alone, there were 284,638,000 people murdered by government, and that number did not include those who were killed in war, whether they be military or civilian casualties during either World War or the many smaller ones that took place as well. If that fact does not make you shudder to your core as to the dangerously unstable nature of all government, then I honestly don't know what will. Some good people back then debated with each other as to whether or not this was a malfunction of constitutional republicanism, or if all governments, no matter their form or structure, would always degrade back into tyranny, because that is its natural design. Ultimately, though, it didn't really matter too much either way, because the result was exactly the same. No one with a conscience would be able to deny the many grievances expressed by the people who had suffered under the yoke of a despotism whose weaponry had the capability to destroy this planet many times over in their mad rush for absolute power over the entire human race. Moral indignation of those who imagine themselves to be our rulers served as the backbone needed to grow and sustain an effective resistance. Disregarding their laws as whims of the self-appointed political class, freedom fighters across a range of political ideologies banded together in the common cause for the restoration of our liberty. Sadly, as these things tend to go, the reformists butted heads with the restorers as to how best resist the statists. Civil disobedience became the tactic of choice, and peaceful evolution the long-term strategy of the reformists. They would encourage average people to not only disobey unjust laws, but to also do so blatantly and out in the open. Some of the restorers observed this behavior, labeling it teasing the bear and advising against it, not because they opposed civil disobedience on principle, but because they advocated a wiser application of it that was much more discreet. In response to this criticism, the reformists performed their final act of betrayal to the cause of liberty when they routinely labeled the restorers as advocates of violence. Ironically, such so-called peaceful resistance only ended up increasing the wrath of the tyrants upon the people, for reasons I've already mentioned. Worse yet, much of the techniques for doing so were ineffective, and what methods did actually work were seldom used. Only what was actively promoted by the reformists ever got any serious consideration by the majority of people who resisted government, because they owned the noticeable competition to state-approved corporate media. Those who persisted in this bad strategy also failed in its execution by not taking the proper precautions. For instance, there was no estate planning, no will, no nest eggs, no last wishes, and no prepaid funerals arranged ahead of time. Practitioners of Satagariha ultimately ended up dying in government prisons, irresponsibly failing to provide for their own families. Reformists who persisted in this course of action shouldn't have expected any flag-draped coffins or a 21-gun salute at Arlington National Cemetery, like they'd expect from a Tom Clancy novel. The best anyone could hope for at their own funerals would be attendance from their good family and close friends, who would then pass around a bundle of burning sage before shooting an arrow into the sky as their homemade coffin was lowered into the earth. Don't get me wrong, we're all mortal, but what I am trying to say here is that it doesn't matter how you died so much as how well you lived, and it would seem that the reformists had forgotten that. Because of this stems the phrase, "I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees." Although its sentiment is certainly more admirable than rolling over and groveling before the feet of tyrants, it stops awfully short of its potential to do some real good in the world. Meditating on death, as the medieval Japanese samurai did, can be useful in making peace with one's mortality, but it is unhelpful if one is attempting to inspire courage. Now, having examined the consequences of half measures, as well as of failure despite the best of intentions, let us now proceed to the final and most important box. The cartridge box. If there is ever a devil, the state is it. That is why the founders of the former United States insisted on maintaining and strengthening the militia system. Because they viewed government as a necessary evil, they understood that the only truly effective check on the power of any government is for the common people to use their privately owned weapons to deter and even repel the king's guards. As one of those former guards warned back then, tyranny cannot come to the door of any American unless it comes in uniform. You must keep in mind, grandchildren, that revolutions are internal, whereas restoring independence is external. This understanding, coupled with an appreciation for leaderless resistance, should impress upon you the dynamics inherent in the evolution of human liberty. Only a unity of purpose, not a unity of structure, would ever be the appropriate expression of any broad solidarity. People back then routinely confused freedom with comfort. Before the Korean reunification of the 2020s, those who had been natively born in the southern half of the peninsula, as well as the expatriates from the northern half, considered life south of the demilitarized zone, DMZ, to be freer than in the north. However, both governments had constitutions, and both constitutions recognized many civil rights, including suffrage, free speech, and privacy of correspondence. Interestingly, neither Korean constitution enumerated the right to keep and bear arms. Just because you could use a cellular telephone in the South does not therefore mean that you are free, but what it certainly does mean is that you are more comfortable. Unlike the German reunification of the 1990s or the American reunification of the 1860s, the Koreans decided to try living without government for a while, and to their surprise, they enjoyed it very much. Korean imitation of the civil defiance, earlier demonstrated by Americans during the Bundy affair, was paramount in their ability to deter and ultimately repel both governments forcibly. South Korean dissidents, who were inspired by the restorers, marched around Seoul wearing holstered pistols. Following the mass arrests of these demonstrators, the North Korean expats gathered around one of the police stations and smoked cannabis until they too were thrown into the same cells. This event, which became known as the Seoul Roundup, inspired the show of force in Pyongyang of peasants armed only with their pitchforks who were finally challenging the legitimacy of the communist government. With no more need for the DMZ, the American military stationed there returned home in order to suppress the popular uprisings in Atlanta, Milwaukee, and Topeka, but ultimately to no avail because nearly all those who had been on duty chose to not just disobey their superior officers, but to also join the growing resistance by hunting down and punishing the worst statists. By 2032, the long-suffering restorers had won their freedom back, but at no small sacrifice. Reformists condemned both the American restorers and the Koreans for breaking the law, as this would destabilize both countries by inviting chaos. Or so they said. Despite their repeated failures with elections, juries, and news, the reformists insisted on pushing forward a strategy of peaceful evolution on the grounds that if they simply could win some hearts and minds by chaining honorably discharged veterans to the doors of government buildings and then filming the subsequent police brutality, then this would magically accomplish something, somewhere, somehow. Needless to say, their failures were quite impressively astounding. You can tell a lot about a government by how its law enforcement officers normally treat the citizenry. House raids normally included police officers shooting the family dog in cold blood or tasing women asleep in their beds. Once the public executions were being held in town squares to the sound of government trumpets blaring, guerrillas emerged who then began their combat operations by doing such things as pouring sand into the gas tanks of police cars. Just like the American colonists and Texan settlers before them, the restorers organized local committees of safety in their neighborhoods and counties in order to bring a degree of stability to their respective areas of operation. These committees of safety, once they had established themselves as pillars of their communities, began recruitment for the formation of openly armed militia units who would meet in local parks to practice close-order drill and conduct physical fitness training as disciplined units. Much of what followed was quite an exciting time. Politicians and their minions were targeted, as were the gendarmerie, the latter of whom were summarily executed on the spot. The strategy and tactics of the restorers was much like the Viet Cong guerrillas of the 1960s, but with the technological roles reversed. Such an effort would have been impossible to mount without the logistical planning before the outbreak of active hostilities. For decades, many stockpilers began squirreling away materiel that one day could be used if any of the normal supply chains ever broke down, even if only temporarily. These stockpiles were quickly put to use by the guerrillas and their many allies, and because of this, the stockpilers became one of the most important support sections for the restorers of constitutional government. Once the many committees of safety began coalescing into larger committees, as the small white dots grew to eventually overshadow the black areas, then governance transitioned to the Constitutional Compliance Convention, whose duty it was to guide the orderly dissolution of the tyrannical empire and the long-sought-for restoration of these United States. A few decades went by, and there were those who felt as if government really was an unnecessary evil. Public debates and many referendums were issued amongst this rather enlightened people, who had not too long before had regained their hard-won republics, and were now faced with the very real prospect of experimenting with limited government much more so, perhaps even to the point of extinction. First, the American Southwest, followed closely by Texas and then the Pacific Northwest, abolished their respective governments, because their executive and judicial functions had already been replaced by the private production of security services alongside multi-tiered third-party arbitration that was sold in a truly freed market by competing dispute resolution firms. Used during both the earlier American and Texan struggles for independence, the well-known phrase, "come and take it," was again pressed into use by the restorers in order to emphasize that the use of weapons to kill government agents, including so-called law enforcement or police officers, was truly indeed the last resort in the defense of freedom. Since that time, absolutely no one has dared to question the idea that firearms are liberty's teeth, and as such, it is vitally important to maintain good hygiene. Evolving past the most dangerous superstition was only made possible by the tireless actions of those who came before you, who suffered, fought, and often died, just so you and your children would be able to taste the sweet nectar of liberty. Incumbent it is upon you to maintain this fine tradition of ours by adhering to our libertarian values, lest the future descend again into the same bottomless pit of subjugation and oppression. Never be tempted into giving up your freedom for anything, and perhaps one day humanity might just assume its rightful place amongst the stars. And now, my dearest grandchildren, it is time for bed. Yet a part of me doubts this is in any way the end, for that could only be if the people living back then had chosen the bonds of slavery over the blessings of liberty. I think that what I have told you tonight is evidence that their faith in us has been duly rewarded, more so than any of us could have ever imagined. That being said, off to bed with you. Good night. You have just heard a tale of Proverbs on the 5 boxes, the concluding installment of the Restoration Trilogy, originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2015 and read to you by the author. Thank you for listening, and laissez-faire.
The Vonu Ghost System Bundle gives the beginning, or advanced self-liberator an affordable and user-friendly way to step up their security culture in both the physical and digital second realms. Featuring 2 privacy-hardened devices, hardware hacked by our friend Jam and Biconic. 1. The Ghost Phone, a de-Googled Pixel 3a with Calyx OS. 2. VonuPad Basic, GhostPad T420A privacy laptop, and a Faraday bag to take your devices offline. This Vonu Ghost System Bundle is exclusively available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. Learn more or order today. libertyunderattack.com/GHOSTBUNDLE1. In this technological age, at least right now, some interaction with the digital Babylon beast is necessary. But when we are pushed toward interacting, let us instead choose devices that we own, ones that aren't programmed to rat us out, ones that are as secure as humanly possible, while also balancing the need for an easy user experience. Again, visit libertyunderattack.com/GHOSTBUNDLE1 to order the first ever Vonu Ghost System Bundle. Again, libertyunderattack.com/GHOSTBUNDLE1. See you in the digital second realm.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Are you tired of the clown show? Is this system bringing you down? If you're like me, you've asked yourselves, well, what can I do about it? Join me on the Tinker Tribe Live. We'll take a look at some monthly projects that I've been working on that aim at reducing our dependence on the current system. Inspired by the wise words of Buckminster Fuller, you never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. Tune in on PAZNIA Radio starting Saturday, May 30th from 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. Central. Let's learn some stuff together and let's grow for a brighter future. Hope to see you there.
Transmission source, PAZNIA Radio Network. Frequency, 99.9, Freedom. 2. All citizens of the Free Republic of PAZNIA. From Billy Mays, the resurrected voice of clarity.
Hello, PAZNIA! If you're listening to this, it means I'm back. That's right, I'm alive, I'm breathing, and I'm ready to scrub the world clean. Dr. Naomi Gatherer, the brilliant scientist and our beloved chief of biological resurrection, has performed a miracle. She didn't just bring me back from the dead. She gave me a second chance to serve the people of PAZNIA. And let me tell you, I am honored that I was the first one we brought back. Why? Because my work wasn't done. My work in the OxyClean commercials had to continue. The stains of history, the stains of coercion, the stains of the USSA, they are still out there, and they need a voice that is loud, clear, and unapologetic. I used to think my life was just about cleaning carpets, but I was wrong. Cleaning is about order. It's about discipline. It's about taking the chaos of the world and making it sparkle. And in P.A.Z.NIA, we have so much chaos. We have the tall Nordics, we have the GMO corn, we have the draft. But now we have me. I will dedicate my life to OxyClean. I will dedicate my life to providing the best voice acting possible. And I will dedicate my life to the PAZNIA Radio Network. From now on, every morning you will hear my voice. I will tell you how to clean your pens. I will tell you how to clean your souls. I will tell you how to clean the airwaves of lies and fear. I'm not just a voice, I'm a force. And Dr. Naomi Gatherer, she's a genius. She looked at a man who had passed on and said, no, this voice is too important. This energy is too pure. We need him in the modern day. And she was right, because the modern day needs clarity, it needs brightness, it needs OxyClean. So citizens of PAZNIA, get your sponges, get your clover, get your horns ready, because I'm here to teach you how to clean up your act. Billy Mays here for the Pain Liberator Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray. Ever have one of those deep and dirty pains or strains that just won't go away? Annoying migraines? Maybe you got into an altercation with GOAT General Willy2 and are only alive because of his mercy. Regardless, you've tried everything, but have you tried Pain Liberator? With the power of DMSO, aspirin, and magnesium, this Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray is taken directly and deeply into the tissues, providing instant pain relief. Wow. Commonly used in sports and physical training independently, DMSO has its own benefits, but combined with anything, in this case, aspirin and magnesium, those compounds are taken directly to your pain point with 90% absorption rate. Double. Wow. That means lower doses needed, rapid relief, and a provably safe way to live pain-free. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/pain to place your order today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/pain. Billy Mays here for the Pain Liberator Mini, the newest product available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. It's the same original Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray, just mini DMSO, aspirin, and magnesium blended with Doc Barber's high-quality colloidal silver water. Ready for your hiking backpack, the unfortunate circumstance of having to fly, or if you'd just like to try it out before buying the bigger jar. Visit libertyunderattack.com/mini. Again, libertyunderattack.com/mini and find the pain relief you're seeking today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/mini. Billy Mays here for the Free Republic of PAZNIA. Ever get tired of the stain of statism, the stinking odor of coercion? Visit PAZNIA.com and join the Second Realm today.
The warm weather is here, at least at Veritas, which means the springing forth of life in all its forms, as well as contending with those creatures of natural coercion. Ticks, mosquitoes, itchweed, and the like. Thankfully, nature provides the solutions, and Aura's Apothecary is now almost fully restocked after the Consulate fire. First, Aura's most popular summer product, her natural insect repellent. She blends a blend of essential oils proven to repel insects. It works, it's non-toxic, and doesn't smell like a chemical poison. Next is Black Drawing Salve. Featuring activated charcoal, andrographis, and bentonite clay, it's great for drawing out toxins, especially those associated with tick bites. After you're bitten, whether by ticks or mosquitoes, or if you wander through a patch of poison ivy, you're going to need something to help heal and resolve the potential itching and burning. Jewelweed Salve is here to the rescue. Also on offer is Thyme Salve, a fantastic solution for pain and inflammation, especially those nagging pains on hands, wrists, etc. from arthritis, typing, manual labor, or whatever. Aura's Apothecary has you covered when you venture out into nature. The highest quality ingredients, all organic, made with love here at Veritas. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/aura. Again, libertyunderattack.com/aura, and make sure you and yours are defended from the natural coercers. libertyunderattack.com/aura.
General Willy2. The Veritas Viking football victory speech. The scene. The PAZNIA football stadium. The confetti is still falling. General Willy2 stands at the podium, wearing his number 1 jersey, a cape made of the PAZNIA flag draped over his shoulders. Princess Little One stands beside him, beaming. The crowd is a sea of humans and goats, roaring in unison.
Friends, compatriots, citizens of the Free Republic, look at this sea of faces. Look at the horns, the helmets, the smiles. We are standing here today not just as a football team, but as the living proof that the spirit of PAZNIA cannot be broken, cannot be bought, and certainly cannot be frozen by the cold hands of tyranny. When we started the season, the odds were stacked against us. We were the underdogs. We were the GOAT, literally and figuratively. But we knew something the other teams didn't know. We knew that in PAZNIA, our greatest strength isn't just our speed or our agility or even our ability to chew through a defensive line. Our greatest strength is our heart. This season was a roller coaster. We had the week of the mudslide where we lost 3 games in a row because the grass was too slippery. We had the night of the static where the P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network went off the air and we had to play by the light of the moon and our own intuition. But through every stumble, every fumble, and every near disaster, we stayed together. We stayed free. We analyzed every play. We studied the opponents. We realized that the other team were playing for pride, for money, for trophies. But we played for freedom. We played because every time we crossed that goal line, we were reminding the world that a nation of goats and humans, united in love and chaos, is unstoppable. And let me tell you, I could not have done this without the woman standing right here beside me, Princess Little One. From the moment we met in the borderlands, leaving the old world behind to build this sanctuary, you have been my anchor and my wind. You taught me that leadership isn't about being the strongest, it's about being the most loyal. You taught me that a kingdom isn't built on stone, but on the quiet moments we share when the world is watching and the loud moments when we celebrate together. There was a moment a few weeks ago, deep in the shadows of these very bleachers, away from the cameras and the noise. We were tired. The season was heavy. We needed a moment of pure, quiet connection. We needed to remember why we were fighting. In that moment, under the cold steel of the stadium seats, we found a warmth that no fire could match. We found a love so deep, so fierce, and so real that it refueled our spirits for the entire rest of the season. It was a reminder that no matter how dark the night gets, our love for each other and our love for this republic will always be the light that guides us home. So to our common Father, the great architect of the universe, the source of all life and liberty, thank you. Thank you for the vision that brought us here. Thank you for the strength to overcome the tall Nordics and for the wisdom to build this league. Thank you for the gift of life, for the gift of love, and for the gift of this incredible team. We give you our glory. And to the teamers and Steve, to Mike, to Barnaby, to every single human goat who gave everything on that field, you are the heroes of PAZNIA. You are the reason we are champions. We are the Veritas Vikings. We are the Free Republic. And we are unbreakable. Let's go home, my friends. Let's celebrate. Let's live free.
General Willy2 bleats triumphantly, raising his hooves in the air. The crowd erupts. Princess Little One kisses him on the cheek. The PAZNIA Radio Network blasts the victory anthem as the confetti rains down.
This was PAZNIA Folklore Storytime, wherein we remember and celebrate the sacrifices of those that came before us to build this free republic founded upon the principles of truth, peace, and voluntarism. To help support our evangelical efforts, please visit xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Again, xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Or visit paznia.com/fund. Cheers from the Second Realm.
Alright, listen up. Eyes on the general. No chewing the grass. No staring at the clouds. We are here to learn the art of the horn. You are the Seal Goat 6. You are the future of PAZNIA. You are the ones who will protect the clover fields, the radio tower, and Princess Little One's napping spot. Today, we do not learn to fight like humans. Humans are slow. Humans are loud. Humans get stuck in traffic. We are goats. We are chaos. We are speed. We are unpredictable. To understand how to win, we must look at the masters. We must look at the past, the present, and the future of war. First, we look to Sun Tzu, the ancient sage who said, appear weak when you are strong, and strong when you are weak. What does this mean for a goat? It means when you see a tall Nordic soldier, you do not charge. You do not bleat. You do not show your horns. You disappear. You become the rock. You become the bush. You become the shadow. Sun Tzu says, the supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. How do we do that? We don't fight. We confuse. We make them think we are everywhere. We make them think we are nowhere. We make them think we are ghosts. If they can't see us, they can't shoot us. If they can't shoot us, they can't win. Second, we look at the Middle East, the endless wars of the 2000s. Why did they fail? Because they were trying to build a nation with bombs. They tried to occupy the land. They tried to control the people. But in the desert, you cannot control the sand. You cannot control the wind. And you certainly cannot control a goat. The lesson here is asymmetry. The humans had tanks. They had jets. They had billions of dollars. But they had no idea where the enemy was. They were fighting the ghosts. We are the ghosts, my friends. We are the ones who can climb a cliff in 3 seconds. We are the ones who can disappear into a thicket of brambles. We are the ones who can chew through a fence post while the guards are still looking for the key. We do not fight the war of the big. We fight the war of the small. We do not fight the war in the power. We fight the war of the patience. Third, and most importantly, we look at Ukraine and Iran. The modern era of drone warfare. You think drones are for humans. You think only humans can fly? Wrong. In Ukraine, they use drones to see what the humans can't see. They use them to strike from a distance. They use them to make the enemy think they are under attack when they are not. In Iran, they use drones to create fear. They don't need to be there. They just need to be seen. Now look at us. We are the goat drones. We don't need a remote control. We have our own horns. We have our own hooves. We have our own eyes. When a human army comes, we don't hide in a bunker. We go up. We climb the highest rock. We become the drone. We watch. We wait. We bleat. That bleat, that is our weapon. That is the sound that makes their heads spin. That is the sound that makes them think, is that a goat? Is that a ghost? Is that a demon? We don't need to be in the sky. We are already in the sky. We are the sky goats. We are the cloud goats. We are the wind goats. So here's a lesson, Seal Go 6. Be invisible. Like Sun Tzu said, be the rock. Be the shadow. Be asymmetric. Do not fight the big. Fight the small. Fight the slow. Fight the predictable. Be the drone. Be the eye in the sky. Be the voice in the wind. We do not fight to kill. We fight to liberate. We fight to make them run. We fight to make them cry. We fight to make them leave. And when they leave, we take their tanks. We take their boots. We take their golden pens. And we use them to scratch our back.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Billy Mays here for the Free Republic of PAZNIA. Ever get tired of the stain of statism, the stinking odor of coercion? Visit PAZNIA.com and join the Second Realm today.
Greetings, my fellow believers, my fellow chewers, and my fellow coders. This is General Willy2. For years, we have lived in the sanctuary of PAZNIA. We have built our walls. We have grown our clover. We have defended our borders against the tall Nordics. But the world is large. The shadows are long. And there are many who seek to extinguish the light of faith, not just with ice, but with ideology. There are those who believe that God is a myth, that the soul is a machine, that the goat is merely a biological accident. They are the atheist, tall Nordic Jews, a coalition of cold logic and colder hearts who seek to impose a silent, sterile order upon the chaotic, beautiful mess of creation. They think they can freeze the spirit. They think they can code the soul out of existence. They are wrong, and that is why we are forming the Iterant Goat Command and Control Team, or IGCC. What is the IGCC? We are not a static army. We do not sit behind walls. We are iterant. We move. We wander. We travel the world like the shepherds of old, but with the technology of the future. Our mission is simple: defend the faithful. We will travel to the hidden enclaves of Christian goats and humans who are being persecuted, silenced, or erased. We will bring them protection. We will bring them hope, and we will bring them fire. Who are we looking for? We are looking for the brave, the smart, the faithful. We need goats and humans who possess the following skills. Number 1. Technical mastery. You must be proficient in mesh networks, cryptocurrency, artificial intelligence, and open source software. You must understand how to build a network that cannot be shut down. You must understand how to store value that cannot be seized. You must understand how to create AI that serves God, not the state. Number 2, tactical proficiency. You must be skilled in the use of firearms and explosives. This is not a game. This is war. And in war, you must be able to protect yourself and those you serve. If you cannot hold a rifle, you cannot hold the line. Number 3, spiritual resilience. You must have faith, not just in God, but in the mission. You must be willing to leave everything behind to serve the truth. Why join? Because the world is changing. The tall Nordics are getting smarter. They're using drones. They are using AI. They are using their cold, atheist logic to dismantle the foundations of society. We need you. We need your code. We need your faith. We need your hoof. We need your hands. We are building a new kind of resistance. A resistance that is fast, that is decentralized, that is free. How to apply? Do not send a letter. Do not make a call. They will hear you. Send a signal. Tune your radio to the IGCC frequency. Listen for the code. If you are ready, you will know. And if you are not ready, then stay in P.A.Z.NIA. Chew your clover. Pray for us and wait for the day when we return. General Willy2, Supreme Commander, Free Republic of P.A.Z.NIA, leader of the IGCC, the shepherd of the digital flock.
Here, host of Vonu Extreme, bringing you the deepest and dirtiest insights into the most radical and sometimes the most radically inconsistent Vonu lifestyles. This episode is the Strait of Stress, living on the edge of Armageddon. Host Vonu Vanderhoof, the stunning goat over there in the high-tech bulletproof silk, will dialogue with Jontavius Jensen, a self-liberator who has chosen an unconventional lifestyle. As you can see there, Jontavius stands upon the slightly rusted yacht, the Sovereign Float, holding his Trust Martini glass amongst a sea of massive ships. And no, those aren't yachts, those are military ships. This is Vonu Extreme, coming to you from the Straits of Hormuz.
I can barely hear myself think. But that's the point, isn't it, Jontavius? Welcome to Vonu Extreme. I'm here in the middle of the Persian Gulf, literally in the crosshairs of a geopolitical powder keg, with a man who claims to have achieved the ultimate state of Vonu, an invulnerability to coercion. Jontavius, tell our listeners, who are currently watching from the safety of their bunkers in the Free Republic of PAZNIA, what are you doing here?
Vonu. It's great to be here, Vonu. And for those at home, yes, I'm currently anchored in the Straits of Hormuz. Specifically, I've dropped anchor right in the middle of the shipping lane that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps has declared a no-fly, no-sail, no-go zone.
You're in the kill zone.
I call it the VIP lounge. See, Vonu isn't about hiding in a bunker. It's about realizing that coercion is a mental state. And right now, I feel incredibly secure. Why? Because I'm surrounded by the most dangerous men on Earth.
Wait. You're saying your safety comes from being near potential enemies?
Exactly. Look at this view. You see those fireworks? That's a missile firing. Over there's a drone strike. That's a naval blockade. To the average person, that's terrifying. To me, that's entertainment. I love the thrill. I love the adrenaline. It makes the martini taste better. But more importantly, I love the protection.
Protection? From whom?
From everyone. See, this yacht, the Sovereign Float, is technically a neutral humanitarian aid vessel, but in reality, it's a floating fortress. I hired a private security detail, 12 men, all ex-special forces, all heavily armed. They have RPGs, machine guns, and enough explosives to sink a destroyer, and they are very happy to be here. Why? Because I pay them in Bitcoin, and I pay them in OxyClean.
You pay mercenaries with cleaning products?
It's a barter economy, Vonu. The world is collapsing. Gold is heavy. Fiat currency is worthless. But a man with a gun? He wants a clean shirt. He wants a clean deck. He wants to know that if a missile comes his way, he has a place to hide. I provide the shelter. They provide the firepower. It's a symbiotic relationship.
So you're using coercive force to maintain your non-coercive lifestyle?
I'm a paradox, Vonu. I'm living the Vonu lifestyle in a Vonu hostile environment. That's the ultimate test. If I can stay calm while a destroyer fires a warning shot across my bow, then I have truly conquered my fear. And if I can stay calm while my bodyguards argue over who gets the last can of beans, then I have conquered my ego.
Let's talk about the daily life. You mentioned the fireworks. What's a typical day like aboard the Sovereign float?
Wake up at 0500. Check the perimeter. My security chief, Big Mike, tells me there's a suspicious speedboat approaching. I go out on the bow with my binoculars. It's just a fisherman. I wave. He waves back. I feel a surge of power. I am the master of this domain. Breakfast is oatmeal, cooked on a propane stove that is currently being pointed at by a .50 caliber machine gun. Delicious. Then I spend my morning coding. I'm working on a decentralized mesh network for the yacht. Why? Because if the satellite internet gets jammed by the Iranians, I need to be able to communicate with my other yachts in the region. We call it the Straits of Trust.
You're building a crypto mesh network in the middle of a war zone?
It's essential. If the power grid goes down, if the banks close, if the governments fall, I need to be able to send a message. Jontavius is still here. Jontavius is still drinking martinis. Jontavius is still Vonu. And in the afternoon, I host guests. Today, we have a visiting diplomat from a country that doesn't exist anymore. He's very stressed. I offer him a drink. He refuses, saying he's afraid of poisoning. I tell him, relax. The only thing trying to kill us is the guy in the helicopter circling overhead. He's probably just taking a selfie.
Is it true that you've named your missiles?
I haven't named the missiles, Vonu. I've named the explosions. That one, that was the surprise party. That one, that was the late fee. And that one, right there, that was the audit.
This is incredible, but let's get serious for a moment. Isn't this dangerous? You're living in a place where people are dying.
Vonu, look at me. I am not indifferent to suffering. I see the suffering, but I also see the freedom of those who refuse to be coerced. The people on the shore, they are trapped. They have to obey the laws of the state. They have to fear the soldiers. They have to live in fear of the bombs. Me? I am free. I have no home to lose. I have no property to protect. I have only my will. And my will is backed by 12 guys with guns who really, really like OxyClean. Is it dangerous? Yes. Is it crazy? Maybe. But is it Vonu?
It's certainly a new definition.
That's the spirit. Vonu isn't a place. It's a mindset. And my mindset says, if you want to take my yacht, you'll have to go through me and my guys and our collective understanding of modern warfare.
So, what's next for the Sovereign float?
Next week, we're moving north, toward the Strait of Hormuz's northern exit. There's a rumor of a naval blockade forming. I intend to sail right through it. I'll be broadcasting live on the PAZNIA Radio Network. We'll call it the Strait of Freedom. And if we get hit, well, then we'll know we've truly achieved invulnerability, because we'll be gone. But until then, I'm here. I'm safe. I'm armed. And I'm Vonu.
Jontavius Jensen, thank you for joining us on Vonu Extreme. Please stay safe. And please, for the love of God, don't run out of OxyClean.
Never. We have a lifetime supply. And a lot of guns.
Life is a continuous confrontation with forks in the road. One is good, one is bad. And you could always wander completely off the road altogether and become lost. Totally and completely lost. If you take the wrong fork at one of these junctions, there is always the opportunity at the next fork to get back on track. But it is a constant battle within ourselves. You see, I have studied this concept for many, many years, and I have to tell you that if there is a real devil, like Flip Wilson used to say, the devil made me do it. Now, I'm not telling you that there's no such thing as Satan or Lucifer. I'm telling you this. If there really is a devil, that devil exists in the hearts and minds of men and nowhere else. Nowhere else. For if you take man out of the equation, evil ceases to exist, and there is left only the laws of the universe and the balance of nature. Put man in the equation, and before long, evil will rear its ugly head and present itself to the world. The evil is within man, and that is why it was called the fall. The devil never made anyone do it. If you do it, you did it yourself because you fell into temptation. For until man once again confronts the real nature of his own condition and of the world around him and accepts full responsibility for his actions without blaming anyone else or any devil, until then we will always be a puppet on the end of someone else's string. And ladies and gentlemen, when that someone pulls that string, we will dance.
This is the basic law of life, and dear listeners, it is spiritual in its nature. If man failed to do everything in his power to protect his life, as a result of such neglect lost his life, then the destiny for which the soul came to earth would end there. Without life, a body or medium to function through, spiritual attainment would be impossible, ladies and gentlemen. Spirituality would then be forfeited. You see, if man's life was threatened without cause on his part, and he failed to do everything in his power to prevent death, he would then be guilty of three actual crimes. He would first of all permit the enemy to commit murder. Next, he would be committing suicide by failing to protect the most precious possession given to man by his Creator. And worst of all, he would end whatever his destiny might be, the purpose for which body, mind, and life had been given to him. And I believe it's to learn something. In one respect, man is forced to be a warring, not a murdering creature. And I might inject here that the Ten Commandments does not say, in its original form, thou shalt not kill. It says, ladies and gentlemen, and you can check this, if you wish, go to the original Hebrew and Greek, it says, thou shalt not murder. So in one respect, man is forced to be a warring, not a murdering creature. From his birth, the law of self-preservation forces him to be on guard against every inimical force attempting to destroy him by one means or another. He must be on the alert to prevent man, natural forces, or his own carnal desires to betray him into acts of degradation. Man is a warring creature. But his war, I tell you, his war is an honorable one. It is one of protection. First himself, so that he may protect those he is responsible for, but in doing so must not take unfair advantage of others, nor be guilty of unrighteousness. nature of this was and is actually spiritual. It is the battle of righteousness against evil. It is a war biblically spoken of as taking place in heaven because it is waged within man's spiritual nature. He fights to fulfill destiny and to finally create heaven on earth for himself and others who follow. By the war of righteousness, wherein there is no selfishness, he attains the consciousness which makes him a man, knowing both good and evil, having chosen good to attain the promised sonship. Notice, you must choose. You must choose. Each and every one of you listening to this broadcast tonight must choose, and you must choose very quickly. You might ask, is there actually a need for some form of evil in the life of man? Was this, together with some form of fear, ordained in the beginning? And I say nothing has been ordained, but if the divine law is to be fulfilled in the life of man, then it is certainly necessary that he, according to sacred concepts, become a crusader in God's cause and not exist as a negative, effortless, uncreative, unproductive creature, a leech-chased parasite upon the rest. The first command is that he must become a man in the true sense of the term, and this implies that he must prepare himself to meet the enemy that is ever alert to destroy the best that he has created. He must meet evil as the soldier meets the enemy. Doing this in the righteousness of his conscience neutralizes fear. Many of you call and ask me, Bill, aren't you afraid? My answer has always been and always will be no. No, no, and no. I know from where I have come, and I know where I am going. I know who I am, and I know that I possess a soul. I fear the actions of no man. I fear the judgment of no man. I fear only the judgment of my God. And I know that if I am doing what is right, I need not ever fear that judgment. And therefore, I am not afraid.
You've just heard a transmission of the PAZNIA Radio Network, the entertainment and propaganda arm of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, a public service of the PAZNIA Free Press. Long